very good afternoon to you, and you're very welcome to Dave Billings Park here in UCD for live coverage of the action that will take place this afternoon of the Purcell and Ashburn Cup finals. My name is Killian Whelan, and I'm holding the Purcell Cup that will of course be taken home by either MTU Cork or NUIG, and as we said, bringing you over the next hour and a half the best of the action here. Sun bedecked, as you can see here. It's going to cause us a few little problems on commentary, but hopefully we bring you the best, as you said, of that action as you get to watch these games. And joining me on commentary, and I'm going to bring him in here now as well, is a man well known to us here on the Camogie field, of course, and was here yesterday and will be the main commentator for the Ashburn final. Darren Kelly. Darren, we're just looking at the programme here again, like, you know, and looking at these teams. It's like an inter-county game.
Well, certainly, Killian, it just goes to show the stature of the third level competitions and the amount of quality that we have throughout all the different grades there as well. And first, I want to say congratulations to DCU, or not to UCD, I should say, on their victory in the Father Maher Cup. But as you said there, even this opening game coming up at 2 o'clock between University of Galway and MTU Cork for the Purcell Cup. There's quality players, not just from Galway and Cork, but from other counties around as well. And it promises to be a cracking contest. Yeah, and looking at it as well, you know, a number of young players, obviously, as you can imagine, at university age, but ones that have got serious amount of senior status competition with their counties already. Yeah, like even when we just look at some of the players that we have at University of Galway and flying through between Fiona Ryan, who's been in goal for the Galway Intermediates. You have the likes of Rachel Kelly and Joanne Daly off the top of my head. They've won All-Ireland club titles with Sarsfields as well. Tiffany Fitzgerald, well established in the Kilkenny setup. She was an Ashburn All-Star last year as well. And of course you look at Niamh McPeak and Sabina Rabbit making waves in Galway Camogie. And then on the other side as well, like Saoirse McCarthy is the first name that you look at when you see that MTU Cork team are moved to the half-back line, but Cork centre-back with this MTU side today, and she'll drive them on. Fiona Keating there as well, Lauren Holman, Saoirse McCartan, who's won All-Ireland with Down, now playing with Cork as well. So there's just some of the names that we're going to be talking about over the next hour and a half. Yeah, and plenty of good action here. So do stay with us here for the Purcell Cup final. We bring you all the action here live with thanks to Electric Ireland. We're live from UCD. The throw-in at 2 o'clock under the stewardship of Kieran Groom. Invincible.
welcome back here then to Dave Billings Park here in UCD for the Purcell Cup final. It sees University of Galway taking on MTU Cork, and on camera there you can see are the Galway panel warming up, and of course led out in the management team by Kevin Connolly. And Darren, you know, he's a man with good experience, Kevin Connolly.
Great experience too, Killian too, and of course not just in Galway but also in Limerick too. Led Limerick Intermediates to an All-Ireland final back in 2019. But an interesting story about Kevin. The last time that University of Galway won the Purcell Cup, they were known as NUIG back in 2018. Kevin Connolly was part of the Limerick IT team that lost out by just a point in that occasion. So he's great experience around the west of Ireland, but he's been working with these players and these squads over the last couple of years there now as well, and he's a great hand for them to have.
Yeah, no doubt. And we just see some of the players. Laura Kelly there in shot, someone that we would have seen at Salt Hill Knocknacarra when we covered club final in Croke Park when they got to it. And of course she has been involved with the Galway panels in the last 18 months or thereabouts. And well, you know, we're just looking at the quality again. We haven't got a confirmed team just yet, but you're looking at obviously Fiona Ryan, Sarah Guinan from Kilcormac Killoughey in Offaly, of course, another player that has plenty of experience and has been around with was involved here last year when they lost the final to TUD by 4 points. Of course, that was played in Waterford that day. Leah Burke, Fiona Ryan, they were around that day as well, as was Tiffany Fitzgerald, Tegan Canning, Cueva Slattery, Hannah Cooney, Fiona Guiney and Ciara Grealish, along with Roisin Hughes. They were all part of the University of Galway panel last year. And Darren, it just probably goes to show, you know, winning the Purcell, and you see what it meant to TUD, won the Purcell last year and are in the final today.
Yeah, you can't beat momentum as well, Killian, and obviously University of Galway will be knocking on the door. They lost that final last year by just 4 points too. There's a strong list of players there as there is on both teams. We're on that University of Galway panel. You've mentioned a few of them there already, and we discussed them at the start there as well. They will lean very heavily on that experience because they'll definitely want to go over the line. Yeah,
just looking at Saoirse McCarthy there now in with the referee Kieran Groom. Saoirse probably just checking on the team sheets and everything like that, and waiting to see the Galway representation that comes forward.
Well, Galway joint captains this year in Fiona Ryan and Tiffany Fitzgerald this year. I'm not actually
there.
It looks like Tiffany that's in there at the moment. Fiona will be working on the goalkeeping drills, and Tiffany Fitzgerald, you know, not in Galway, Killian's not having to be cheering on a Kilkenny person, but they'll certainly be getting behind Tiffany today. But likewise too, Cork, and of course there is Kilkenny representation in MTU Cork. When you think of Chloe Brennan, not down as the official starting player from Barrow Rangers, no doubt we'll see her at some stage. So we're going to have a Kilkenny winner in this game one way or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, no question about it. Chloe was getting the best wishes from Barrow Rangers this morning. I saw, and I'm sure Moonkind were behind Hannah Cooney as well within the University of Galway setup. So it looks like, just judging by that, Galway look like they've won the toss, and Tiffany is elected to stay as they are and shoot towards the end on her left here to win. If it's a factor at all, it might be with MTU Galway or MTU Cork, I should say, in this half. But it's blown into her face as well, Darren. So you know, it's hard to judge what impact it'll have ultimately.
Yeah, it's a bit different from yesterday. Now, it wasn't much wind over the course of the two matches yesterday, but anything that was coming was slightly going to the left, and it seems today, Killian, that it might be slightly going to the right, but it's a real swirling one going across the fields. So I don't think it's going to be a massive factor. While it'll be interesting as well as the sun, great to have it out there on a day like today as well. It is very sideways too. If it does manage to stay outside of the clouds that are surrounding us here at the moment, that could be a factor.
It could be, and we'll probably apologise in advance. There's very little we can do about nature and the position that we have here at the minute if it does impact a bit, but at the moment the lads doing their best here. Luke, Owen and Dave from Entry with us here, bringing you the live streaming coverage of the Purcell Cup and Ashburn Cup in association with Electric Ireland and Third Level Camogie. And we are not too far away now as management teams pulling their sides together now for one little last word. Just to let you know that the Mar Cup final, the Father Mar final, went the way of UCD, the home side here, winning by 1-8 to 9 points against Queens. And that was, Darren, by all costs, it seemed to be quite a tight tussle all the way to the end.
Yeah, just a 2-point ball game in the end, and we were watching the presentation of UCD beforehand. They have great tradition in Camogie, no doubt, even though it's the first time since 1996 that they've been hosting the finals. They are the most decorated team at Ashburn level, and like just the facilities, I have to say, Killian, around UCD over these 2 days as well, absolutely brilliant. It's like being in a small town in itself. But yesterday we were watching 3 games taking place simultaneously, as well as soccer to the right and the left, and also hockey and tennis behind us as well. So fantastic facilities here, and it's great to be in Dave Billings Park. Dave Billings gives so much much to UCD football, Gaelic games, sport in general too, and it's a great venue to host this final.
Yeah, no doubt. And I saw Ger Brennan going around there, obviously in his role, keeping an eye on matters as well here. But good crowds in, but a busy campus, as you can imagine, and not just here watching the Purcell Cup or Ashburn Cup finals, but facilities around the country have to say, I think at third level have come on so much. A lot of investment in them, and you know, lots of these ladies that are out here today representing Cork and Galway, looking to add a little trophy. It's a nice one to get as well down at third level, you know, to come away with a Purcell or an Ashburn and add it to that CV.
Well, it's their All-Ireland title, Killian, as simple as that too, and it is an opportunity for them, because we've discussed like University of Galway and their recent victory in 2018. Of course, they've been in 2 finals since, but for MTU Cork, or Cork IT as they were called in the past, there hasn't been too many successes. They have won this competition in 2001 and 2016. They love to add that there as well, and of course with Cork representation in the Ashburn final later on, they'll be looking for a rebel double here as well. And you know, like with the star names on both teams as well, you can't rule anything out.
Can't rule anything out at all here. As you can see, Cork there just about getting ready. We'll give you the full panel there quickly. It's Lisa O'Riordan, Aoife O'Neill, Emily O'Donovan, Ellen O'Regan, Amy McNamara, Saoirse McCarthy, the captain, Orlaith Cummins, Annie Condon, Fiona Keating, Hannah O'Leary, Lauren Homan, Sorkin McCartan, Caitlin Deneen, Ella Wingington, Barrett, Orlaith Cahalan, Ella Maguire, Chloe Brennan, Olivia Lynch, Jenny Mullins, Jenny Doyle, Ava Hallinan, Tara Crowley, Anna-Marie Collins, Kate Toomey, Aoife Cronin and Ciara O'Shea. They represent Cork, whereas for Galway, Fiona Ryan, Sarah Guinan, Leah Burke, Rachel Kelly, Muireann Flaherty, Orla Marr, Joanne Daly, Rachel Hughes, Alana Kelly, Laura Kelly, Tiffany Fitzgerald, Tegan Canning, Niamh McPeak, Sabina Rabbit, Amy Morgan, Caoimhe Slattery, Sorka McGinley, Cleena Mahan, it's Hannah Cooney, Fiona Guiney, Emily O'Connor, Ciara Grealish, Ria McFibben, it's Alana Reynolds, Keisha Coleman, Sarah Lyons, Niamh Spellman, Roisin Hughes, Jessica Donlan and Leah Cummins. So as you can imagine, heavily populated by players from the counties of Cork and Galway, but there are a few from some of the other counties involved here as well. Darren busy just keeping an eye on player numbers for me here, as you can imagine.
I'm just looking there, Killian. University of Galway have lined up in position, and the interesting one that stands out at the moment is Niamh McPeak seems to be playing at centre forward, wearing the number 13 jersey, with Tegan Canning going in towards the inside line as well. Nothing standing out in the defence at the moment. Obviously MTU Cork have not gone into position yet. They're keeping Galway waiting.
Yeah, so looking at that, alright, so 15, 13, 12 inside, and 11 and 10 here. I'm just looking to see, they look like the top 15 anyway are selected. Shake of hands here as we get ready. MTU Cork have Jenny Doyle in there. I just see her close at hand to us here, but a lot of position switches. It doesn't matter anyway, as long as the numbers are right, we'll be okay here as we get up and ready to go. Kieran Groom is the man from Offaly who's in the middle, and Slithers in and the game is on, and it's the push straight away from MTU Cork, but it's been turned over there by Galway's number 13, Niamh McPeak. Still Galway in charge. McPeak on the run, nice little hand pass. Ball fell out of the hand there of Tegan Canning, and picked up by Laura Kelly. Then a shot off straight away coming across, but it's gone out to the right and wide, and that breeze just pulling it away, I'd say, a little bit, Darren. It is blowing in our face, so it's going to be hard to come from that side of the pitch across to get a shot off. Yeah,
unfortunate one for Tegan Canning there to miss that too, but good work from Niamh McPeak. As you can see, she'll be operating around the middle of the field. Laura Kelly well involved in that move too, of course, in her experience playing camogie, and also part of Sultan Nottingham team that won an All-Ireland junior football title before Christmas too. Again, you want to get your strikers having pops early this evening, get settled into the game. Obviously the first point is crucial.
So Joanne Daly from the Sarsfields Club in Galway going to have a strike in this, a nice little connection all the way down into the wing forward position, where it's picked up by Sabina Rabbit. That's an right player though, is fouled by Aoife O'Neill. It's going to be a free in. I imagine with her capability of long distance striking, it's going to be Laura Kelly, and it is coming across to take this, the Sultan Nottingham and Galway player. What a couple of years it's been for her with winning county and club titles and everything. And the strike comes off then, and it's up and over the bar, and the opening score of the game coming from Laura Kelly, Darren.
Yeah, Laura Kelly, just 2 minutes gone in the game. My apologies there as well, but Laura Kelly, always very, very reliable when the angle is cut. You put that ball over the bar, and University of Galway have the advantage.
Yeah, so Galway with the start then here. As Cork look to get on it, it's the first time they've really got a hold of the ball in this position now, and they're on the charge over on the far side, trying to get the ball moving inside. McCartan looking to come and turn on this now, an opportunity for Saoirse McCartan now of St Finbarrs, and Cork puts that ball over the bar. She made it all of her own after a bit of a high ball in, Darren, but she did get enough on it. She batted it out to herself and turning over.
Yeah, it's a quality score, Killian, you have to say. Saoirse McCartan's one of the big names of this MTU Cork attack there as well. We just see the replay of the shot. It was a difficult one to put over, but she nailed it. A good response for Cork.
Yeah, good response. So it's one apiece now. Is on the move is Tiffany Fitzgerald, of course, of the Young Ireland's Kilkenny. What a big role she had with Kilkenny, of course, winning that All-Ireland title this year. Or last year, I should say now at this point. Still trying to get used to 2023. We're into 6 weeks of it now at this stage as the shot comes in, but it's going to drop into the grateful hands of cornerback for Cork, Aoife O'Neill, and she looks to come out, or Saoirse McCarthy. In fact, they were involved warming each other up there just before the game as to get this ball down the far end of the field then, where it's going to be taken on by Lauren Holman. Holman has the shot, drops it in over the bar, and Darren, loose ball from Galway, you'd feel. Saoirse McCarthy out finds, of course, her colleague down at the other end wearing the number 11 shirt, and it's over the bar. Yeah,
it started off with a shot in the Galway number 11, Killian. It dropped short whether the wind held the hop or not, but it was the Galway attack. Weren't reading that, pushing inside. They allowed Cork a simple clearance, and they can't afford to do that against the Cork team down the other end of the field. And Lauren Holman from St Vincent's nailing the score, and Cork lead.
2 scores in a minute then for Cork, and it's moving here straight away, and there's a lot of jinking and jiving. The shot coming in there from Orla Cahalan, but she's put it to the right and wide. A little bit of pressure on her, but probably should have been over the bar. 3.5 minutes gone. It's Cork who lead by that single point. Ball over on the far side where it's picked up by Muireann Flaherty. Ballydreen player now trying to find Tegan Canning, who had that wide early stages from the Mulla club, of course, club well known to our man Darren here beside us, as the ball falls out of hands there as Cork look to get in on this. Looks like Emily O'Donovan is in there. Eventually the shout comes and it's out of the ruck, and Cork looking to build from the back. Good bit of play there by the Cork number 2, Aoife O'Neill, as she gets that ball over here to the far side now, where the last point scorer Lauren Holman is trying to get on it, but Galway have rejected it and put it back into the middle, where it's going to be picked up there by it looks like number 13 Niamh McPeak, the Lee Mellows player, plays it across her defence there to Sarah Guinan, the Offaly player, the Kilcormac Killahie club, plays it into the middle, where it's going to be taken on here now by Alana Kelly of Port Tumna, knocking this ball down into the corner. We're racing for this Tegan Canning. Canning looking to get in. Looked like she was held up there. Referee taking his time and eventually awards the free in. I think he could have given it even seconds before that. With Kieran Groom awarding the free, going into position. And you'd imagine Laura Kelly should be able to tap this over. Yeah,
it'll be coming from the right this time. And again, Galway nailed the pass inside. Tegan Canning causing a few problems in the early stages with the Cork defence when they supply her the ball. If Laura Kelly puts this over again, it'll boost her confidence. Will keep Galway in the game 2 points apiece.
2 points apiece, and you can see on that big scoreboard and on our scoreboard time and everything as we wait for the shot now to come in from Laura Kelly.
Killian, just as we're looking at Laura Kelly there, as well as you mentioned Jenny Doyle, number 21, starting for MTU Cork. It's in replace of 5 Amy McNamara. That's for anybody at home that has access to a programme of the weekend as well. It's Jenny Doyle starting instead of Amy McNamara for MTU Cork as Laura Kelly nails the equaliser.
That's really the only change then I think that we can see, Darren, but thanks for confirming that. As a ball falls out around us here, not too far away from us. We're about 15 yards from that dropping ball, and it's MTU Cork are going to drive, and it's a strong ball sent in by Fiona Keating, looking inside for Orla Cahalan, but Cahalan just can't keep it in play, and it's gone out for a wide. Fiona made sure she put everything behind that as the puck out comes, and straight away it's into the hands of Galway's number 13 Niamh McPeak. McPeak now on a bit of a charge, and she's getting away from her Cork opponent, and that's wearing number 14. It's Ella Wington Barrett as this ball is played into the corner. Canning maybe looking to get in there again. Ball is being worked out though, looking into the hands of Rabbit looking to keep it alive, but Kieran Groom says that she was overplaying the ball, and it's going to be a free out for Cork.
One thing there as well, Killian, while the decision went against Sabina Rabbit at the end, you have to compliment Fiona Ryan, the goalkeeper. Of course, in Camogie now, it's only one whistle if the ball goes wide. You can get home the play straight away, and she launched Neve McPeak to set up that attack that Galway nearly got something out of.
Yeah, she's not wasting any time at all as this puck out comes. Sun has gone in, that we're a bit happy with that. Although it's now made it a little bit colder here as we stand on our platform up above the pitch a little bit. But, well, look, beggars can't be choosers. It's better for you at home, just for the picture at the minute. 7 minutes gone, 2 points apiece. Both of the Galway scores coming from Laura Kelly. Points from Lauren Holman and Saoirse McCartan within 60 seconds of each other. And looking to find McCartan over there, but being held off by Leah Burke. That could be a right battle, but McCartan I think has won the race and looking to go down, just can't get control of it, and it's gone out over the line over on the far side, and it's going to be a sideline cut for Galway that looks like Muireann Flaherty putting the ball down is about to take. McCartan of course was an All-Ireland winner with down at intermediate level and transferred to Cork, and I think she's added a little bit extra within that Cork lineup as well, Darren, and we'll probably see more of her from next weekend on.
Yeah, it's a tussle. I'm really looking forward to Saoirse McCartan playing full forward for MTU Cork, even though she's wearing the number 12 jersey. You mentioned about the battle with Leah Burke, but Galway on the counter.
Yeah, Alana Kelly going to have a strike off the Portumna lady, but she's dropped that ball into the grateful pocket of the Cork goalkeeper Lisa Reardon, and she pucks it out here, and it's going to be taken back in here by Tiffany Fitzgerald, playing it into kind of the centre forward position, but Tiffany, we're in 11 but she's not, she's out here on the wing, and it's taken away by Cork there. Combination of Saoirse McCarthy and Fiona Keating knocking it down at the wing, looking for the run of McCartan again, but I think the line has won the race again, and it's going to be Muireann Flaherty. Hardy plays it down the wing now, looking for Rachel Hughes. But, ball goes out off a Cork player there by the looks of it. The linesman made sure it was a Galway ball. Cork are remonstrate with them a little bit. Bit early to be getting angsty at the officials, Darren.
But everybody's looking with their piece there, Killian. It's a very, very important day, and you're going to battle with everything. The decision's gone Cork's way in this occasion. Yeah,
it's been turned over there, and Cork have got it. It's batted back, but it looks like Cork are looking to keep it moving here. Go a bit of play, but Galway have held it up there, the defensive unit, and looking to break out with it here is Alana Kelly in there, and she was held up there by Annie Condon and Fiona Keating. Referee says illegally, and it's going to be a free out for University of Galway. Still trying to get used to all these new monikers, Darren, of all these universities.
I was finding the pronunciations difficult yesterday with the letters and all that, but especially with University of Galway, like even members of University of Galway are still in the habit of calling them NUIG, and of course, as we mentioned, MTU Cork, the previous Cork IT, but it's part of the modern age now. And of course, when you look at the facilities that we see in many of these third level institutions, they're absolutely tremendous, and not just in regards to education or setting up careers for their students going forward, but also sporting excellence across the way, like the quality of camogie that we've witnessed over the weekend that we're enjoying here at the moment. Killian, makes it a treat.
Yeah, good bit of play there. Thanks, Darren. As this Galway are in control of it, lost it, and looking to get it forward here again now with Sarah Guinan, but she's been hassled and harried there, and she needs a bit of support from maroon jerseys. There's a couple of red jerseys, but not enough, and eventually the referee says that Rachel Kelly, the Sarsfield player, was fouled. She takes her own free, playing it down the wing here, trying to find Tiffany Fitzgerald, but Tiffany's knocked off that ball there by Jenny Doyle, but gets it back at the second time. Vaskin driving forward. The referee said that there was a foul committed there on Sabina Rabbit. And Rabbit in a little bit of the wars already there, Darren.
Yeah, and again, that's what she's in there for, Killian. She's a danger player as well, and is always well marshalled by the opposition players. But just for people that wouldn't be too familiar with the camogie there in defence, as you saw there when Rachel Kelly was fouled, if you're a defender or in your own half of the field and you get fouled, you can take the free yourself from your hands. That's what Rachel Kelly did to set up this attack. The Sabina Rabbit won the free, and Laura Kelly again, I know who I'd be backing.
Yeah, Laura Kelly with this to put Galway in front. She's putting it up towards the post. The umpire puts the hand up, and the ball is over the bar. So Laura Kelly with the 3 points for Galway here. They've all come for place balls. 11 minutes gone, and she has the 3 of them. And they go back in front at 3 points to 2. I have to say it's one of the best rules brought in Camogie, that if you're fouled, to take your own free quickly at the hand, just keeps the game moving. It's added so much over the last couple of years. As this ball falls in to Lisa O'Riordan again, it's time to pick out the ball over this far side, and looks like she's going to chase it down here on the top of a couple of Cork and Galway players, and it's taken on by Fitzgerald again now, trying to get away from the attentions of Jenny Doyle, who's obviously been given that job, but Tiffany fancies her angle here. That's a cracking score. Came off the break, off the puck out, made it all of her own. Didn't matter what Jenny did, because Tiffany had the answers.
Yeah, it was great field in the far side of the field as well, but of course Tiffany Fitzgerald was given that bit of space there as well down the left. Galway are creating an awful lot of chances in the early stages, Killing. They've dropped one or two short, it has to be said, but when you get quality scores like Tiffany Fitzgerald there, they're enjoying the supremacy, leading by 2.
Yeah, now the lead by 2, 4 points to 2 it is. Trying to find something here at the other end, and that looks like a bit of a chop, alright, and the referee straight on it there. Going to be a free, and it should be a easy enough one out for Cork, right in front of the goal, just off the top of the D, and it looks like coming forward to take this is Amy McNamara.
I think it's Saoirse McCarthy.
Sorry, it's Saoirse, yeah. I just seen the numbers there at the moment, so it is Saoirse. Apologies about that. The captain, of course, from Courcey Rovers.
A real leader, Saoirse McCarthy, has become, Killian, in recent years.
Absolutely. And that's hammered over the bar. She gave it plenty behind that there. So free for Saoirse McCarthy, and that's the first from a place ball for Cork of their 3. Comes here after 13 minutes. It's 4 points to 3. Puck out comes then from Fiona Ryan. And look at it get on here now is Caitlin Deneen. She's been urged here by the mentor on this side as the ball breaks though in favour of Galway's number 12, Tegan Canning. Ticked on there by Tiffany Fitzgerald, holding off the attentions of Annie Condon. Ball is inside though, going to be driven on here by Rabbit. Rabbit has to come backwards, palms it back out to Fitzgerald, back in here to Rabbit. Rabbit looking to spin around, but there's 4 Cork players around her. She gets inside 3 of them, and then she's urging on her players. She could have been guilty of taking 1 or 2 steps, but the referee, I think, was allowing her the advantage because he feels that there was a foul happening, and he's going to book one of the Cork defence there. And again, you just got to show that, you know, Sabina Rabbit, she's well able to jink and jive, and it's a yellow card for the full back there, Emily O'Donovan.
Yeah, yellow card for Emily O'Donovan, but when you look at Sabina Rabbit, this is the threat that she is for Galway. 5 Cork players around her, none of them really committing to putting in the challenge. She played the 1-2 with Tiffany Fitzgerald. She won her foul as well, and Cork are going to have to deal with that. They have to get tight with her. They can't be allowing her to dictate the play there as well, because if she wins frees, Killian, she's going to give Laura Kelly opportunities like this, and Laura Kelly is not going to miss many from this angle.
Yeah, she's right in our angle here as well, right behind, but she's pulled that to the right a little bit, and maybe commentators course there.
I said I'm not going to miss many now.
Puck out comes, and it's a short one to Aoife O'Neill, St. Finbarr's player, coming up along the wing now, trying to find maybe the attentions there, Caitlin Deneen, but it's taken away by Joanne Daly. Lost though by Joanne Daly, and it's picked up by Fiona Keating, and then lost by her, and it's taken on by the opposite number 9, Alana Kelly. Bit of a scrum forming here now, not too far away from us, and coming out with the break here is Galway's number 7, Joanne Daly, but that ball has been lost there. Saoirse McCarthy looking to kind of get in there and help out her full-back, Emily O'Donovan. And again, a bit of a ruck forming on the 45. Looked like a bit of a push in the back there, but here comes McCarthy driving out, showing the leadership quality that she has. Left-handed down towards McCartan now. McCartan looking to take it under control. Being battled all the way there by Leah Burke. Spins left and right and then plays it on the right-hand side down into the corner. Looking for Cork now to build on this opportunity. Looks like it's a foul committed there, but Cork are away. Opportunity to play this ball inside. 1-on-1 opportunity with the full forward on the goalie. Back of the net there it goes, and it's Ella Wickington Barrett has put that ball into the back of the net. It was all about the work of Saoirse McCarthy, finds Saoirse McCartan. Eventually the ball is played inside by Orlaith Cahalane, and fair play, Ella put it to the back of the net.
What an important turnover that was in the 45 as well, because I was just going to say how impressed I had been with the Galway fielding around their own half-back line, but Saoirse McCarthy involved in the play there as well, using a couple of players, including Saoirse McCarthy. Advantage was given, I think, for the foul on Orlaith Cahalane, and well done to Ella Wiggington Barrett. She was given that opportunity, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, puts the ball in the back of the net, and this game is gradually nicely picking up, Killian.
Yeah, it's mightily picking up now, the pace of a 1-3 to 4 points. Trying to get on that ball was Hannah O'Leary there, but well, she's a judge who brought it out over the line right underneath us here. We could literally, she's so close, and we could have a conversation here with Alana Kelly, but we'll just stay quiet as she takes the sideline cut. Alana gets a touch on this, but not a great one, as ball looks like eventually going to be taken in here by Hannah O'Leary. Hannah's got a shout to play it back there, and it's a good play. And pass ball inside by her club mate as well, Aoife O'Neill. Ball is played down along the line now, looking for Cahalan. A lovely bit of control there on the hurl. Gets away from her marker now, and she's gone. Rachel Kelly has been left in her dust, playing the ball across the goal again. Could be a chance again for Winnington Barrett, but she's just let it go over her head. Has to retrieve it. Toe taps it in around and back up into the hand. Spins around and looking to play it in on the top of the D. It might work out here still for MTU Cork, who now lead, having been 2 points down, lead by 2. Driving in here with Annie Condon. Condon looked to play that ball. The player inside wasn't expecting it. It went loose. Galway clear, and there's a foul committed. That's going to have to go back for it there. Ticking for one of the Cork players, I think.
Yeah, the
umpire has the hand up here now. Darren just watching, but he's put it back down. I don't know what that was about.
I didn't see that there, Kelly, but it was a high challenge in Orla Maher that led to the free there for University of Galway. But already you can see that threat with Cork if they're given a bit of space. Orla Callan putting that ball in. Saoirse McCartan getting away from Leah Burke on that occasion. Just didn't manage to find the target when she sent it back inside. But Galway wants to keep an eye on that.
Breaks now again, and it's Galway looking to get it going, and just feel in the last couple of minutes as well. Niamh McPeak was on a lot of ball in the first few minutes, gone out of it a little bit, as here comes Cahalan again now, looking to drive forward, getting away from the attention, popping the pass inside. Looked like a bit of a dunt there on one of the Cork forwards, but play is allowed to continue. It's down here towards Fitzgerald, picking it up now, looking to spin inside. The attentions there of Jenny Doyle, who's definitely, Darren, been given one job, and that's wherever Tiffany goes, you go.
Yeah, most certainly there as well. And I think she walked into that one there, lost her balance, and a bit of a clumsy challenge. Tiffany might have been helping her go to the ground as well, it might be said, but the foul had been committed beforehand, and it's a free out for Galway.
Don't know whether that was a right smile towards our camera here, Darren, but anyway, from Tiffany, but 1-3 to 4. It's a free anyway that's going to be taken by Alana Kelly. Tumna player now dropping it over to the far side, looking for maybe a bit of movement out of Rabbit, but that's again Saoirse McCarthy leading from the back, spotted that out, burst at pace, and now he's delivering a long ball inside. Cahalan is in underneath it there, could be a chance as well for Caitlin Deneen. Deneen going to scoop it in, but she scooped it to the right and wide. That bit of play from McCarthy deserved a score, Darren. Yeah, and
Saoirse McCarthy is really starting to dominate in the Cork half back line. It took them a while to settle at the start of the game, and as we mentioned already, the Galway inside forwards probably guilty of coming out, but now Saoirse McCarthy is starting to read this game. Galway's chances are coming a bit less than they were getting beforehand, while Cork are looking threatening every time they go up the other end of the field.
It looked like Ellen O'Regan and Amy Morgan having a bit of a battle there, and it was judged to go the way of Ellen, who of course of the Ballygarvan club, sister of Izzy. As McCarthy takes this now, driving it down left-handed, looking for a bit of movement here out of, I have to say, a player, Darren, in the last couple of minutes. Orla Cahalan is covering some amount of ground out there. Yeah,
and she set up the goal as well, Killian, it has to be said. Nearly set up Saoirse McCartan for another opportunity. Like, she's causing problems again. It goes back to the point I was saying too, with that Cork inside line starting to show their danger. They're getting the right supply of ball coming down to them now, led by Saoirse McCarthy as well. And even, as we mentioned, Ella Wiggington-Barrett, even though she's wearing number 14, she started the game a wing forward, but often comes in to play as a third midfielder as well, ensuring that supply comes down as well, and it's working out for Cork.
Yeah, cracking Purcell Cup final. Hopefully you're enjoying the action here. All with thanks to Electric Ireland. We're on their YouTube channel, and Third Level Camogie bringing you the coverage of this Purcell, last won by Cork back in 2016 when they were Cork IT, last won by Galway in 2018, and lost of course the final last year to TUD, who are in this year's Ashburn Cup final. And that's a cracker. Promises to be, of course, it could be a first time winner, or a winner for the first time in 30 years or 20 years I think it is, since UCC last won it. So that's all coming up with Darren will be on main commentary for that one. But here at the moment, Cork lead 1-3 to 4. Good bit of play there by Lauren Holman, showing left and right and then dropping it in. McCartan looked to wheel away, still going. They've been held up, but the referee is awarding the free now. Darren, this could be interesting.
Yeah, well, I think the free was there beforehand. He was giving him a second or so. I think Leah Burke did have her hands on Saoirse McCartan on that occasion. Now the umpire is calling the referee
still got the
over.
hand up again, yeah. So interesting here. I think this foul, Darren, is inside, but he's had that hand up and down. in the last couple of minutes, so it's going to be interesting to see what he's on about. We spotted it about a minute and a half ago.
I don't know, Killian, if we can see a replay of that or not, but I would have thought that was
inside
with the foul that I saw too. But the umpires
no.
and the referees much closer to the action than I am too, so we give them the benefit of the doubt. But it's a big opportunity here, and it'll be interesting to see what MTU Cork decide to do. But let's see what the referee does first.
Yeah, it had to be, I felt, because I think the defender there had a couple of grabs at Saoirse McCartan, and it's going to be her penalty then.
Yeah, Killian, I have to say this, the goalie man in the commentary box, well, it is the right decision there too. I thought as well, it was inside. You can see that bit of a tug there in Saoirse McCartan. It was given a second or so. Right decision for a penalty, big moment in the game.
Yeah, so here we go. Now, one thing, Darren, I have about the rules here with regards to the positioning of the umpires, I have a big issue with the umpires that have to stand behind the goal, because surely they're in the line of sight of the penalty taker. But anyway, maybe they can be a target for the penalty taker. But it's one thing I have an issue with in the game of hurling, because it surely can come into the eye line of the penalty taker. But here we go. So it's McCartan against Fiona Ryan. McCartan is a shot, and it's in the bottom corner of the net. Not a whole lot Fiona Ryan could do that, because as we know, Saoirse McCartan can have a fair strike of the ball, Darren.
Yeah, she did a penalty. She won herself. Now, credit to Fiona Ryan. She got a touch in that, just couldn't stop the ball spinning in over the line. And a second goal for MTU Cork. And now, all of a sudden, Killian, they have a 5-point advantage. Just go back to your point there about the umpires. I suppose the only thing I can make out about an umpire going behind the goal is keeping an eye that people don't encroach on the past the 13-metre line or into the penalty area before the ball is hit. Other than that, you imagine they'd be keeping an eye on the goalkeeper on the line as well. But that's a conversation for another day. The thing is, MTU Cork are really on top of this at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, listen, I've had a conversation with a couple of referees, Darren, and they've justified it to me, but I still don't see it. But anyway, we'll worry about that another day, because here at the moment, MTU Cork, they lead by 2-3 to 4 points, and they won't care anyway in Cork, because Saoirse McCartan has put that ball to the bottom corner of the net, 2-3 to 4. And we have an opportunity here now again for Saoirse McCarthy to have a shot off, and this will be a big lead for Cork now as we head towards half time.
It's a big moment, Killian. Of course, 7 minutes to the break as well. If this goes over the bar, there's 6 between them, and Galway really need to sort out the problems in defence as well, because Cork is just picking up the tempo gradually.
Carty with the strike, and that's up and over the bar, and Saoirse has become a very good dead ball specialist too in recent time. And with 24 minutes gone, they have that 2-4 to 4 lead. It's hard to believe, Darren, that Galway got into a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, like when you talk there, the Galway were 2 points up and probably had a chance to go 3 up not too long ago before the 2 Cork goals as well. And I'll break away if anything comes to this, Kelly. But even you mentioned Saoirse McCarthy, like I was reading an article during the week how Paddy Murray would have moved her from a forward to a wing back, and now she's part of arguably the best half back line in the country, alongside Laura Hayes, who we'll see in the Ashburn Cup final later on, and of course Laura Tracy as well. And she had a big impact there as well, and getting the right supply into the attack.
Yeah, no doubt that Cork management might be here, or if they're not, Matthew and his crew are tuned into us, watching the action.
Of course, the big concern here for Killian at the moment, MTU Cork, it's 2 of their defenders have yellow cards there. Aoife O'Neill just picking up one there as well, and that'll be something cause of concern later on. We saw in the game yesterday the second yellow card, the team go down to 14 players as well. Like, it's still very, very early stages. 6 points is nothing in the game of Camogie, especially in the first half.
Yeah, he obviously spotted something there as that ball was taken out over the line by Tiffany Fitzgerald, and it was a Cork ball, but Galway looking to build here now, Alana Kelly, but she's been robbed of that ball now, and it's on her bike, and off she goes. Lauren Homan looking to ping pong a ball inside. McCartan went left though, and she went right, and the ball has been turned over, and Galway looking to build out with it here now. Need a score before half time, because their last score came on the 12th minute, a cracking score from Tiffany Fitzgerald. Ball down into the corner, trying to find Fitzgerald. Referee said though that there was a foul committed there after the ball, and it has to go back.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure it was the foul on Joanne Daly or Niamh McPeak that he blew for there as well. I thought Niamh McPeak's might have been late, but it must have been the Joanne Daly one beforehand as well. But Galway just need to settle themselves down, Killian. Like, you know, at the end of the day, they showed at the start of the game they can cause problems. Whatever breezes here, and admittedly it's not that much, it has to be said, is going to be in their favour in the second half as well. And if they can just get a point, I'm looking there, they haven't scored now in about 14 minutes, and the Galway definitely need to get 1 or 2 points before half time.
Yeah, they need something big time as their centre back plays that ball down along here. Orla Marr, she didn't really get a great connection on it, this Shinrone woman, but it might work out all right, trying to get in there. Alana Kelly, but it looks like Cork are looking to build on it here. Galway's Niamh McPeak trying to get in there, but the ball has been robbed away from her, and it's driving on here again. And Caitlin Deneen looking to play it across towards McCartan, kicks it out to herself, but it's got away from her, tries to rob it back. But Galway are there in numbers to disrupt McCartan, but McCartan's in again, just even to get a touch on it, and then a little bit of a knock coming in there from Lauren Homan. But Galway, have they done enough? They have. Just about, and Sarah Guinan getting in there and making herself a bit of a nuisance. Darren just disrupting that whole thing with Homan and McCartan. Were like honeybees, I should say. They were just getting in around the hive, looking for that.
Yeah, but look, the first thing first, great bravery there from Sarah Guinan. She worked very, very hard to win that free, and the Galway defence needs to do more with that. But the difference between these teams at the moment, Gillian, as well as Cork's ability to turn over the ball, even there, Niamh McPeak, who's working very, very hard for Galway, getting done by Caitlin Deneen. We saw Lauren Homan turn over a ball that nearly made an opportunity beforehand as well, and Cork are winning more of those 50-50 battles.
Orla Martin played that ball, and it's eventually worked out here in favour of Tegan Canning, the Mulla player, looking to have a strike off, but it's dropped in again, and that's the third one I've counted for Lisa O'Riordan, has been able to take into the breadbasket and knock the ball out to her defence at ease. And here's McCarthy on the shoulder, bursting away now. She's covered 40 yards at this point. Saoirse McCarthy still going, looking to get inside the attention there of Rachel Hughes, and then knock a ball to the corner. McCartan out in front, takes control, they lost the dog, got a little bit high, and it's been turned over, and trying to get out with it there. Guinan playing it down along the wing. A hurl there of a Cork player trying to stop that ball going forward, but Galway needing something now with 2.5 minutes to the break. Charge coming forward here now. Opportunity maybe might knock for them with their number 13, Niamh McPeak, dropping it in, but that's the fourth into the keeper's hands. And Cork are looking to break out, and they can be demoralising there, you'd have to feel, Darren.
Yeah, Tegan Canning got very close on that occasion as well, Killian, after Niamh McPeak sending the ball in. But like again, Lisa O'Riordan has been dealing with those. You just watch Niamh McPeak with the shot. I'll keep going because that's gone to the left and wide, but it'll be in. As you said, though, those balls dropping short, especially when you find yourself chasing a game this early and struggling to get scoring opportunities, you need to make sure that if the inside forwards need to be reading that to be getting themselves in quicker if they think there's an opportunity of a ball is going to break out. Galway are not doing that at the moment, and they haven't taken advantage of at least 2 or 3 scoring opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. As 2-4-4 it is. I've just seen the UCC crew behind us here on our left hand side. They'll be getting ready for the Ashburn Cup final, of course, at 4 o'clock. I'll be live on this channel with Darren and myself as MTU Cork now coming hunting. Oh, lovely little flick there by McCartan, looking to set up Homan. Homan turned back into the traffic, back to McCartan, left and right, back on her left, shot off the left, up and over the bar, and they're dangerous too there at the moment, aren't they?
Oh yes, Killian, an excellent point there from Saoirse McCartan and Lauren Homan. What would have happened if she got that ball the first time as well, because it was a lovely flick over from Saoirse McCartan. Good pass back as well to make sure they got something out of it, and Cork have hit that first initial target of going 7 points clear, putting daylight between the teams.
2-5-4 then it is, when a minute to go, and it's Fitzgerald plucks that one from the sky, looking to get inside now, chasing away from the attentions of Emily O'Donovan. It's got to be careful, she's on a yellow card, looking to spin around now. Here come Galway with the attack. McPeak with the strike, dropping it in again into the keeper's breadbasket, and it's going to be knocked out there by Lisa O'Riordan. And Darren, like, if you think of even if you had half of them, you have a bit more of a chance here.
But not just that, Killian, and we don't want to be critical of individual players as well. There's been some long balls that have dropped short there, but that's been 2 on this side from Tiffany Fitzgerald and Niamh McPeak there that were carelessly dropped short. They should have been nailed over the bar, or at least go over the end line.
Ball played over by Galway, who's looking to clear, and it's going to be a Cork ball. Injury to Galway player there. Looked like 3 minutes is there of time to be played.
Leah Burke, I think, Killian, is the player that's down.
Oh, sorry, that's down. Apologies. Looks like a lower leg injury there at the minute that she's been tended to. And might roll the ankle in that tussle.
She's been put through the mill. Like, Leah Burke is a very quality defender from Kiltulloch, Killimer Daly. I've seen her play many times at underage, representing Galway and also representing her club as well. But it's a real battle that she's been having to go with Saoirse McCartan as well, who is definitely winning that one-on-one at the moment. And it'll be interesting to see if Galway decide to give Leah Burke a break from Saoirse McCartan, especially if there are concerns about the ankle. Yeah,
a little bit of a mess there of that sideline cut from Cork has been turned in the favour of Galway, and it looks like their number 9, Alana Kelly, is going to take this decent enough cut on it, but it looks like Cork have been able to build on it here now, going to drive forward. The last thing now Galway need is another Cork score, really. They've got to eat into it. 2-5-4, we're in additional time, whatever's going to be played by the Offaly official, Kieran Groom, and it's a foul there on Niamh McPeak. Lee Mellows and Galway player back helping out her half back line. It's going to be a free then that will be Orla Maher was standing over, but I think she's gestured back to Fiona Ryan, the joint captain of this University Galway crew.
What all we need now is to give options for Fiona Ryan. They need to get a score before half-time, Killian. Like, that's really, they're just standing there. We'll see what comes out of this.
They need something to work for them then, as he said, because you can imagine it's not too far from the half-time whistle. And again, Sabina Rabbit trying to urge on her players, and again, Cork got to be careful. Jenny Doyle now in a bit of trouble as well, being told by the referee just to watch it. They already, as you said, got their cornerback and fullback on yellow cards, and it's a chance for Laura Kelly to maybe just give them something going into the dressing room here at half-time that they have to fight on for the second half. Kelly with the strike up and over the black spot, and that's her fourth of the game, and there I think might be the call of half time. I think, yeah, he's called half time. That ball over the bar then from Laura Kelly, and Darren, you know, they've a lot to work on. That second quarter of that half, all about MTU Cork, you know, but Galway at least getting that score, it's something to build on.
Yeah, well, Killian, I think you just summed it up there. It was a half with 2 quarters, wasn't it? And even at Galway, the start, getting off to a good start, going 4 points to 2 up in the opening 12 minutes. You could argue they should have been 1 or 2 further points ahead there as well before MTU Cork started really dominating key areas of the field. We've talked about Saoirse McCarthy already. We've talked about Saoirse McCartan. We've talked about the turnovers around the middle of the fields. Just in regards Galway there first, as they're 6 points behind, and a very, very important score was there for Laura Kelly before half time. Sabina Rabbit again winning a free, at least 3 scoring frees she's won in that half. She's playing in the inside line. I'd like to see her come out, get involved more around the fort there, even towards the 65-metre line, because Galway are going to depend on somebody like her to really get them into the game. But the big question now that they're going to be asking themselves, Galway, is in defence there as well. Have they their matchups right? Niamh McPeak is coming back, covering an awful lot of ball, but Cork is still finding ways inside there as well. Galway just have to work that bit harder. Since the second quarter came in, Cork have done that. They've deservedly picked up their 2 goals from Ella Wigginton Barrett and the penalty from Saoirse McCartan as well. You can't really argue that they're deserving 6-point leaders, but Galway have shown signs if they can get their act together, they can get back into this in the second half.
Yeah, they have. What they're going to have to come out strong, you would feel, at the start of the second half. The goal then from Ella Wigginton Barrett after 16 minutes, and then the penalty from Saoirse McCartan after 23, the telling points of this first half then of the Purcell Cup. A cracking encounter, tough, close affair until, I suppose, those couple of goals went in for Cork. But still a lot to play for, another half hour of action. Do stay with us at half time here. MTU Cork 2-5, University of Galway 5 points.
Good afternoon, thank you very much, and welcome back here to the Dave Billings Park in UCD. Don't worry, we have another change of commentary. Killian Whelan will be back with us in just a couple of moments as we get ready for the start of the second half of this Electric Ireland Purcell Cup final. MTU Cork leading by 2 goals at the break. It's 2-5 to 5 points. Our match commentator Killian Whelan is just getting back into situ here in the commentary box, and play starting off. University of Galway attacking the goal to the right in the second half, and they need to get some scores very quickly as Alana Kelly sends the ball down towards the inside line there, hoping this will break kindly. Ellen O'Regan just getting in the way there for MTU Cork, trying to get the ball out. I think University of Galway have had a change there. We'll tell you about that in a moment, but Cork have controlled the ball. They get the clearance, and I'll hand you back now to Killian.
Thanks indeed, Darren. 2-5 to 5 then, just the 30 seconds gone, and Galway on the attack here now. An opportunity maybe still presenting itself, going to have a shot off, and that ball is going to be cleared by Saoirse McCarthy. Looks like Galway are going to dig it out here though with their wing back Joanne Daly. Referee Kieran Groom judges foul committed, and it's going to be Galway, who Darren seem to have come out with a little bit of pep in their step, but need to get scores quickly. Yeah,
Galway just said they're killing about a change. I think it's Keenan Wayne on the field of play. She's number 18 from the Slot Neal Club in County Derry, and we welcome all our Derry viewers here as well to join us here on the Electric Ireland YouTube page. But as you said, their Galway need to get a score with this beat.
And it's up and over the bar. Tegan Canning got a wide in the first minute of the first half, but she's got a point here just into the second minute of the second half, and it's badly what Galway need.
It's our first score of the game as well. Tegan has been threatened on a couple of occasions too, but it's exactly as you said, Killian. They needed to get the first score of the second half. All of a sudden, it brings the gap down to 5 points, which isn't as daunting as the 7 that they trailed by at one stage just before half time. And the referee just slowing things down before we restarted, but now Cork have got the play going again.
There's a ball over on the far side. Break though, and it suits the number 21 that was on from the start for Cork, Jenny Doyle, who's been given the job of marking Tiffany Fitzgerald. Had relative success, but Galway on the attack here. Alana Kelly now plays it across here now for Laura Kelly. Hit an awful lot, of course, from frees in that first half. Got 4 in all. And Galway still on the attack, and they look like they got a free in. And asking a few questions out. They seem to have the bit between the teeth, Darren, but they started like this in the first half. Probably didn't have enough, I would imagine, of an advantage. Got 4-2 in front, and then found themselves very quickly 2-5 to 4 down. Yeah,
it was a good link-up play between Eve McPeak and Lana Kelly to Laura Kelly. Probably just making a bit harder work of it, but again, Sabina Rabbit, when she comes out, she draws that foul as well, and Laura Kelly should put this over.
Kelly on the top of the D then, right in front of the black spot, puts that ball over the bar. It's a quick fire 2 points from Galway, and now it's becoming a bit of a contest again.
Yeah, just 4 points between the teams as well, and important for Galway and that side of things to get something out of it. But Killian, you just made a very good point. Galway got to a great start in the first half too, but they're leaving scoring opportunities behind them. They've taken 2 at this occasion as well. They have to keep driving down because MTU Cork are going to get another spell.
So foul committed. That's a free for Cork, and it probably lifts the siege just a little bit. Saoirse McCarthy in no rush coming up to this over the halfway line, and would they place the ball. Don't forget the Ashburn Cup coming up at 4 o'clock, seeing TUD looking to win it for the first time ever up against UCC. But it's MTU Cork now who are in charge of this Purcell Cup final at the minute. McCarthy with a long range effort, but she's tailed that out to the right and wide, and it gives, I suppose, if you're looking for anything, it gives Galway some little bit of hope, Darren.
Yeah, but again, it's just settling into the half. Like, this is a final as well. It's a massive occasion for both teams, and MTU Cork having a very strong second half. But Galway, now they're having a purple patch. They need to make a count in scores. They've closed back 3 already, including the point before half time.
Lana Kelly asking a little bit of Sabina Rabbit, but Rabbit gets his lovely take by Laura Kelly. Still going through Laura Kelly, going to have an opportunity, but she's been tailored away there very well. You'd have to say, considering she's on a yellow card, Emily O'Donovan, she did a very well, Darren.
She did very well to get inside there, and what you got, just running out of space in the end. Keenan Wayne on getting involved in the play there as well, setting her up too as well. Galway won't mind that again. It's just getting hungry, fighting for that ball a bit more, trying to just really get up at Cork.
Ball here down on top of the head of Cork's number 14, and that of course is the goal scorer Wellington Barrett, but it's Galway that come on the charge with it though, turning it over, and Niamh McPeak had that shot, but referee says that foul was committed there.
Yeah, it's the foul for the charge as well. It was always going to be a free out for the Cork player as well. But I have to say, good common sense refereeing from Kieran Groom as well. No need for cards, no need for nothing. Give the free, let's get on with it.
McCarthy hits the corner, knocking it out into a little bit of space for herself as Cahalan. Lovely scoop up then at the second time of asking, and she's got away from Rachel Kelly. Now she's trying to get away from the attentions of Sarah Guinan. She's still going, Cahalan. Narrowed angle though. Is she going to be able to scoop it over? Oh, what a score! Score the game, Darren Kelly.
Well, Killian, you were saying what you know about Cork, and we're giving Galway a bit of hope with a slow start to the second half. But it's moments of genius like that. Orla Callahan, who's had a big say in this game so far, and a very, very acute angle. Never a gimme by any stretch of the imagination. She split it right through the angle that she could see. Cork at their first score in the second half.
Yeah, 2-6-7 in a cracking score from Orla Callahan. Maybe just might ease some of the Cork nerve. The ball breaks here again, and Cork now looking to drive on that, trying to get forward. Fiona Keating and Lauren Homan, two of course that have plenty of senior to county experience there, drawing that foul, and again lifts some of the tension. And Saoirse taking her time again, knows that every second probably could be vital.
Well, the experience that she brings there as well, and even there they free one. Alana Kelly had to hurl out there trying to challenge the Cork player. I think it was Fiona Keating. But once you put it over the shoulder, you're asking for trouble. You give the decision to a referee, and all of a sudden, Killian, if this goes over the bar, Cork have wiped out Galway's early scores.
Saoirse McCarthy then, it looks like it's on a good trajectory. It's tailing to that left hand upright. It's over the bar. That's a cracking effort. Her third of the game, and as you said, there's the wipeout now Galway challenge.
It's back to the 6-point difference between the teams at half time. Saoirse McCarthy has really been on top of any of those balls and just controlling the game at her own pace. A good half back line too. She's used to playing in that position. Galway's fielding has been brilliant in this game. Sometimes they just take that extra second to make a decision when they push up the field, which you can't afford to do against the Cork side, because Cork are getting their tails up again.
Yeah, Homan looking to deliver the ball over on the far side. That breeze that was around the first half, Darren, definitely dropped. So no aid maybe to Galway in this second half as the ball goes down along the far sideline. Homan was looking for a bit of attention from the referee, but eventually it is Cork that turned it over. Oh, look at McCartan stealing into a bit of space. No one between her and the goal really. Saoirse McCartan settling on this, but she's driven it to the right and wide. That is a missed chance, Darren, because she could have actually taken another 10 yards.
Yeah, she'd be very, very disappointed with that, because it was a perfect spot for her too to put 7 back between the teams again, and she just commits the foul on Laura Kelly. But again, we're going back to this conversation, and of course I don't want to make it all sound about Galway, but it's concentration from them. You can't be giving players like Saoirse McCartan that much space to make a decision, because the next time she'll punish you.
Ball down into the corner where Rabbit is out again looking to do the needful, and the Galway management looking for maybe a bit of discipline from the referee here. And I'd say there's going to be another Cork name here going into the book, because every time Sabina seems to be able to get on that ball, and it looks like it's going to be the whole full back line now for Cork. MTU Cork are going to be yellow carded, I think. Yeah, yellow card there, so they're got to be careful, Darren, for the rest of the game, surely.
And that's the one thing they have to be careful of, Killian, because if Cork go down to 14 players, and the problems that Sabina Rabbit is causing, even if she's not getting an opportunity to get a score from play, they will be punished as well. But likewise too, you want your defenders to stop the key player, and that's what these Cork players are doing. They're sacrificing themselves. I'll be interested to see if Cork make any substitutions in defence.
Laura Kelly then, tight enough angle, puts the ball up and over the bar though. You could tell from the dugout over on the far side, right in front of her club mates and her classmates and course colleagues and everything like that, that ball was on its way. And that free coming here after 38 minutes. I suppose it's Galway then that lead this second half by 3 points to 2. UCC heading for the dressing room here then after coming out and seeing their fellow Cork colleagues.
Yeah, Kelly, just a change there for University of Galway at the moment. Keisha Coleman from Cropwell, number 25, has come onto the field of play, and she replaces Rachel Hughes.
Same for Rachel Hughes, and going on the charge here though are Cork, and it's coming from the Fiona Keating looking to play the ball inside. Opportunity maybe knocking for Hannah O'Leary here, but she's been held up by a bit of maroon and white wall there. Ball is on the ground, trying to keep getting in there. The referee said though that Fiona Keating was lying on the ball, so it's going to be a free out, but there was a chance there. But Galway were a little bit closer than they have been on some of the previous Cork attacks, and they've snuffed that one out. 2:78 then, coming up on 40 minutes gone, and it is coverage of the Purcell Cup final here from UCD with thanks to Electric Ireland and Entray, the guys here, Dave along with Luke and Owen doing the duty as we get charging here with Sabina Rabbit now. It's opening up a little bit. It's a 3-2 situation, opportunity maybe for Galway, but the Cork defence are back. It's dangerously close to that inside square. It's definitely a free in. But where was the foul committed? And Kieran Groom going in to have a look at it here. The Offaly official, he's quite happy that it's just outside. And I would be saying, Darren, you have to be getting Sabina Rabbit on the ball a bit more.
Well, you can see that time. I think some of the Cork defenders were afraid to challenge her, and she managed to gain those few yards, giving the ball over. I think it was to Tiffany Fitzgerald who drew the foul in the end. I think the guilty party in that occasion was Jenny Doyle, very, very close to the line. I think the decision was right, but again, Galway just keep tapping over the points.
Laura Kelly going to have the strike then with 5 on the line. She's not taking any Hail Mary efforts here then. Taps it over, assured of the point. And it's another free for her with 41st minute. And by my count now, she has accounted for 7 of Galway's total here. 2-7-9 then, back to a 4-point game, but McCartan's in the middle holding off McPeak, loses it then. McPeak is in there to try and dig it out, also trying to get in there and help was Alana Kelly. Rachel Hughes, ball is still on the deck, and it looks like it's been dug out there by the number 9 for Cork, Fiona Keating, and the referee then holding it up because there's a player on the deck, and he's calling in the physio.
I think it's Saoirse McCartan there, Killian. It's down after the challenge there when she was involved in the middle of the play, and definitely Cork wants to make sure that she's okay because she's having a big influence even after coming out into the middle of the park.
Yeah, she was on the deck before the replay started there, so I think she might just got a knock across the knuckles. The referee is going to throw the ball in here now at 2-7-9 with still 20 minutes to go, and can happen of course. Kieran Groom not happy that there's a scrum. Lauren Holman throwing her hands up to the air. Why weren't they getting the advantage? But I don't blame the referee here, electing to go and throw it in again. There's a lot of hassle and hurrying going on before the ball is even thrown in. There's a bit of spice, Darren.
Oh, well, that's most certainly it, and again it just goes to show how much it means to these players on the field that played there as well. Galway have really stepped up, getting involved in some of the physical exchanges in the second half. They waned out that a bit during the second quarter before half time as well. Cork still working very, very hard as they've done throughout the match as well, making it difficult for Galway to get involved. But Killian, I don't know if it's a positional switch, but it's good for Galway to see Sabina Rabbit out there getting involved, because Cork have already made that change to get Saoirse McCartan involved in the action.
Yeah, a lot of action happening there, but Alana Kelly eventually has dug it out and driven it in. Opportunity maybe could knock inside here now. Cork defence have got to be careful because they are all 3 of them on yellow cards, and eventually they did it quite well. And you'd have to credit again there, Darren, Aoife O'Neill, or I should say Emily O'Donovan, a full-back. You know, the work that she's done there, a couple of attacks, and she's just sniffed them out when Galway could have created goal opportunities. Yeah,
anytime that the Galway inside players have been in there causing problems, Emily O'Donovan has been up there as well, but the full back line have been brave, they have been tight, hence they all have yellow cards, it has to be said, because they've been committed to putting in the challenges as well. But that's their job, that's what you want your defenders to do. You definitely do not want to concede goals, and especially at this stage, as you said there, Killian, there's 4 points between the teams, we still have 18 minutes to go. A Galway goal changes everything, and they're on the move again.
Yeah, on the move. Laura Kelly taking at Lisa Reardon free, looking to play it out to the side here now. Ball comes back here towards McPeak, but Cork have disrupted it. It just wasn't strong enough, but McPeak looking to keep it in play. She does keep it in play. It was close to the line, a bit like the try for James Lowe yesterday, as this ball is sent back in by Laura. It's up and over the bar. She stayed in the pocket there in the corner. No one really picked her up, Darren, and she was there then for the pass.
Oh, but you have to credit Niamh McPeak as well. Again, just working so hard to hold on to control. It wasn't an easy ball to hold on to, and Laura Kelly waiting there again in an acute angle, but Laura Kelly backs herself every single day. The player from Salty, not in a carrier, when she finally got the pass down, put it over the bar, and now it's a 1-score ball game.
I've just took the words out of my mouth. Alana Kelly shaping that, giving it to Sabina Rabbit. Rabbit then offloading it somehow to Tiffany Fitzgerald, who's been a bit quiet, I have to say, Darren. She's urging on her teammates as well as she hits the ground for a free. I'd imagine it's going to be Laura Kelly, or it might be a bit too far out for her, but no, she's coming across to take it. A chance to make it a 2-point game. And as he said, it is getting spicy and spiky out there.
Yeah, but of course with Sabina too, she's never been given a moment to breathe whenever Cork defender is on her. And now we see it's Orla Cummins, the player tasked with her, as Cork don't want to get 2 yellow cards, but Galway have gotten the free again. Laura Kelly, another leader of this team as well, and it's getting very, very interesting.
Got away from her a little bit as she went to strike it, and I think she's pulled it to the left and wide. The scoop there just did get away on her, and she had to overreach a little bit, and that's forced it out to the left and wide. A little bit of a chance kind of big in there, Darren.
It's gone a begging there as well, because you're not going to get all these opportunities. We were seeing this during the first quarter before Cork settled themselves into it. And Cork, as we can see, their danger, and Fiona Keating just couldn't bring the ball with her on the occasion, but gets the pass forward. All of a sudden Cork are capable of opening up space.
Great take by Fiona Keating, giving out to Holman. Holman now is Holman Ho's nearly here. Lauren Holman still going. Jinx to the right. Shot from Holman. Good save by the keeper. Ball is on the edge of the square. Still there by Holman. Ball is left behind though as Cork try to come across it. It's going to be a free in, and again dangerously close. Cahalane is on the ground. She lost the legs there, were taken from under her. Is the referee judging that to be a free in? And it's again darn quite close to that line.
Yeah, the Galway defence there, we were just standing back as Lauren Holman was on the move, and we weren't too sure exactly where to go. Rachel Kelly was trying to pick where to stay, left or centre. She committed it to the centre, rightfully so, because Holman was getting in for the shot. A good save from Fiona Ryan. We've just seen the move here again from Lauren Holman coming in. You see Rachel Kelly getting back and forward, but Lauren Holman given the time to get the shot in. Hit it right at the keeper. It was still a difficult ball for Fiona Ryan to cover. Lauren Holman coming in for the snapshot, but Galway's defence got themselves in order. But Killian again just like that, and that's what we were saying with this Cork team.
Yellow card, Darren. I wonder, is it a penalty? Yeah, its hands are out. It's a penalty here and a chance maybe. Now you would feel this could be the telling of the game really. McCartan is going to stand over this. There was no question about it. Cahalane came across, legs were taken from under, yellow card was given, and well, it looks like it's going to be the penalty that will be taken by Saoirse McCartan, and this could be the telling of the game.
Yeah, but this is a big moment for Cork as well. They created that goal scoring opportunity, and of course we saw Saoirse McCartan score a goal from a penalty in the first half as well. But there's a reason, Gillian, why this MTU Cork team are unbeaten in this Purcell Cup so far. They're taking these chances as well, and after all Galway's good work in the third quarter, if Saoirse McCartan sticks his ball to the back of the net, and you'd feel they have one hand on the trophy.
Saoirse McCartan then with this chance got it a little bit high, but she's got it in there and out. A great save. It just got away from Saoirse McCartan. I think Darren, when she scooped it up, she had to overcompensate then, but a good save from Galway's netminder Fiona Ryan.
I was very, very surprised that Saoirse McCartan didn't take the opportunity to run at that ball a little bit. She took it from a standing shot. Now she hit it very, very well, hitting it low to the keeper's left. But Fiona Ryan, we talked about the save she pulled off there just a moment ago. That's a very, very important save for University of Galway. It keeps them in the match, even though Cork had an opportunity to get something out of this.
Saved by Fiona Ryan from that penalty then from Saoirse McCartan, but Saoirse McCarthy comes up to take the resulting 45, and she's put it to the right and wide and keeps Galway in this.
Yeah, Killian, if Galway do come back to win this game, we'll talk about that moment of play as being the turning point of the match as well, because that was Cork's chance to put the boot down here now and wrap this game up. They feel they're on top of it. They've beaten University of Galway in this competition already by 5 points back in November, but as you just said there, Galway are back in the match, and the next score now, Killian, is crucial.
Yeah, next score you'd feel Darren either cements it or brings a comeback here with 2-7-10. Cork have not really come out and shone in the second half. They've only got 2 points. Galway really have battled back here, and they're taking the fight to them, and one of them is leading the way as Sarah Guinan. Into the middle it goes now, trying to get in there. McPeak, lovely take up. I don't know how she did that, Darren Kelly. Ball is played inside now. Opportunity might knock here for Tegan Canning, looking to get inside, but again you'd have to credit Emily O'Donovan, shepherded all the way to the line. Great full back play.
Yeah, but Niamh McPeak is not a soaring star for no reason, Killian. She has those skills, that good hand as well to get control of the ball, and she created that opportunity there, sending it inside. Galway don't get anything out of it because of the great defending of Emily O'Donovan, as you just mentioned there as well. But again, it's just perfectly poised with 12 minutes to go.
Oh, Galway lost the final to TUD last year, looking to amend for that, of course. But Cork on the charge here, last winning of course in 2016 as Cork IT. Ball goes over the top, but it might work out for Cork's number 14, the goal scoring the first goal, and that was Ella Wigington Barrett, as she looks to get this ball back into play, pops the pass back out, looking to come inside with the shot. It's Saoirse McCarthy. It's up and over the bar. The captain playing a captain's part, Darren.
Oh, she's one of the standout players in this game and getting that score as well. And actually, was it that number 10 that got that, Killian? Was it Hannah O'Leary?
Oh, it was Hannah O'Leary. Maybe the helmet was there, looking similar there with the blue. I thought it was. She's just on the top of the pocket, so apologies there. It was Hannah O'Leary then with that score. It's just the way that she shot up over the crowd. I thought it was Saoirse, but no, it was then credited to the number 10, and that is Hannah O'Leary, and a cracking effort there, you'd have to say, from the same Finbars player, just coming out of the ruck. All of a sudden Ella was in a little bit of blinded space, and Hannah was able to produce to be able to get there and put that ball over the bar.
Yeah. And Kenny, I was deceived myself, I have to say, with the sun coming out. I quickly had a look back in defence to see where Saoirse McCarthy was, and she was sitting in a pocket right in front of the full back line there as well. So credit to Hannah O'Leary for getting that score.
So 2-8 to 10 then on the scoreboard as Galway look to launch something, but that's sitting in and suiting then the aforementioned Saoirse McCarthy. But that ball has been won back by Galway. Ticky-tacky now, but they've got to be a little bit more meaningful. McCartan is in there trying to dig it out, and eventually she's using the strength that she has to pop the pass inside. Official here on this side saying it was a throw. See any issue with it as the ball is played for Galway. 2-8 to 10 now. Galway needs something to happen in the next couple of minutes, you feel. Look like an overplay of the ball there by the Galway player, and it's going to be a Cork ball. And they're urging with it, and then he changes his mind. I don't know about that one, Darren.
There's a lot of decisions taking place here now, Killian, with there, so much at stake in each one of them there as well, whether it's throws, whether it's sideline cuts. You have to take the breaks and play the game as the decisions go your way or against you and get hammered, and that's exactly what Keisha Coleman's going to do here.
Yeah, Keisha Coleman from Craughwell. Even has her county down as Craughwell in the programme, Darren. It's a big spot. I don't know whether it has that status just yet, though.
They're very passionate about their camogie, their hurling, or even their football now that's building up in the area of Craughwell too, and lots of people involved in promoting Gaelic games there as well. So if the programme says that and it's a successful day for themselves, I don't think they'll mind too much.
Have they claimed independence, I wonder, have they? Overnight maybe, but anyway, it won't matter. Keisha Coleman trying to deliver here, and again, sun coming back out now. It's not going to help us for the next few minutes. We need that cloud to come back. No, we don't want to hear that, but...
No, the sun is out at the moment, but Killian, a bit of concern here for Niamh McPeak from Galway too, who's just gone on the ground there. She was involved in so many tussles over the course of this game, working very, very hard. She's a very, very important player for the University of Galway team if they are going to turn this around in the final 9 minutes plus injury time as well. So hopefully she's okay.
Hopefully so. She's down. Don't forget, coming up at 4 o'clock is the Ashburn Cup final, and that takes place between TU Dublin and UCC. TU Dublin have never won the Ashburn, whereas UCC is such a strong team. Have as that wide ball goes in and wide for Galway, and it's another let off. Of course, Cork haven't won it in 20 years, so they'll be looking to put that to bed today. But a wide for Galway, Darren, another chance gone a biggin.
Yeah, Lana Kelly will be disappointed with that. It was a long range effort, and of course that sun coming out as well is getting into the eyes of the Galway attackers just that little bit as well, and that might be a factor. Has
the air gone out with their balloon a little bit now as they try to charge forward. The momentum is definitely gone that they had there a couple of minutes ago, as Cork look to build out from the back with their corner back looking to get that ball away. Ellen O'Regan over onto the far side it goes. Apologies now, as he said, if the sun is impacting, but I think you're getting a clear enough picture over there. There's a bit of a ruck forms, and Kieran Groom will extend that it's going to be a throw ball. There's a number of Cork players who are trying to get in there, including the last point score there for Cork, Hannah O'Leary. Going to be a throw ball. Kieran Groom about to throw that ball in. It looked like Galway got it, and Keisha Coleman in there trying to dig it out. Still though, it's just a moving ruck at the moment, and it looks like Galway have got out with it. Is it Rabbit again? Was in there. And Galway holding this ball up now for Laura Kelly. In fact, it was Tiffany Fitzgerald there that was in there in that ruck, just driving out with it. And Darren, it's a long way out, but Galway need everything now in the next couple of minutes. Yeah, but Laura Kelly is the player you depend on to do that, Killian. I'm surprised she didn't take the previous free, it has to be said, because she's hit that one very well. Yeah, it has, and hits it over the bar. And it's back to a one-score game, or 2-8 to 11. 24 minutes gone in this second half. So 6 minutes and whatever. Kieran Groom. 9 points by my count for Laura of the 11 for Galway, as Saoirse McCartan comes on board now and looking to get inside with help and support from Hannah O'Leary. McCartan looking to pop the pass, but probably could have popped it about 5 steps earlier. But the ball is still on the ground now, and she's trying to cause struggles in there and everything, as trying to get in there as well was Caitlin Deneen. Ball is on the deck and being pulled out here by Cahalan. Got a lovely score here in this second half, but she's been held off that ball by Laura Kelly. Laura back helping out. She's a score taker and she's also a grafter, you'd have to say, Darren, doing some amount of work out there.
All those big grafters on both teams, Killian, like working really, really hard. Lauren Holman, another example in possession there as well. She just likes to run with the ball. There's options to the left if she uses it. Here's the captain.
Here's the captain, Saoirse McCarthy. Let's swing around enough. It's a nice strike. It could stay in play. Ball was taken down. It's gone out and wide though. Chance got a bit, and it was in around the key area there, but Wigginton Barrett wasn't able to get control of it, and it's gone out for a wide.
Yeah, I think Saoirse McCarthy heard your mistake a couple of moments ago and wanted to give you a point from the captain herself. It came very, very close. But again, if Ella Wigginton Barrett could have gotten that, she could have had an opportunity. Again, we have to remember Cork are leading this game the whole way through. Even if it's been more 50-50 in the second half, there could be 1 or 2 scores away from winning this match.
Hannah O'Leary was getting in there and bringing that ball forward, and McCartan was trying to snaffle up on the break. It's got very messy now. It's suiting Cork, probably not suiting Galway, but there's been an awful lot of rucks in the last few minutes, Darren, and it does suit MTU Cork.
It does indeed, because it's slowing down any potential momentum from Galway there too. But of course, MTU Cork have been battling for every ball, and they had that spell in the second quarter of the match where they made a count on the scoreboard as well, looked more dangerous, turned over more ball. Galway have improved in those stats, and I don't have a stats book in front of me, Killian. I'm just saying that from instinct as well. They've been much more improved over the second half, but again, they still trail this game by 3 points, and at some stage they're going to have to twist here because there's just over 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, 2-5 at half time it was, so they're winning the second half battle by 6 points to 3, but they need something major to happen, and maybe Sabina Rabbit would be the one to do it. She was looking to get in on that break there as Galway came forward. It's on the ground and she's up there trying to help out, and again it's just being held off there, and it looks like Ellen O'Regan was keeping the ball from coming back on the Galway side, so it's going to be a throw ball out on the 20 metre line for Kieran Grooman. Ball has been thrown in. Don't forget, I said the Ashburn at 4 o'clock coming up with TUID and UCC as this ball is inside now. Here's an opportunity for Galway. Alana Kelly, look at it, keep going. Ball is blocked away, and again, how many times has she done it in there? Emily O'Donovan with the initial block, but what is Kieran Groom seeing now? He's called a halt to the play. Is it going to be a free out? I think it is a free out, and he's going to book the Galway player. But Darren, if we look back on this game, and it's decisive in it all, 4 attacks have gone in there. You would feel they could have come out something, and Emily O'Donovan has repelled them.
Yeah, Nee Spellman there from Kilkenarn getting that yellow card. She must have come on a couple of moments ago, but Nee McPeak setting up a wonderful opportunity for Alana Kelly, who did everything right, just ran out a bit of space. Cork closing the gap there as well and turning it over to a big moment for Galway, because that's the closest killing, you have to say, they've really come towards a goal in this match as well. Cork have had much more of the goal scoring opportunities, and I feel myself, Killian, that Galway are going to have to get a goal if they've any chance of saving this match. As the clock continues ticking away, Galway have won a free back here as well. There's a bit of a wording there between the rival players as well, but at the end of the day, Cork know a point or two. It could be good enough to win this match.
Yeah, a point for Cork and you think it's done, but Galway, all of a sudden, it's in the melting pot. So Galway have won this free, and Kieran Groom, despite the attention to the Cork player, allows the play to continue. It drops down in around the bread basket again, and it's picked up by Rabbit. Rabbit looking to get away from 3 or 4 Cork players, gets inside. Referee says that she led and looked to charge, and I think Darren, she's probably tried to overdo it there a little bit, and the Cork defence didn't do anything wrong, and it's a free out, and that chance now again, it's time slipping away here. Yeah,
Killian, you could argue she was looking for it too, and it has worked for so far, but Cork, I think, have learned their lesson after the 3rd yellow card later on, that they stand back a little bit now. It's a dangerous game to play with someone of the quality of Sabina Rabbit that can find that bit of a gap there too. I'd be more, of course, curious there, as Hannah O'Leary was on the ground a few minutes ago. Sarah Guinan had some words there. I'd be curious to know what Sarah said to her, but either way, Galway, the clock continues ticking away. They still trail by 3 points, and Cork are doing everything right in defence to hold them out.
Yeah, doing it right now. What do you do here? Laura Kelly, it's 45 metres out after that foul that was committed on, of course, our Schlockneil and Derry player, Cleena Niminen. And it's going to see a chance for Laura Kelly that will make it a 2-point game. And as we know in GA circles, Darren, a dangerous lead. If she puts this over, Laura Kelly then trying to bring it back towards University of Galway's favour. It's up and over the bar. And that is her 10th point of 12 phenomenal scoring record, Darren.
And she's a phenomenal scorer, full stop, Killian, in any game she plays. It brings it back to 2 points. Now, obviously, we don't know how much added time is going to be played. We're in the final minute of normal time. I'd assume the players have asked the referee, and I'd assume that Laura Kelly knew there's plenty of time to get 3 scores in this game. So, again, Galway have to start winning these balls around here. Cork, if they get possession, which they have, they're going to go run at the goal.
Yeah, they're going to go for broke here, and they're charging forward. The referee is calling it back. And obviously felt that Lauren Holman wasn't going to be able to get anything from where she was heading, so a chance now that just lifts the siege a little bit. Saoirse McCarthy taking all the time that she's going to need to walk up to this, but I'd imagine there's going to be a minimum of 3 minutes, I'd say, Darren, because there have been a few stoppages.
Yeah, Killian, that occasion was surprised he didn't allow the advantage to go a bit, but in fairness to Kieran Groom, he's let these teams get on with it over the course of the game. Let them play camogie. That's what they're here to do as well. That's what we want to see our referees do. And Cork do have their free, and Saoirse McCarthy has a chance to restore that 3-point advantage.
So McCarthy standing over this now, down into the far end here, left hand side. It's up and over the bar, and I might have used the moniker wrongly earlier on, but the captain playing a captain's part, that's a vital score just to lift some of the pressure that they might be under at the moment. It makes it 2-9 to 12 points, and the ball breaks in the middle.
Ball breaks in the middle. Killian, Galway will definitely need their goal to save this match, but Cork look like they're going to try and wrap it up with this attack.
And they could wrap it up with Hannah O'Leary dropping it in, but it's on the keeper's stick. She does very, very well, you'd have to say there. Fiona Ryan under a bit of pressure, and she knocks the ball out here towards Laura Kelly, who just misses the ball, and it's going to be a Cork ball, and that's nearly as good as a score.
Yeah, Fiona Ryan has saved Galway so much in this game with her saves as well, but her control of the ball, as Lisa Reardon did with all the high balls that came out down here, and that goal in the first half as well. Cork, again, that would have been the score to go for. It was a difficult one from distance too, but Cork have control through Saoirse McCartan.
McCartan going to take this nice cut in towards the full forward position, but the ball goes over the top of the goal scorer, the first goal scorer of the game, of course. That was Ella Winnington Barrett. As Galway come on the attack now. They know they need a goal if they're to force additional time, because I don't think they're going to get 4 points, Darren. As Sorka McCartan back helping out defence, plays it into the middle. Oh, it needed to be just measured, and it was. Keating now driving on with this ball. McCarthy outsider here, takes it into her hand, coming inside now. Here's a shout inside from Holman, looking to slip around the player, putting down the head now. Lauren Holman going to have a shot off. This could be the icing on the cake. Drops it in over the bar, and the big player stood up, Darren, in the last couple of seconds here.
Yeah, Killian, if you take the second half, and in particular the Cork side, Lauren Holman's going to be up there in the player of the match contenders. The captain, Saoirse McCarthy, well involved. It's all over.
And Kieran Groom has called a halt on it. It's MTU Cork who have won the Purcell Cup here for the first time since 2016. Galway did everything they could in that second half, but Cork did enough. They held them off defensively, just got it together that little bit more. They relied an awful lot on Laura Kelly's place balls, you'd have to say, did NUIG, but at the end of the day, it was those goals ultimately in that first half, Darren, that were to be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, Killian, there was a 15-minute spell in the first half where MTU Cork scored 2-3 unanswered, and that was the difference between the teams. It gave them a 2-goal buffer at half-time. Admittedly, Galway were much improved in the second half, fighting for those 50-50 balls, and definitely came out even in it, even if they didn't manage to make a count on the scoreboard. But Cork just picked off scores at crucial times in that half. They got 2 early scores. They had a point from Hannah O'Leary in 48 minutes as well, and those 2 late points from Saoirse McCarthy and from Lauren Holman, 2 key players in this performance as well. You can't really argue with the winners overall, because they created goal scoring opportunities. Fiona Ryan pulling off some great saves for University of Galway. Niamh McPeak working very, very hard. Sabina Rabbit winning an awful lot of frees. Laura Kelly, as you mentioned, scoring 10 points as well. But from Cork, their defenders were brave. The 3 full-backs got yellow cards, but so what? That's their job, and they were very intelligent how they played afterwards. Saoirse McCarthy led by example, worthy captain as well. Lauren Holman really standing out in the second half. Saoirse McCarthy standing out in the first half as well. Orla Callahan, don't want to leave her out as well. But MTU Cork unbeaten, 5 games out of 5. They are champions, and congratulations to them.
Yeah, cracking win for Cork. Darren, you probably just throw a word for Galway. You know, came roaring back at it, no question about it, right in the melting pot. We got it back to a 1-score game at one stage, but there was a spell there that had 3 wides in about 5 minutes, and you just wonder, you know, some of those were let off opportunities really.
Well, they were indeed, but Killian, I think you look at the first half as well, and some of the chances they dropped short as well, has probably been more damaging too. It's very, very hard and very, very tiring when you're chasing a game, and Galway deserve great credit for stepping stepping up and chasing this game and making a contest out of it in the second half, just when it seemed to be getting away from them. But you have to nail all those, and there was a couple of poor misses, a couple of opportunities that went to begging for them as well. While in fairness to Cork, while they missed a few themselves in the second half, they were always that bit more threatening, and they made their purple patches count that bit more. It gave them a buffer to protect, which they protected very, very well. Look, quality players throughout the field for both University of Galway and MTU Cork. You said at the start of the game it was like an inter-county match. It certainly was like an inter-county match. A very, very good final. Another great exhibition of camogie on the field of play, and I look forward to seeing a lot of these players representing the respective counties, not just Galway and Cork. Of course, you've Offaly, Kilkenny represented there, Derry as well represented too, and we look forward to seeing them later in the year when the inter-county season gets up and running. But like University of Galway, to lose 2 finals in a row, very, very difficult. I think it's 3 finals they've lost since 2018, but you can't argue here today. MTU Cork made a count when they had to, and they're deserving Purcell Cup champions.
Yeah, deserving Purcell Cup champions will be awarded to them in the next couple of minutes. Don't go away, because we will have the presentation, and also we'll hear from the camps here in the Purcell Cup final. But congratulations to MTU Cork. For the first time since 2016, they are the Purcell Cup winners, and they have won out here today by 210 to 12 points. So as I said, don't go away, more to come. Remind me.
Oh, lads, you can bring it right up to the podium here. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome here to UCD again. Saying this every couple of hours now. Welcome here to UCD again for another great final. We said it on Friday night. We said it for the two finals. We said it this morning. The finals just keep getting better by the looks of it. So credit to both teams. It was a fantastic game. Give yourselves a round of applause. Again, a couple of thank yous. So first of all, our sponsors, Electric Ireland, they came on board there a couple of months ago, guys. The support's been absolutely brilliant. We've seen what they've done for the Fitzgibbon and the Singers in the last few years, and now we're getting to see that in Homey, which is absolutely fantastic. We're getting to streaming the Purcell finals, streaming two Ashburn semi-finals yesterday, and the Ashburn final today. It's massive for promotion of the game, and you know the players deserve it, and they show that out there on the pitch. So massive thanks to Electric Ireland and everyone that's worked with. To UCD again, as you can see, the pitches are in fantastic conditions. The facilities here are absolutely fantastic. So massive thanks to Jared, Josh. The lack of work we had to do to prepare this was unbelievable, and it's all down to the staff here at UCD and everyone inside in the sports centre. So massive thanks to UCD. The officials, your second thanks of the day. Great job again. We'll see you again in a couple of hours. So just a quick round of applause for the officials for all the work they do. Just commiserations, Galway. Our Fathermar team won the Fathermar earlier on after losing the last 2 years, so we know exactly how you feel. We've been in that position. Fantastic team. Keep going. You will get a trophy here before you leave that college. So excellent game and hard luck today. Our first port of call then, we're going to get Pat Fenlon from Electric Ireland to present the player of the match to this year's Purcell player of the match, which is Saoirse McCarthy. And then lastly, we'll present the Purcell Cup, Electric Ireland Purcell Cup for 2023 to NTU course captain Saoirse McCarthy.
Thanks to the referee and officials, great game, sporting, and again, all weekend, you're here too, you're running around just as much as we are, so big thank you. I'd like to thank the sponsors, Electric Ireland, for sponsoring the podium this year. You know, it's great to be sponsored the same as the men, and you know, like, it's been a step forward for Camogie. For our own sponsors, VMware, supporting all the clubs in MTU this year again, so big thank you to them. I'd like to thank the college Dublin this weekend. Thanks, Uga. So your support is not on the team, and just a big thank you to everyone who came up and played us on. Personally, I'd like to thank the girls. Another commitment this year. It's not easy when you're in college and you're going on nights out and stuff, and you commit to the college and no, I don't like outside. Big thank you to the girls, and I hope we win Ashburn next year now. On behalf of all the team, I'd like to thank the management. So that's Christy, Mike, Eva and Sonia. The hours you put in weekly don't go unnoticed, and this cup is just as much yours as it is ours. So big thank you to you lads. Finally, I'd like to thank Galway. You have a great team, and I've no doubt you'll be back again next year. So just a big round of applause for Galway. I'd like to wish our fellow Cork teams best of luck in the Ashburn final as well. So best of luck to UCC. But up into you.
I know, we'll give her a couple of minutes. We'll hold you for about 10. Alright, John. Dave, we'll do one camera off. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, and you're welcome back. The face you see on screen is the victorious manager of MTU Cork, Christy Connery. Christy, describe that, how you're feeling.
Fantastic, I suppose. You start out kind of with the girls at the start of the year, and I suppose the ambition for us and for them especially is to try and get to a weekend like this weekend, and you'd like to see them perform then as well. I suppose they're in the college to get an education naturally enough, and they make a big effort in the camogie, and they train hard and they play hard, and it's nice for them to get maybe a reward at the end of it. And the college has been trying for a number of years, trying to win the Purcell for the last few years and that, and to try and maybe push up to Ashbourne, and I suppose that's always the goal. But at the same time, you'd like to see them, first of all, doing well, but also enjoying the experience of the whole thing, and I think they did that this weekend,
A year for you, of course, that it can be a bit fragmented because the competition starts so early, and then obviously Christmas gets in the way and everything. Can be hard maybe to keep it all on track.
It is. I suppose that's probably the one thing about it, is that, from week to week you might have different players available and so on, and for us this year we were fortunate to have a lot of inter-county players as well, and tied up with Cork and that, and that kind of, it helps, and I wouldn't say it's a hindrance, but you're trying to manage that as well, and you're trying to manage players' workloads and schedules also, and again you have to be mindful of the fact that, look, girls can't always make it because of maybe exams and so on. There is a break in the college over the Christmas time, and that is a challenge because again you're trying to get them even together once a week, and girls maybe from different counties as well, Kilkenny, Limerick, so again it's not always easy for them to maybe get to Cork every week, but look, we do the best we can, but I suppose we're fortunate too that a lot of these girls play with their clubs and they play at a good level, and they're coming to us in good shape. We're only just keeping them together and trying to create an atmosphere within the group, and I think that was kind of shown today as well.
No question, it was shown today, Christy, because I think it was probably vital. You had a 15-minute spell, you did make that bit of hay, go in at half-time with a significant lead, but that lead you needed because Galway definitely took it to you in the second half.
Absolutely, and look, we didn't expect anything else, to be honest with you. We always felt even before the game started it was going to be tight, and a couple of points would probably settle it. And to be fair, Galway probably equally as good as us. Maybe fortune maybe favoured us at some stages in the game today, and I think you have to take a look as you go with it. But to be fair to the girls, I suppose they answered it when we needed some, to answer the questions. And you're not going to have a purple patch for 60 minutes, and it's kind of a bit of a cliche. But look, you have to make sure that when you are kind of under pressure that you can weather that storm and move on again and try and finish strong, and we did. We were kind of fortunate that we got the scores when it mattered, and we just always kept ourselves probably just that little bit ahead.
Well, you did it vital today. Congratulations to you, Christy.
Thanks,
Go off
William.
and enjoy it.
Appreciate
you
it.
can hand the microphone there to Saoirse when she comes in there, and she's joining us. She's a happy lady, of course, a player we've got to know a bit over the last few years. Saoirse, congratulations.
Thanks a million, Killian.
As captain and obviously as player of the match, is something to be leading this crew, but it needed everyone to the wheel here today, didn't it?
Oh, definitely. I think there was a lot of composure needed today. It was easy to get caught up in the hype of it all. I think in the first 5 minutes we kind of took a little while to settle, and once we did, then it was kind of just trying to keep everyone calm and keeping the heads on. They really did put us to the collar. We were giving away frees there towards the end, and you kind of think, geez, they could come back at us here, but we had to keep the head, and I'm glad we did.
Yeah, glad you did. Defensively, you were under a bit of pressure there, and I'm just thinking of your full backline. They probably won't like to be reminded. They all had picked up a card, so they're on tender hooks.
Definitely, and when you have that in the back of your head, you're on a card, you're going to be thinking about it, and it was just. Sorry, she nearly cleaned herself going off the fence. It was just trying to manage that as best we could, and I kind of said it to the girls. I said, look, if I'm free, let me tackle and just shadow her. So we worked that out, and these kind of things happen throughout the year, so at least we were prepared that way.
I said it to Christy as well, that time that she had in the second quarter, the first half, was vital ultimately for what she achieved here and getting the win.
Yeah, definitely. I know, Saoirse, we had practiced those penalties, and I'm so glad she slotted them or won. And I had full faith that she'd do that, and I think she won it herself, and I'm so glad that she had the confidence to step up and take. And I think that was a massive part of the game, that penalty there in the first half really settled us, and having that goal cushion throughout the game really, really helped.
My last question to you, because I know you're eager to get away and celebrate, Saoirse. What does this mean now? You're heading away from MTU. Unfortunately, you won't be back, but you'll be hoping they'll push on now and maybe claim an Ashburn.
Definitely, they're a great group of girls. I think there's only two of us in fourth year, so there's only two of us leaving the team. So every girl that you see there, bar myself and Ellen O'Regan in the full back line, they're all going to be there again next year playing Ashburn, so I wish them the very best of luck.
And I'm sure you'll be cheering them on as they go. Saoirse, congratulations as captain and as player of the match here this afternoon. You can hand the microphone there to the Galway representative. And Johnny Burke is joining us here. Johnny, I suppose a bit chastening, you have a loss here, but that second half performance will probably stand to you in some ways, that at least you fought very hard to the end there.
Yeah, we the girls. We can't fault the girls. Goals win games. We left ourselves a bit of a mountain to climb in the second half, and they knew what they wanted to do. We didn't have to tell them a whole lot. They knew they needed to work to get the work rate up in the second half and that kind of thing, and they put in a serious effort. I suppose we were chasing the game that bit, but then they left everything on the pitch, and that's all you can ask for. And hopefully it will stand to them. It's unfortunate, it's the second one in a row to lose, so hopefully next year third time lucky. So
and that's something obviously to drive on. I'm very conscious though as well, Johnny. The college structure. People move on, they come to the end of their time and so forth. I don't want to be looking 12 months from now, but is it a settled crew that you could maybe make a drive at this really?
We'd hope to, but we like everything else. You will have 2 or 3 on the exit door. We're hoping maybe 1 or 2 of them might come back and get a master's or something like that. But we'll have to talk to a few in the college and see how that goes. But I suppose that's for another day. And again, I suppose we're in a lucky position that Galway, Camogie at underage and minor in particular is quite strong, and you'd be hoping the bulk of the players come from there. But we do have Kilkenny, Cork, Derry, Offaly in our ranks, and hopefully the word is spreading out at Galway, and we're trying to put structures in place. It's the first year we fielded 2 teams in Camogie, and obviously the boys field 3 in hurling, so that's obviously a goal as well for us down the line. And if we can put those structures in place, and that we'd say that those structures are in place, the pathway then for the players on those panels to work their way through, and then you have that continuity as well. So
that's a key word I was just going to say to you there as we finish up, Johnny, that that pathway now that's created, because with Galway at inter-county level, how well they're doing, for maybe a girl coming from minor level or whatever, or coming out of Leaving Cert, seeing an opportunity maybe with University of Galway to kind of continue that pathway.
Yeah, exactly. And like we'd say, obviously Galway winning the intermediate last year as well, there's another pathway in there as well, but obviously those minors will push into that and fill that gap. We have some of those girls in college coming and going back in with the Galway intermediates this year, so that'll hopefully help drive on the standards for what they'll be coming back to us again in the next college term. So we're in an enviable position where we're getting a lot of the structures that we'd want to have in place, but it's about today, and we'd obviously like to have got it over the line today as well. So
it's unfortunate though, but it's something maybe to build on again for next year. Johnny, commiserations, but thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much.
You might hand the microphone there to Darren Kelly, who comes back in on camera. Darren, just to wrap this whole thing up, I suppose, you heard there from Saoirse, they knew they had a battle, but they had done enough.
Well, there's one thing as well I have to say, Killian, too, and it just goes to show how much it means to these players. Like Saoirse was very emotional when I went over to get her to go over for the interview. She was hugging her parents, hugging her partner as well, and it just goes to show how important that the third level competitions are to these players as well. They just did enough at the end there. They did that damage in the second quarter, getting those 2 goals, and again defensively they just never gave Galway that bit of space. There was a few fouls committed, but you want your defenders to get tough. Galway won't be happy that, I suppose, they didn't get more opportunity to express themselves in attacking the game there as well. But that's the way things. You have to take your chances as they come. Galway deserve a massive credit for getting back into the game in the second half, but they did waste a few scoring opportunities in the first quarter, and midway during the half they probably proved crucial, while Cork, they just stood up when they had to. Couple of points, I think, Killian, was it 5 points they got in total in the second half, Cork did, but there were 5 important points.
Absolutely, as it turned out. Just my last thing to you, Darren, Saoirse mentioning there, only 2 of the panel leaving MTU Cork puts them in a good fettle, you would feel, to make a charge at Ashburn, doesn't it?
Well, I certainly hope so as well, and that's where they're going to be in there now as well. And Cork have great tradition in Camogie, so we mentioned with UCC, who we'll see coming up at 4 o'clock as well. But there's some good quality players out in the field of play. They're going to gain so much confidence from this result today. They're going to take so much from the experience of the campaign, where they're unbeaten over the 5 games as well. There's a place in Ashburn for them, they're a place worthy of as well, and I look forward to seeing how they get on in the top tier of third level Camogie next year.
Thanks indeed, Darren Kelly, for the moment then. So victory for MTU Cork, 210 to 12 points over University of Galway. It is, of course, the Purcell Cup heading for Cork. Will the Ashburn be heading for Cork? Well, TUD will have something to say about that. That game is underway at 4 o'clock. I'll be joining Darren. He'll be on main commentary. All that to look forward to. But for the moment, it's congratulations, MTU Cork. They are the Purcell Cup winners for 2023. For me, for the moment, good luck to you.
invincible.
Afternoon, thank you very much and welcome back here to Dave Billings Park in UCD Belfield in Dublin for the second part of our double header on the Electric Ireland YouTube channel today. As mentioned earlier on, it is time for the Ashburn Cup final of 2023 and an opportunity for the two teams lining out in the field here today. History will be made. Behind me you see UCC Cork. They have not won this competition in 20 years. They have lost 8 finals in the meantime. Their opponents from TU Dublin have never been champions in the first tier of Camogie. They were Purcell Cup champions in 2022. Delighted, I'm Darren Kelly, delighted to be joined in the commentary box by my partner in crime, Killian Whelan. And Killian, as I just mentioned there, an opportunity, history for both colleges at stake here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's hard to credit, and I said it, I think, in Waterford there a couple of years ago. It's hard to believe that UCC have had to wait so long for their 31st title. You know, when you consider some of the players that would have gone through the college, but you know, they've been knocking on the door now the last couple of years, so maybe an opportunity for them. But great work obviously being done in TUD, you know, coming from the Purcell Cup last year. A lot of that panel still around, and they've made a right charge to make it all the way to the final.
We'll look at the teams in just a moment, Killian, but the breaking news coming out from both camps: Ciara O'Sullivan does not start for UCC. She picked up an injury at the end of that long 80-minute battle with DCU yesterday. On the other side of things, concerns about Roisin McCormick for TU Dublin. They've been eased. She will start this game.
Okay, well that's vital. Ultimately, I think Roisin will be a vital cog in the whole the scenario, whether TUD are to take this title for the first time or not. But you know, looking at things with regards to UCC, you know, that is a bit of a loss then. So probably balances out, Darren, and probably evens things up. But you know, how much of that 80 minutes has taken the legs off Cork? You know, they were in a right physical encounter. I know they came out with probably a significant enough victory in the end when you think of it, which had been a close game throughout. That could be a factor that maybe TUD might try and stretch UCC here in the early stages and see what they're made of.
Be a fantastic result for their journey if they do, but likewise UCC, the only unbeaten side in the competition, and they'll have a lift off seeing MTU Cork with the Purcell.
Absolutely, and sure, you know, it just kind of bodes well for, you know, maybe where Cork Camogie is at this moment in time. Both teams heavily backed by, of course, the Cork setup, and as I said to you, the first game, it was nearly like an inter-county match between Cork and Galway, essentially with a sprinkling of a few other counties. You have similar here today, you know, the good work that has probably bounced out of Dublin in recent years, backbone in an awful lot of TUD, and of course Cork play a heavy role in UCC as well. So, you know, it's going to be, I would imagine, a cracking encounter. Nod, obviously, as you said, unbeaten, has to maybe head towards UCC, but as we know, anything could still happen here.
And anything can happen indeed, and we look forward to that as well. It's myself and Killian Whelan. We're just going to head up to the commentary box, but in a moment we'll run through the two teams, starting with TU Dublin. in the sky blue matching into navy, or navy and white as they say in the official programme. They make 2 changes from the team that beat SETU Waterford 3-16 to 7 points yesterday. Rachel Brennan from the St. Peregrine's Club in Dublin comes back into the team instead of Jennifer Moore, while Jodie Couch gets the start. She'll be wearing the number 19 jersey, replacing Aoife Heffernan. So the 15 players, the lineup for TU Dublin are as follows: Rebecca Atkinson in goal. Full-back line of Christine Shanahan, Rachel Brennan and Lauren Robinson wears number 4. The half-back line were number 5, Claire Gannon. Centre-back number 6 is Niamh Gannon, and number 19 is Jodie Couch. In midfield where number 8 is Jodie's sister Gabby, and partner her number 9 is Emma Minogue. The half-forward line 10, Niamh Keenan, 11 Ellie Young, and 12 is Kerry Finnegan. And the inside line 13 Megan Dowdle, 14 Roisin McCormick, and 15 Sarah Barco. Killian, very, very strong players. They were very, very strong in their performance yesterday against SETU Waterford, and some big name players there as well, especially in attack.
Yeah, some big name players, there's no doubt, and both sides come in here, Darren, with serious record. And like that win yesterday against Waterford, is I have to say probably one of the best results from TUD in recent time. But again, getting to see Jodie getting in there, getting the start. It was our player of the match in last year's Purcell Cup final. She was so delighted. I remember picking up the player of the match award last year when we spoke to her. But again, just phenomenal player. But 2 really, really heavily packed sides. But I still think TU Dublin have such strength there, and going down through the list, Darren, so many of them involved. The 1 to 8 there that you mentioned all played in last year's Purcell Cup final, and a couple of others obviously still within the panel. And as you can see there on screen, a very, very important trophy, Darren, probably one of the oldest, of course, within the GA family, and probably across a lot of sports. The Ashburn Cup sitting out on the grass here now. Lovely shot from the lads here from Entray. But will it be heading back to Cork for the first time in 20 odd years, or will it be sticking around Dublin? Wait and see.
Well, we'll see that too. I've been told we will have a raw in the field before throw-in, so I'll quickly run through the UCC team just in case we have to make a break for that. Avril Cashman coming back into the team wearing number 7, replacing Ciara O'Sullivan at 11. Their 15 starters are as follows: Molly Lynch in goal, number 1. Full back line of Rachel McCarthy, Coda Carroll and Maeve Murphy. The half backs are Maeve Ring at 5, Aoife Healy 6 and Avril Cashman 7. Tina O'Leary and Emer Heffernan 8 and 9. Orla Kelleher 10. Of course, Laura Hayes stays in the starting team 21. Emma Murphy is 12. Sarah O'Brien 13. Clodagh Finn 14 and Karine Blair 15. Killian, I'll get your thoughts on that in a moment, because we're going to have a raw in the field. Well, certainly one of the most energetic renditions of the national anthem we've heard, but it sets the scene perfectly for the 2023 Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final. Killian, as they're getting themselves in position in their last minute huddles, we were just quickly running through the UCC team. Avril Cashman back in the side with Laura Hayes. She's a massive key player, as we saw from Saoirse McCarthy in the first game for MTU Cork. Laura Hayes will have an equal influence for UCC.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Will be a major factor, I think, within this, Darren. But still, you're looking at the quality that have represented Cork at various different levels, and then you probably throw in the sprinkle, as said, from 1 or 2 other counties like Emer Heffernan and Corinne Blair. How important maybe she might be to this as well. So look, it's a lot to look forward to, Darren. This could be a right cracking encounter, and it could go either way. But I just think as well, the link with TUD, with the sisters being involved, and there's 3 sets of them out there. That could be vital as well when it comes down to the cusp of it, Darren, and a few decisions to be made.
Yeah, And of course, you mentioned the 3 sets of sisters. Of course, one of them are the Couch sisters as well. An interesting connection with last year's Ashburn Cup final, that the twin sister of Jodie, Zoe Couch, and of course Gabby as well, part of that family, represented UCD in the final last year when they went down to DCU by 114 to 5 points. They'll be hoping for more luck today. Certainly they looked in form based on the 2 games we saw yesterday, but UCC have come through all their challenges, including that 80-minute rule. And Killian, I suppose, as we get ready for the throw-in as well, we talked about Ciara O'Sullivan, that 80 minutes, and especially with the second game of the double header yesterday, like, we were not going to know till 5-10 minutes into this game how much that contest with DCU affected this UCC team.
Yeah, I could, and then maybe that last 5 or 10 minutes in the game overall as well. You know, TUD can stick it out with UCC to that point. That could be vital as well. We'll wait and see, but I'm sure a lot of work has been done in the meantime, and we're ready to go here.
We're ready to go. The referee is Ray Kelly from County Kildare. UCC attack the goal to the right. We are underway with the 2023 Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final, and it's UCC in the red jerseys with the black bands, and TU Dublin in the navy and white, as they call it. It's like sky blue at the top, getting darker as they go along. Right in front of us here, the number 19, Jodie Couch. She's going to take the first free of the game, and they of course suffered defeat in their opening game against University of Limerick, 117 to 115. They're on 4 out of 4 since, as the free is actually taken by Ellie Young, a goal scorer in the semi-final. Collision between 2 players back in defence, but UCC trying to deal with this in attack as well, and the ball goes out the far side of the field to Maeve Murphy, one of the toughest defenders around in the game, and she showcased that in action yesterday. Down towards the left hand flank of the field, looking for Karine Blair from Tipperary, and the referee, the ball goes out over the line, the far side of the field, and it's going to be a sideline ball for the change of decision there. The referee Ray Kelly indicating to the left, and it's going to be TU Dublin to restart the action as we look at the clock, and just played a minute of the game so far, and the ball down the right hand side of the field, and TU Dublin looking for a pass in the direction of Kerry Finnegan. Kerry Finnegan has the ball for TU Dublin, getting in for an opportunity here. Can she get a shot in, a shot and a save? Can the goalie keep it out? And Molly Lynch did very, very well in Killian. The first big opportunity of the match, and Kerry Finnegan probably didn't get the contact on it that she wanted, but it was still a difficult ball for Molly Lynch to deal with.
But I think she might be feeling a bit aggrieved. I'd love to look back at that again, because she surely was having the jersey pulled as she went in there. So I think if the shot off, it should have been a free, and definite pull of the jersey there. I'm surprised Ray Kelly didn't call that back, but a chance kind of begging. But you'd have to say, Molly Lynch stood up when it needed to be, and the ball batted away, but that should have been more for TU Dublin.
TU Dublin an opportunity there. Maybe they should have got more out of it, but either way they have possession again through Kerry Finnegan, one of their standout players in yesterday's game. Ellie Young sends the ball across the field looking for the white boots of Roisin McCormick, but it's UCC who overturn it, and Laura Hayes is the player on the ball. She really grew into the contest against DCU yesterday, especially in extra time. Gives it off to Emer Heffernan, another player that excelled, will run from end to end of the field for her team in this game. Cliona O'Leary, the marks woman, the tallies woman, sends the ball down in towards the corner as UCC try and get their first score of the game. With the first score of the game, full stop, a good ball in for Laura Hayes, who can go from defence to attack very, very quickly. The pass coming in from Sarah O'Brien, but the TU Dublin defence equal to the task, and they get the ball out the field, out towards the left flank, and there goes Sarah Barco. Sarah Barco got their first point yesterday, a shot from the left. Can't you repeat the trick? Not to be, says Rachel McCarthy. They're from Kerry, who gets in the way, and it's won back now by Aoife Healy. Aoife Healy with a ball, but she tried to send it in the direction of Sarah O'Brien, but it gets cut out by Emma Minogue, and Emma Minogue plays the ball along the ground, and it just spills open for the moment. And who will win this ball? The 2 yellow helmets in midfield for TU Dublin. Gabby Couch is the second, Emma Minogue is the first. Sarah Barco trying to find it down the field again for TU Dublin, and they do have control of the ball, but not full control, and Emer Heffernan wins the free out. Great battle there, Killian, between both teams.
Yeah, great battle, but it suited UCC. TUD just couldn't get clean ball, clean control there to be able to set up Roisin McCormick, or any opportunity inside maybe as well for Megan Dowdall. We know that Megan Dowdall, from seeing her with Clonkill in club championship in Westmeath over the last couple of years, is one of the best young players in the country, and herself and McCormick inside will be a handful for UCC, but we need to be getting clean ball, and that kind of messing around there suited UCC.
Molly Lynch is the goalkeeper for UCC, and she sends the ball down towards the corner. Probably got a bit too much purchase on that, and that ball goes to the right and wide, the opening wide of the game for UCC, and no scores on the board as we look at the clock. We've played nearly 4 minutes of the game, which our scoreboard on your screen indicates exactly. The scoreboard here in DCU is just late getting up and running, so it's about a minute behind. Hopefully that doesn't cause any confusion as the game continues on. Laura Hayes doesn't have any confusion. She knows what goal she wants to go to, leaving it off for Cliona O'Leary. Cliona O'Leary with the pass back towards the number 10, Orla Kelleher. And now UCC have lost possession again. TU Dublin take the ball. It's Dublin against Cork, and the ball's going to spill out over the line right in front of us here in the commentary box. And it'll be an opportunity for Aoife Healy to get the play going again in this match. So,
mad to think, Darren, 5 minutes gone. Molly Lynch is the one that's had the most to do in the game. She's made the save, and she had that long free that went out for a wide. Molly, of course, is don't forget as well, the Puck Fada champion, senior champion for 2022. So, you know, she's well able to hit them long, and she did there.
She's also Killian. She's a two-time All-Ireland champion. Her sister Lucy as well, winning the competition last year too. They love practicing the puck outs in the Lynch household. Kerry Finnegan loves getting on the ball and creating opportunities for TU Dublin, and sends it down towards the corner to Megan Dowdle, but not to be for her. UCC win possession back through Aoife Healy, and Aoife Healy drives it out the field, but only as far as Sarah Barco. Can she get it the second time? Just couldn't get control of the ball, so it goes out for UCC.
I think they want us involved in the game, Darren. This is the third time it's been out in front of us here.
We're happy enough to watch the action as close as we can to the field of play as Kerry Finnegan gets ready to get us up and running again. Hits the ball down through the gap. Can she find a teammate? Not to be, because Maeve Murphy gets in the way for UCC. You hear in the background, brilliant Murphy, and the encouragement from the Cork supporters and the management team down towards the right hand flank of the field as number 12 for UCC, Emma Murphy, the captain, tries to keep control of the sliotar. And again, Killian, a lot of activity happening here in front of us as both sides try and settle.
Yeah, I don't know about that line ball for TUD. It definitely come off the foot of the Dublin player there. I think it should have been a Cork ball, but anyway, it's been given, and maybe there's justice in a way. It's going to be a Cork sideline ball.
Kerry Finnegan gave a right smile there as well. She just didn't get the contact and that she wanted. Emer Heffernan is going to restart the action for UCC as she tries to get her side off the mark. The sun is in the eyes of the Cork players in the opening half, but Emer Heffernan with the puck out sends it into space there away from the group of players, hoping that Orla Kelleher can get on this. The two number 10s go to battle, and it's the UCC player that has it. Gets inside two TU Dublin players, gives a pass out to the right. An opportunity for a shot for Laura Hayes, who's pushed up the field, and Laura Hayes puts the ball over the bar. It has taken 6.5 minutes to get the opening score of the game, and it comes to UCC 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, and it was a good bit of play there, you'd have to say, by Emer Heffernan getting that ball into the middle, and then they were able to recycle it and get the danger woman on the ball. Laura Hayes is going to be one difficult one to keep an eye on, but it's the Teal defence there at the moment, you'd have to say, of TU Dublin, Darren. It's moving in unison. I was just watching it. They all go left, they all go right. It's going to be hard for UCC to crack them open.
And it's shown in their campaign so far. TU Dublin, they don't concede very, very much. Like they had a big win over Maynooth in their last group game. Only conceded 8 points to DCU. They lost to UL, conceded 117 the first day. And of course, in the semi-final against SETU Waterford yesterday, they won that game by 3-16 to 7 points. So they are a defence that are not going to give too much away. And UCC have to deal with that challenge as the ball goes to the left and wide. And that's the second wide of the game for UCC. But of course, UCC have shown how resilient they are in this competition, getting a big victory against UCD before Christmas by 7-8 to 1-4, and then also big wins against Mary I and SETU Waterford in the group stages before that epic clash yesterday, beating DCU by 220 to 315. It's a free for TU Dublin just inside their own 65-metre line in front of us here, and Christine Shanahan is the player that's going to get us up and running again. The setting sun here making it very, very difficult to watch the action here, but that will go as the game goes on, and it's great to have a dry day and conditions absolutely perfect here in Dave Billings Park as the ball down the left hand side from Megan Dowdle gets inside. Maeve Ring goes towards the left. It's an acute angle, but she'll go for the shot. The umpires look at it, they like it. You hear Killian likes it as well. It goes over the bar, and the sides are level after 8.5 minutes, 1 point apiece.
That's as good as the one that Lauren Holman got in the Purcell Cup final. Got inside and then got back on her left, and bit of a clash with the Cork player as the ball left, but it was up and over the post. Good score score from Megan Dowdle.
Great score indeed it was for Megan Dowdle as Clean O'Leary tries to get things moving again the far side of the field, gives it to Laura Hayes and back to the Cork number 8, sends the ball across the field. This might work out nicely for Sarah O'Brien. She's a player to her left, she's Emma Murphy. Would she give the pass? She's not too sure what to do. Eventually gets the pass off. Emma Murphy surrounded by blue jerseys, back for the number 15, and it's a good block down from the shot from Corrine Blair, and TU Dublin's defence gets them out of it as well. And great movement there from Lauren Robinson to take the ball away from the goal, wins the free, going to take it out of her hands and brings it down the field, but again it just won't stay in play for Sarah Barcow, and it's going to be a sideline ball for UCC, going to be taken by Emer Heffernan. She thought about a quick one to Avril Cashman, but gives it back to the centre back Aoife Healy, and Aoife Healy skips between the two 65-metre lines, sends the ball down towards the corner, but the race there should be won by Christine Shanahan, the number 2 for TU Dublin. Doesn't quite get it at the moment. The foul is committed, and it's going to be a free in for UCC.
Yeah, Sarah O'Brien there winning a free, and moments ago, Darren, maybe she should have taken the shot off a little bit earlier rather than getting inside, and there was an opportunity maybe to set up Claudia Finn, but Sarah probably should have taken her own shot and we would have had UCC in front, but she subsequently got back involved in the play, has won this free, and an opportunity here now for Clean O'Leary.
Clean O'Leary wears the number 8 jersey. She scored 8 points in the victory against DCU yesterday. Can she get herself off the mark in this game? On the right hand side of the field, good crowd here around us in the main park, the Dave Billings Park here in Belfield, watching this final, and Clean O'Leary getting ready to take the free, goes for a shot at the post. It's going to be close, but the umpires say it's not going to be. That ball goes to the right and wide. Another chance gone for UCC.
Chance gone begging as we see a flight from London to San Francisco above her head, head off. They weren't able to direct that one in over between the post, though. A white for UCC, and maybe chance is just going to begging in a way.
But with the flight of the Ashburn Cup staying in the capital, are going down to Cork. Sarah Barcow with the shot, the ball just tailing away from her in the closing stages. That's the first official wide of the game for TU Dublin. If you're watching our coverage earlier on in the Purcell Cup, we would have talked about a bit of a breeze that seems to be blown crossways to the right. It's still here, not really going to be any major factor on the game as well, but it will favour the team attacking the goal to the right in the first half. Will it favour Orla Kelleher? She's in the pink helmet, she's on the move, gets past the 45-metre line, goes for a shot from distance. Rebecca Atkinson, the goalkeeper for TU Dublin, wins the ball and sends it out the field of play, but Rachel McCarthy seems to be reading these balls very well at the moment and sends the pass across the field for UCC. Good ball in towards the corner and blocked out by Gabby Couch. TU Dublin have possession again, and Gabby Couch is there to receive the pass again outside her own 45-metre line, looking for Kerry Finnegan, and good understanding between the 8 and the 12 for TU Dublin, but the ball is cut out again by Rachel McCarthy, and Rachel McCarthy leaves it for Sarah O'Brien. Sarah O'Brien has plenty of options in front of her. She gets the pass right, the pass in the direction of Karine Blair, and Clean O'Leary was there as well, but Karine Blair for Tipperary trying to move the ball down the field, and TU Dublin again, as Killian mentioned already, just seem to have a way of dealing with balls in defence and turning the ball over again, and they've done that from Jodie Couch, but only briefly, because there goes Laura Hayes, takes the shoulder, that's allowed in Camogie. The referee spots a foul, a free out for TU Dublin.
Yeah, Laura Hayes turned around to Ray Kelly and going, why didn't I get something out of that? She got a bit of a physical challenge, didn't see a whole lot wrong with that, and then was guilty of the ball on the ground. So free out, I think I'd say with the referee on that one.
Niamh Gannon takes the free and finds Ellie Young. Ellie Young sends it down in towards the attack towards Megan Dowdle. Megan Dowdle, will she go for the shot? No, she wants to give it to Roisin McCormick. Roisin McCormick going to go for the shot for TU Dublin. It's going to be close. There's cheering, and the umpire goes for the white flag, and TU Dublin take advantage of that decision, moving the ball down the field. Roisin McCormick with the score. It's 2-1.
Yeah, they seem to find a bit of a space over on that far side, Darren, and punish them and have the lead here now.
They have the lead. It's TU Dublin 2 points. It's UCC 1. We have played nearly 13 minutes of the first half of the 2023 Ashburn Cup final. TU Dublin have never been champions. UCC haven't won it in 20 years. Have lost 8 finals in the meantime. Maeve Murphy with the ball for UCC, driving it down the left channel, down in towards the attack, looking potentially for the number 14, who is Clodagh Finn. And Clodagh Finn got a goal in yesterday's game, but TU Dublin have the ball again, and they'll move it down the right flank, and a bit of tennis between the two teams, as out to meet it for UCC is Aoife Healy, but she's been put under pressure by Gabby Couch, but UCC managed to hold on to the ball. Maeve Murphy there to help out, gives it to Laura Hayes, and Laura Hayes drives it down the left hand side of the field again, hoping to find Clodagh Finn, but not to be for Clodagh. TU Dublin bringing up towards the 65 metre line, and again you can just see the exchanges there, and again the referees letting the players off, letting them hurl, letting them do what they've come here to do in the Ashburn Cup. And Kerry Finnegan wins the ball back for TU Dublin down the field again, and Aoife Healy says, I'll take this, and I'm happy enough to take this. But again you can see the pressure being applied straight away. Roisin McCormick was not standing back even at the concession of a free out for UCC.
Yeah, it's been a little bit tit for tat over there, Darren, in the last couple of minutes. That side of the field seems to be causing the most battle, let's say, at the moment. TUD did find a way for the last score there, but UCC looking to, I think they need to stamp their authority a little bit on the game, Darren, because TUD just stretching them a little bit here.
Yeah, I was just watching there off camera. UCC player was down. I don't know, it was a bit of cramp, and again it comes down to exactly how much that semi-final will have taken out of them yesterday. Often when you come into a final, you say the team that had the tougher semi probably has the advantage, but of course it's Ashburn Cup finals weekend. There's only one day between the matches, and that might just side with the Dublin team. As skipping down the right hand flank is Niamh Gannon. She's a centre back, but she's well able to get some big scores. She got a great goal for Dublin in last year's All-Ireland Senior quarter final against Kilkenny, but loses out to Aoife Healy, the double All-Ireland minor winner in 2022, and of course getting some game time with the Cork senior footballers in this year's National League. UCC on the counter-attack down the left. This is Orla Kelleher going to ground, and she wins the free in for UCC, and an opportunity for Dim Killian to get back in level terms.
Yeah, good bit of play by UCC down along that far side, and then the little dinky ball that was played infield, diagonal run inside then, and no question about it, two TUD players coming together there to commit the foul, but no question about it, a free in. And Darren, when we have a break and play, better say hello to our old mate Elaine Aylward. She's tuned into us. She was praising our notification of the flight paths here in the last couple of minutes, but hello to herself, and of course baby Jack, who's arrived down that part of the world in the last couple of months as well. Hope Mammy and baby are doing well.
And well, certainly I like those as well, and it's great to look forward to having Elaine back in the commentary box with us very, very shortly. And welcome Jack, no doubt, whether it's a Kilkenny jersey or a Cork jersey. I've joked with Elaine I'll send her a Galway jersey, but either way she'll be keeping a keen eye on this game and keeping a keen eye on this UCC free as they try and get themselves back on level terms. It's a low scoring game, but definitely a compelling battle so far. Clodagh O'Leary looking to level the teams for the second time, as the clock says 16 minutes gone here in Ashburn Cup final in Belfield, and Clodagh O'Leary gets the score. Killian, it's all square, 2 points apiece.
Yeah, all square. Clodagh O'Leary giving her the opportunity, she'd be able to put them over the bar. She had a wide already, but settling into that now, and it's a bit of a chess match at the moment, Darren. They're just teasing each other out, but it hasn't opened up just yet.
Hasn't opened up just yet, but Niamh Keenan sends the ball down the field of play, and she's getting more involved in it. But Aoife Healy definitely standing out for UCC in the early stages. Is down the left there, an opportunity for a snapshot at the post. This looks good. That is gone over the bar. A cracking score, Killian, and UCC all of a sudden are gone in front.
Yeah, with some of the efforts that we've seen, Darren, the game mightn't have opened up here, but the quality of some of the score taken has been phenomenal. That ball was moved into the centre there, just a snapshot over a left shoulder and over the bar. Cracking effort from distance.
Clodagh O'Leary, the player that got that after Aoife Healy had won the ball, adding a point from play to her free, and TU Dublin just feeling a little bit of pressure now after UCC getting their noses in front. Avril Cashman wears the number 7 jersey, didn't start yesterday but starts here today. Of course, Ciara O'Sullivan, a massive blow for the Cork side, not playing this game, and another long ball driving down towards the attack. And what way with this break as TU Dublin try to deal with it, and deal with it they do through Niamh Gannon. Niamh Gannon sends the ball out towards the right to Niamh Keenan. Niamh Keenan down the right flank as well, and Megan Dowdall might get on this, just can't control the ball. TU Dublin having a bit of problem with that when the balls come down the flanks, struggling to deal with the first touch, and that ball, well, it did go UCC's way, but TU Dublin not resting on their laurels or licking their wounds. They're getting back on with the job, and Maeve Ring tries to clear it for UCC but doesn't clear it too far, and the ball is overturned. Megan Dowdall in the mix there for the Dublin side, but it's Emer Heffernan moving the ball up the field. I thought she was picking out Avril Cashman, but she does find a teammate. That teammate is Laura Hayes. Laura Hayes was sent it in front of Avril Cashman. Ashburn. Can she get the first touch? Shindichi got the first touch, gets inside. Niamh Gannon goes for that shot, and that ball goes to the right and wide. But for a moment there, Killian, I wasn't too sure where that was dropping.
Yeah, absolutely, and everyone was just waiting with bated breath. But there again, the chance kind of big, and though Darren, it could have been a big one. It didn't even was a small one out for a wide. Chance kind of big again for UCC.
Christine Shannon sending it down the left, and Sarah Barcole be getting frustrated. Those balls just won't come for her. Right in front of us here in the commentary box, Rachel McCarthy keeping very, very tight to her too. And we will restart the action with Avril Cashman from the All Club in County Cork. Has been representing Cork since under 14 level, and here she is now between her own 45 and 65 metre line, getting us up and going again. Gets the little touch, the delicate touch, but it could be enough to find Sarah Bryan. Indeed it won't be. Christine Shannon is there as well. You can see the bodies getting in straight away. Emma Murphy, the captain, gives it to Emer Heffernan, and Emer Heffernan down towards the corner, down in the direction of Clodagh Finn. Can she get this ball? Not if Rachel Brennan has anything to say about it. The Rachel Brennan back in the starting team for TU Dublin, leaves it off for a teammate, and they bring it out the field. The college I should say, formerly known as Dublin IT, 2 times Purcell Cup champions under that name, and of course TU Dublin won the Purcell Cup in 2022, and can they follow it up with an Ashburn Cup in 2023? This time it's going to be a TU Dublin ball. Roisin McCormick, the player in front of us, she scored 1-5 in yesterday's victory against SETU Waterford before going off with an injury. She leaves it for Kerry Finnegan. Kerry Finnegan put a lot of work in there, even though she didn't score in yesterday's game, but gives the ball to Rachel McCarthy, and Rachel McCarthy to Avril Cashman, and Avril Cashman trying to find a way out. That's good work by Kerry Finnegan to get a little touch on it there, hoping Sarah Barcole can do the rest, and they battle for possession. But it's Emer Heffernan from Tipperary, studies agricultural sciences, has the ball, and she moves it down the field towards the 45 metre line, as Claire Gannon, who got a wonder point in yesterday's semi-final, has the ball but not given the space. Good work by Sarah O'Brien. A player has lost a hurl, and play continues on as players are just throwing themselves into the challenges in this game. Niamh Keenan from Cavan, the number 10 for TU Dublin, trying to win possession, and again we're inside the 65 metre line. Ray Kelly has the hands out, advantage towards TU Dublin. It's not accruing, and we're going to go back for the free, Killian.
Yeah, come back for the free. I was about to say, Darren, and then we had about 30-40 seconds on this side of the field, that the last, we hadn't seen the ball on this side of the field. I thought they weren't going to bring us back into the game anymore, but I felt the TUD were getting more change on this side of the field in the opening 7-8 minutes, and then a lot of the play went down the far side where Cork seemed to have tied it up. So I just kind of feel tactically probably should try the left hand side as the attack here.
Well, we'll see what comes out with this as Sarah Barcole has gone towards the central channel, gives a pass forward, didn't quite find the intended target, and it's won back by Maeve Ring, and Maeve Ring brings it up towards the 45 metre line before Ellie Young gets in the way for TU Dublin. The sun has just gone in behind one of the clouds at the moment. It's not getting that dark yet, there's still blue skies out there, but the floodlights are already on here in Belfields, and there'll be a full force during the second half as Cliona O'Leary drives the ball down the field for UCC, but only as far as Niamh Gannon with a pass to Claire, also of the Gannon family, and Claire sends it towards the other 45 metre line. Rachel McCarthy with another touch there, just enough to kill the ball, trying to get possession, but as Roisin McCormick dispossessed her, UCC under a bit of pressure. Clodagh Carroll comes to the rescue and sends it out again towards the 65 metre line, but it misses Orla Kelleher. But UCC still in control and moving it closer to us here on the right flank, looking for a bit more space, and a bit more space for Sarah O'Brien, who loses the ball. Christine Shannon doing well there. Karine Blair coming in to help out. She wears number 15. She has the ball in the white boots and the red helmet and goes on the move. Will she go for the shot? There was a little hook there from Gabby Couch, enough to put her off, and I think that's the 5th wide of the game for UCC.
Yeah, Gabby Couch doing a significant amount of work there to be able to get back and disrupt that opportunity. Ladies having a good game. Sarah O'Brien, Darren, involved in an awful lot of good things that's happening for UCC. We'll keep an eye on her as the game progresses, but I really feel the UCC half-back line has grown into this game, and they're just cutting off any supply line into the forward line for TU Dublin.
They are indeed. TU Dublin holding the ball on their own 45-metre line, trying to get it up the field, hoping that MMO can get in that, but not to be. And it's gone out for a sideline cut, which Emer Heffernan seems to take left or right. She's going to take this one anyway, and it's about 60 yards from the opposing goal. If you're just joining us here in the Electric Ireland YouTube channel, brought to you in association with Entry, we've played 23 minutes of the first half of the 2023 Ashburn Cup final. A low-scoring game it is, but an intriguing one. UCC 3 points, TU Dublin 2. This is Sarah O'Brien, as Killian mentioned, goes for the post and puts the ball over the bar. Sarah O'Brien with a point, and it's 2 between them, 4 points to 2.
Yeah, cracking effort. As I said, she came out with that ruck there, was able to charge away. She sunburst the pace over 10 yards, Darren, and was able to create a little bit of a gap, enough of a gap to be able to get the shot off. And it's now gone 4 points to 2 on our scoreboard there. So it's good to see that UCC just kicking on there. That's probably the dominance that's coming here from the half-back line, Darren, and TU Dublin don't seem to have any answers for them yet.
No answers so far. As we talked about the misses that UCC have had, they have got the last 3 points of the game, and TU Dublin have not scored in over 10 minutes. They have the ball at the moment. They're trying to set up an opportunity. Ellie Young just dropping the ball there, leaving it off for Megan Dowdle, and Megan Dowdle will have a pop at the post. It's going to be close into the hands of Molly Lynch, and Molly Lynch will send it out the field as well, but it's a 1-on-2 battle with Sarah Bryan. Was she being held? Play continues on. It might come for Karine Blair. Good defending there from Lauren Robinson, and right in front of us here, the ball goes out over the line. The call goes in favour of UCC, and Emer Heffernan is definitely going to be putting in the yards. Killian go from left to right to take all these sideline cuts.
Yeah, I have to say I've been impressed with Emer and the performance that she's putting in as well. Corinne Blair there, her fellow county colleague, was coming into contention there. Just
well, Emer wanted to move the flag out of the way there, but the linesman was saying you can actually bring it up a couple of yards, so we'll see what way the flag influences this in a moment, but it's going to be a sideline ball for UCC, and it's Emer Heffernan right in front of us here again as they look for another score. Didn't get the touch that she wanted. Jodie Couch getting in the way, but again you can see the extra player from the opposition always there to get a little touch, and UCC have possession again. Avril Cashman to Emma Murphy. Emma Murphy to Laura Hayes. Laura Hayes going inside, sends it out to the left towards Orla Kelleher. Orla Kelleher with that shot. Killian said lovely play, not a lovely shot unfortunately for her. The ball goes to the left and wide.
Yeah, chance kind of big in there, and I think, Darren, that would have opened up a bit of a gap that might start asking questions at TUD. Cork, I think, are putting on a bit of a squeeze here. There's 6 minutes at half time, but I've just been seriously impressed now. If you look at the position around the play, Darren, their full back line is practically playing on the 45-metre line. They're putting a squeeze on TUD, asking a lot of questions here before the break.
Yeah, but they just have to get the scores as well. They still only lead by 2 points. However, if they have that 2-point lead at the end of the match, they won't care one bit. UCC have won the Ashburn Cup on 32 occasions, second in the Roll of Honour, but of course they beat UCD 110-16 in the Mardyke back in 2003. That was their last time. Clodagh Finn has the ball coming inside for UCC. The shot and a block there from Niamh Gannon, just enough to take a sting out of that, and Rebecca Atkinson, the Irish softball international, with the clearance, but only as far as Clean O'Leary to Karine Blair, and Karine Blair's effort is blocked down again by TU Dublin, who are defending as resolutely in this contest and keeping their opponents out as best they can. 3 players there back to help out. Christine Shanahan is the player in possession and brings it up towards the 65. A push in the back of Gabby Couch. The free is given. No arguments about that, Killian. Free out for TU Dublin.
Yeah, Gannon's block back there, Darren, could be important. It just got enough on the slitter to be able then to be a little bit softer coming in towards Rebecca Atkinson to be able to build on it. But as I mentioned, that squeeze still coming on. TU Dublin need a score.
Ellie Young with a long ball down in towards the attack. That's an excellent take there from Megan Dowdle. Gives the pass off for Roisin McCormick. The advantage has been given. We'll probably go back for the free. I think we will. But the foul on Megan Dowdle there. But you can see the understanding between Megan Dowdle and Roisin McCormick. They haven't had too many opportunities to do it in the first half, but they are so lethal. They both got goals yesterday, Killian. They're so lethal when they have a half chance.
Yeah, and Laura Hayes is going to get a talking to from Ray Kelly. She's already had a go at him. We're down here at the, about 15 minutes ago that she didn't get a free, and then she was having a chat there. There was no question that was a free in. Laura, though, probably using her senior experience, felt that she could have a go, and Ray, a little word with her, no card or anything like that, but it is a free in, and there's some connection between Roisin McCormick and Megan Dowdle here, and this should be a score.
Roisin McCormick with the free, puts the ball over the bar. It's back to a 1-point ball game, 2.5 minutes to half time. It's UCC 4, TU Dublin 3.
Yeah, and it's again, Cork then for all the possession, 4 points to 3 though is only the difference, and that breeze that was there seems to have dropped again. It did the very same in the first game, and how we could have a chance here though.
Yes, Clodagh Finn coming inside there, the little touch from Jody Couch, just getting the contact on the ball, very, very important for TU Dublin, as the Rachel Brennan tried to bring it out on that occasion, but all of a sudden there Clodagh Finn looked like she was getting a one-on-one opportunity, and like we saw in the earlier game here with MTU Cork, when the Cork sides get going they show some gaps, and TU Dublin have to be very, very careful. Eventually they did concede the free. Yusuf for too many steps, says the referee. UCC will get a free in out in the left, never a gimme, but you trust Clean O'Leary to have a go at this.
Yeah, you would, and Laura Hayes, maybe the gander is up on her a little bit after that telling off from Ray Kelly. She covered some amount of ground there, got in and disrupted all that, and again, as I said, there's a high press coming on here from UCC. Darren, look again where the positioning on the field, it's very, very high up the field, and Laura got in the defensive face there, turnover ball, and a chance to get back that 2-point lead.
So Clean O'Leary getting ready to take this free as we look at the clock. The clock says 28 minutes and 45 seconds, so just over a minute of normal time remaining in the first half. There hasn't really been any stops of note, so we'll probably have a minute, 2 tops, I'd imagine, of injury time in the half. Can Clean O'Leary restore UCC's 2-point advantage? That's the question. To the left of the D, she takes the free. The umpires look at each other, they like it. The ball has gone over the bar, Killian. It's 5 points to 3.
Yeah, it's gone over the bar, and I'm just getting Dave there to show the defensive line. You can see there's all it is inside the 45 metre line from a UCC point of view. And TUD have withdrawn the players, but the push is coming on from UCC. That's the important factor. They lead 5-3, but they probably should be further in front.
Eve Gannon sends the ball down in the direction of Claire Gannon as play continues on, and TU Dublin in control. 30 seconds of normal time remaining in the first half. Can TU Dublin get off the mark? Not if they land balls down on top of Aoife Healy like that. Turns on her right hand side, sends the ball into space, but for Sarah Barkow finally getting a bit of space away from Rachel McCarthy, leaves it off for Jodie Couch. Ball goes over her head, and it's won back by UCC and by Clodagh Carroll, and Clodagh Carroll sends it out for Emer Heffernan, and Emer Heffernan will try and run, but Jodie Couch says no. The two number 9s are beside each other. Emma Minogue, the number 9 for TU Dublin. Clodagh Carroll with the ball, brings it up towards the 65 metre line. Long ball down towards the attack, looking for Clodagh Finn, but it's Rachel Brennan that gets in the way for TU Dublin, but hasn't managed to get control of the ball. But again, the hook's very important. The blocks very, very important, but the pass for Ellie Young didn't make it a perfect try, and it's a scramble for possession between the two 65 metre lines. The referee says that a Cork player picked the ball off the ground, and it's going to be a free for TU Dublin. They'll probably just take a moment. Roisin McCormick is out here, and when Roisin McCormick is out this far, she's having a look at the goal. She fancies an opportunity to bring this back to a 1-point ball game, which TU Dublin won't complain about too much if they can get it there. We have, in injury time, we have played nearly a minute of the added period. Roisin McCormick with the free, going to drive it down. It looks like it's going to drop short. Who'll get underneath that? Kerry Finnegan tried to have a swing in it, didn't get the touch on it that she wanted, and the ball is cleared for UCC, but only as far as Jodie Couch. However, the girls in red have possession back again through Rachel McCarthy, and Rachel McCarthy sent it down the field, won back by Claire Gannon. Claire Gannon sending it back down towards enemy territory, and again the tennis starts again. The referee Ray Kelly blows the half-time whistle, and it's a first half where UCC got 3 scores in a row between the 17th and the 22nd minutes to give them a 2-point advantage. Killian Whelan, your overall thoughts in the first half?
Yeah, overall would be that UCC, stamped their authority on that game. I think midway through that first half, cut out some of the messing. That, as we said, it was a bit like a chess game, and they got a bit of resolve and got ahead, and they've just been able to maintain that. It's been their press in lots of ways that I think I've been impressed with. I still think TUD not getting enough out of Roisin McCormick and Megan Dowdall and being able to get that ball in there. Perfect example there. Roisin had that free, it dropped inside Kerry Finnegan, and no one in to help out Kerry with that. So maybe TUD playing within themselves a little bit. UCC doing their jobs effectively. It's not a game you'd overly write home about or anything like that. Definitely the Purcell Cup was far more exciting and affable, let's say, to the viewer. But look, the moment UCC are doing the needful, Darren, being very, very impressed by Emer Heffernan in the middle of the field. She covered serious amount of ball along the across the field here at the moment. Also as well for me, Sarah O'Brien picked out, and then she got a lovely score. Laura Hayes being effective, but probably not even the standout UCC player in there. But look, TUD. Again, have been thereabouts, been stopped a couple of goal opportunities, goal efforts. You'd have to say the Gannons have been quite effective. Rachel Brennan on occasion as well has had to be important. I just think though they need to get a little bit more out of Kerry Finnegan, Megan Dowdall and Roisin McCormick, I think, if they're going to get over the line here. But at the moment, advantage UCC.
Advantage UCC it is, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time with live coverage of the second half of this Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final of 2023. It's UCC that got their noses in front. Can they make it a Cork double? Can they end a 20-year famine? Join us again for live full coverage of the second half here in Belfield. The halftime score, it's UCC 5 points, TU Dublin 3. Good afternoon and welcome back here to Dave Billings Park in UCD in Belfield in Dublin as we get ready for the start of the second half of the 2023 Ashburn Cup. UCC marginally in front, they lead by 5 points to 3. But who is going to get their hands on the trophy? TU Dublin attacking the goal to the right. Ray Kelly, the referee, throws the ball in and off we go. And TU Dublin desperately looking for a score to just get themselves back in this game, and there's only 2 points between them. But it's Emma Murphy with it for UCC. Great block there by Niamh Gannon for TU Dublin, and Claire nearly got in on top of that as well. But Niamh Keenan there to help out TU Dublin too, and it holds up for Gabby Couch. And Gabby Couch moves up towards the 65-metre line. Pass out to the left. Jodie Couch, the sister, there helps it along for Kerry Finnegan inside the 65-metre line. And UCC have the bodies in there fighting for the ball. And again, the commitment from both teams to get in for the ruck, not diminish Killian. And of course, exactly what we expect in the second half. TU Dublin do get the free on that occasion, but nobody's going to let up here.
No one's going to let up, but TU Dublin have to come out with a start here, Darren, and taking the game to them again. Niamh Gannon having a big part. The Couch sisters being involved there, Kerry Finnegan as well. But I think now TU Dublin need to stretch UCC a little bit. Bunching it not going to be as effective, I think.
Kerry Finnegan with the shot for TU Dublin. The ball has gone over the bar. Niamh Gannon with the assist, but exactly the start that the Dublin side wanted. It's a 1 point ball game, 5 points to 4.
Yeah, well, I felt as the lady, you need to get on the ball. Kerry Finnegan, in fairness, she was out in front, didn't want a second look at it and put it over the bar. Good score to start the second half.
Good score indeed it was, and it sets up nicely for the remainder of the contest. Scramble for the ball, the far side of the field on the 65-metre line, and who's going to get control of this? And it's TU Dublin who have it. Can they get themselves back on level terms? They're driving it down in towards the attack, towards Megan Dowdall. Megan Dowdall just couldn't bring the ball with her on that occasion. Maeve Ring nearly took it back. There's a TU Dublin player on the ground getting involved in the action. It looks like Niamh Keenan, the referee, not quite happy what he's looking at there, but he hasn't indicated any way, so I'd say we'll be throwing this ball in.
So have to, because Niamh Keenan, she fell there and was just trying to get out of the way, and then the ball came back in her direction and there wasn't a whole lot she could do.
So it's Clean O'Leary in the red jersey against Emma Minogue in the navy, and the play continues on there, and it's back with TU Dublin. They bring it back for Claire Gannon, but she drops the ball, and again you can see the rush of UCC players in there fighting for possession. Claire did well to bring it up a few yards, but they're having a full control of it yet. Maybe now with Christine Shanahan, and Christine Shanahan sends it into space into the direction of Kerry Finnegan, and Kerry Finnegan has the ball down again to Megan Dowdall. The cross plane of the TU Dublin attack. Megan Dowdall inside the 45-metre line. Can she get the space for the shot? But she wasn't allowed the space to hit it cleanly. UCC's defence doing well, and Molly Lynch will take it out the field again for Orla Kelleher. Orla Kelleher loses the ball as Gabby Couch gets involved there. Has support from Niamh Keenan behind her, but gives it to her sister Jodie. Jodie Couch to Claire Gannon. The referee going back for the original foul on Gabby Couch for a high challenge, says the referee. It's going to be a free in for TU Dublin, and Roisin McCormick will fancy this.
Yeah, she will fancy it. Breeze probably just coming across her body now a little bit, so I imagine she's sending it out towards the ball post, the ball stop post there to our left hand side as we look at this, and maybe hook it in.
So Roisin McCormick getting ready to take the free outside the 45-metre line. Hits the contact. Will it come in? It's going to travel. Will it stay on target? The goalkeeper got a touch, and the referee says it's going to be a square ball. It's going to be a free out for UCC and a break for them on that occasion.
Yeah, let off there again, probably in a way for UCC. I think TUD, their movement of the ball has got to be better. That's been the factor here. I just think, again, not getting good use out of their inside line.
TU Dublin got 3 scores in the first half, one of them from Megan Dowdall, 2 from Roisin McCormick, and of course Kerry Finnegan getting on target after the restart. The 5 scores for UCC, Clean O'Leary with 3, Laura Hayes and Sarah O'Brien registering their points, but TU Dublin certainly enjoying the better of things in the early stages of this second half. Just over 4 minutes gone, and TU Dublin have possession again, but UCC not found wanting, and they've turned the ball around and they're on the move again. The pass in the direction of Orla Kelleher, but Niamh Keenan gets the hand in there and does enough to send it in the direction of Emma Minogue, who has the ball now, turns on her back, turns on her left, sends it up into the attack for Roisin McCormick, who leaves it off. And again, you can see the battle for possession there again, and a lot of rucks and balls in this game. But Killian, it's not spoiling the game, it just shows the commitment both these two teams have.
Oh yeah, no, they're going toe to toe with each other. There's no question about it. I think the only thing I would have worry about for UCC, Darren, is if this physical element continues and then the extra time from yesterday catches up with them. The last 10 minutes, could be a telling factor in this game. I think UCC may have to have more of a lead than they have at the moment to make sure they get over the line against TUD here.
The breeze is starting to pick up here a little bit, blowing slightly to the right. Not a major factor in the game, but that will play into TU Dublin's hands. And the point is Killian made there. No doubt Bill McCormick will be thinking about that, to step up, get involved in the exchanges, and both teams have been doing that. But UCC have the break on this occasion. The ball brought up a small bit, and Clíodhna O'Leary going to take this free inside the 65-metre line. Can she put 2 points between them? Clíodhna O'Leary with the free. It looks accurate. Will it travel? Going to drop down, batted out by the goalkeeper Rebecca Atkinson, but not too far. And red jerseys are all around the ball. That's Karine Blair. Karine Blair back to Clodagh Finn. Clodagh Finn with the shot, puts the ball over the bar. UCC get their first score of the second half to restore a 2-point advantage, and it's 6 points to 4.
Yeah, and that could be a vital. Ball breaks, and then Clodagh was there just to sweep that ball over the bar. Again, I keep going back to it. TUD needing to use better use of the position that they have. I think they're in advantage on the position. UCC just keep plugging the scores.
UCC keep plugging the scores, but down the other end of the field, TU Dublin getting involved in things again as Megan Dowdall tried to get it there, but UCC battling in there for the breaks. And you can see the number 5 there in the purple and white helmet is Maeve Ring, but this is Roisin McCormick. Roisin McCormick down the right. Roisin McCormick goes for the shot, and Roisin McCormick puts the ball over the bar. The number 14 standing out in the last 60 seconds brings it back to a 1-point ball game, 6 points to 5.
Yeah, well, that's the talent that she has. She was able to make that all of her own, coming in from the 45-metre line all the way just before she made a bit of traffic on the 20-metre line, ball up and over the bar. We know what Roisin McCormick can do, and we need to probably see a little bit more of her.
There's a substitution there for UCC. I can tell you that Avril Cashman has gone off the field of play. We'll confirm the player that's come on in just a moment, but UCC making what looks like to be the first change in the match, and it's number 17, Isabel Sheehan, the player that has come on for them. So 17 for 7 if you're keeping notes at home. Clodagh Carroll is the full-back for UCC and sends the ball across the field towards Orla Kelleher, and Orla Kelleher going to move down the right inside the 45-metre line, has possession of the ball, goes for a shot, but it's going to drop short again. Both teams dropping a few balls short in this game. Rebecca Atkinson, but carelessly nearly give the ball to Emer Heffernan, and good work there from TU Dublin to win the ball back. And Claire Gannon might go in one of her trademark runs, but sends the ball down the field nonetheless, only as far as Aoife Healy, and Aoife Healy wins it back for UCC. And you can hear the supporters, the respective dugouts, really getting behind their teams. Clíodhna O'Leary with the ball inside the 65-metre line, passes it out towards the right, passes it out towards the number 21, Laura Hayes. Laura Hayes goes for the shot. The umpires have a look. They say that ball is gone to the left and wide, and it remains a 1-point ball game in this match, Killian.
Yeah, in a tight game, Darius, I think all day are going to be vital here now. 38 minutes gone, the ball has been turned over. A chance for UCC maybe to come inside again.
Orla Kelleher goes to the ground there, so it's going to be a free in for UCC. We're just getting clarification there from the CCAO. There will be extra time if this game finishes level after the 60 minutes, like there was in yesterday's semi-final, and it's going to be a free there. The referee having a word with Niamh Keenahan for that foul on Orla Kelleher, and Clíodhna O'Leary getting close to the post there. 8.5 minutes out. Looks like, Killian, she's a good chance to put 2 between them.
Yeah, and I have to say that is a good play again by the Cork forwards here, because the chance went in for Laura Hayes. It went wide straight away on the puck out, to push up, put the press on, and they turned the ball over, and they've done that a couple of times and got scores over it. Wait to see if they can get one here.
So Clíodhna O'Leary getting ready to take this to the left. Nearly 9 minutes gone in the second half of the Ashburn Cup final of 2023. The Cork Intermediate star takes the shot, puts the ball over the bar, and it's a 2-point ball game again. UCC are keeping their noses in front. It's 7 points to 5.
Yeah, 7 points to 5, and that, as I said to you, just about keeping their noses in front, and that's what they're doing. And Clean O'Leary is helping them out. There's no doubt that's their third place ball effort up and over the bar. 2-point game again.
Another substitution taking place. I think it's for UCC. It is, and number 23, Robin Conway from Fecal Killanena in County Clare is on, replacing Karine Blair, number 15, and it's now which colours play to continue on there. So UCC making 2 changes in this match so far. No evident sign. Well, there is a 19 on the field for TU Dublin. Well, Jody Couch did start the game, so that's why there's a 19 on the field to play, but I haven't spotted any substitutions for TU Dublin in the match so far. We'll have a scoot around in a bit to make sure that we're not missing anybody from the break. But Megan Dowdle with a great take, as Killian said, gets inside, and great defending there from Aoife Healy to get in the way. Megan Dowdle, play continues on. The TU Dublin fans shouting for her free, but all of a sudden Roisin McCormick is working her way inside, and Molly Lynch is being pushed back. It's like watching the game of rugby here as they drive down with a running maul, and UCC have managed to keep that ball out of the goal. Killian, we get your thoughts on that in just a moment. Indeed, we'll just see what happens out here first, and Laura Hayes is back, but Killian, you just said how
did that ball just got away from Molly Lynch, and it was trickling to the line. There's 4 or 5 UCC players there was able to stop it, but you'd have to again credit Megan Dowdle, credit Roisin McCormick, but stand up the UCC defence, and I think someone that gets a special note there, Maeve Murphy, was in there with Claudia Carroll stopping that there, but Maeve was involved a couple of times and made sure that ball came back out. Great play by the UCC defence.
How important will that be when we get to the finish of this game? Maeve Murphy with the stop, keeping out the goal there. It remains 7 points to UCC, 5 points to TU Dublin, and we played 11 minutes of the second half. Molly Lynch, the goalkeeper for UCC, going to take the free, sends it down and towards the attack. The ball gets away from Orla Kelleher, touch along the ground by Sarah O'Brien. Sarah O'Brien did well to get the ball back into her hands, being tightly marked by Aoife Heffernan, who's come on the field of play for TU Dublin. That was a half-time substitution, I believe, and Emma Murphy, the shot from Emma Murphy goes to the left and wide, and Aoife Heffernan on the field of play. I haven't quite spotted Sarah Barco since we came out in the second half, so maybe that was a half-time substitution for TU Dublin, because Aoife Heffernan, the twin sister of Niamh, of course, did not start the game, but she is on the field of play at the moment. We'll watch Emer Heffernan here outside the 45-metre line, gives a pass forward for Emma Murphy. Emma Murphy continues to run, sent it in the direction of Laura Hayes. TU Dublin needs to be careful. 2 players collide. Laura Hayes is there, but Rebecca Atkinson came out to meet the ball. The referee spotted an infringement. Going to be a free out for TU Dublin.
Yeah, Hayes in there again, causing all sorts of consternation. The ball came in, kind of the pass inside a little bit beyond her, but she still was able to interrupt the TUD defence. And credit Rebecca Atkinson, just come out, make sure you get it away, and that she did. She's down receiving treatment now, and it's going to be a free out for her. 7 points to 5, Darren. This half seems to have gone on forever, and we're only 12 and a half minutes in it. You look at the clock every time and you feel it should be further on, but 7 points to 5, it still could swing either way. But I just think at the moment UCC are putting in the work. I think if TUD stick with it though, Darren, I still think that physical element of having gone to the extra time yesterday could be a factor. Just to confirm as well, Lauren just found out for us there will be extra time and penalties if needed.
Extra time and penalties if needed. Yeah, we just got to double check there, because this is a final, but we will have a winner of the Ashburn Cup here today to finish off the weekend of activity on the field of play. Rebecca Atkinson from the Good Counsel Club in Dublin is their goalkeeper for TU Dublin, as we mentioned earlier on, an Irish softball international as well. Many star players playing camogie, also excelling in other sports, but we are having a hold up and playing. Killian, it has to be said, the first significant hold up in the match.
Yeah, for significant, as I see a switch happening now for TUD. As you mentioned, it looks like their centre forward has gone off there, waiting to see the confirmation of the player that has come in. It looks like Ellie Young has been called ashore, and they have made a switch there. We'll just try and confirm that number. Rebecca just taking her time down below just to get back on her feet here, but I think she is okay, just being checked over by the physio.
It looks like the number 21 Sinead Daly, just from yesterday's memory now, Killian, but I haven't quite seen the number number to confirm that
Fair
yet,
play
but
if you remember that.
Sinead Daly was on with the white boots and the white helmet yesterday and did score a point in the match, and I'll put my roulette money out there and say number 21.
Yeah, I tell you, have a good one on that. Back in action here, but here come UCC again.
And a cut out there by Robin Conway for UCC as she tries to set up an attack, gives the ball to Clodagh Fenn. Clodagh Fenn with a shot from 45 yards and puts the ball over the bar, and UCC go 3 points in front. It's the first time in this game there has been 3 between them, and they have the big advantage now, Killian, as we come towards the final quarter.
Yeah, that could be a swing, Daz. That could be the big one there. It was Clodagh Finn with the score, as you mentioned. She's always there in the pocket looking, shooting around, and one score game now it is, but they might just be turning the screw here.
Might be turning the screw. The next score is very, very important, especially if you're cheering on TU Dublin. You don't want to go 2 scores down in a low scoring contest and everybody breathing every bit of action in this game, and a lot of decisions on the far side, but this one is going to be a decision in favour of TU Dublin. It's Roisin McCormack. I'm not sure, is it a sideline cut or a free? I think it might be a free.
Yeah.
Roisin McCormack is going to take this about 50 yards out from the goal, and if she could nail this and put it over the bar, it would give them a massive boost in this contest. Roisin McCormack, of course, an Ulster Camogie Award winner recently as well, goes for the shot. It's going to be close, but not to be. The umpire onto the left, as you can see on your screen, waves the ball to the left and wide, and UCC maintain their 3-point advantage as we go into the final quarter of this game. No need to panic yet. There's still plenty of time to get themselves back into this, but UCC are holding the better cards at the moment, and Molly Lynch drives the ball again down towards the opposing half of the field. The 2-time All-Ireland Puck Fada champion. The ball breaks out, and the linesman right in front of us here says it's a UCC ball. The ball coming off the head of a helmet of one of the TU Dublin players, and Emer Heffernan is going to restart the action.
Yeah, the Cork official making sure that the linesman knew that, but we saw it all. It did come off the slightest a touch, got it off for a UCC ball, and you know, as you rightly mentioned, Daz, if they get 9-5 in front here, it's a little bit of a mountain then for TUD.
Well, it's definitely in the nature of the game so far, and the low scoring element of it. The number 9 for TU Dublin is Emma Minogue, and Emma Minogue sends the ball out the field, but Cliona O'Leary read that well, wins the ball, gives it to Orla Kelleher. Orla Kelleher comes inside and sprays it across the field. Great first touch play from UCC in this movement. Can they make it count? Eventually the ball is dropped, and the blue jerseys are in right on top of Isabel Sheehan from the Aero Club in Cork. However, UCC don't give up. Emer Heffernan is there, and Niamh Keenan wins the ball for TU Dublin, but she didn't bring it with her. Needs support from Jodie Couch, and Jodie Couch is fighting for the ball, and again both sides playing like this ball means everything. It means everything to Lauren Robinson, and she had the ball, brings it up towards the 45-metre line, and the battle lines continue. 2 players tangle up. The referee says that the Dublin player was holding on to the Cork player, and it's going to be a free in for UCC, and this is the moment. Not that we want to be overplaying it a bit, but in the nature of the scoring of this game, Killian, UCC will have one hand in the trophy, you would feel, if this goes over the bar.
But Emer Heffernan's having a massive game. Darren, I mentioned that in the first half. She just gets in, gets the head down, and takes on a lot of ball that maybe some other players wouldn't, and she's winning those frees. So, you know, the lady from Knockavilla will be, should be well vetted if she comes back with an Ashburn Cup title, but I think she's been called ashore here now, but looks at things, Darren, so she's done the needful. Hopefully now for UCC, from her point of view, get over the line.
So a change there being made. I wondered if she pick up a knock on that occasion because it's a prize, but she put an awful lot into the last couple of days. However, Cliona O'Leary has not nailed that free. That ball has gone to the right and wide, and it remains a 3-point ball game, and play continues on as TU Dublin try and get their hands on possession. The referee spotted a pick off the ground. It's going to be a free out for TU Dublin, and a chance for them to take their breath and get themselves going again. Niamh Gannon will take this free and gets us up and running again down the far side of the field, but gives it to Rachel McCarthy. Rachel McCarthy with possession sends the ball in towards the attack, and it's won back by Niamh Gannon again, and Niamh Gannon out towards the left, and TU Dublin moving possession, moving it forward. This is good movement. This is Emma Minogue. Emma Minogue sends it in towards the inside line, but it was a Maeve Ring getting in the way there of Megan Dowdle. Either way, TU Dublin have not got a shot at the post just at this moment of time, as it continues to get dark here in Belfield in this Ashburn Cup final, and both sides scramble for possession. A TU Dublin player on the ground, one standing up, that's Emma Minogue, but she gets blocked down by Orla Kelleher. However, TU Dublin will have another go, another pop at the post, another opportunity, and it's gone over the bar from Claire Gannon. I mentioned she got a great solo run yesterday. That was one from distance today, an important one, 8 points to 6.
Yeah, and she's had a big game for TU Dublin. She would be a standout for the Player of the Match award here, but that's a fine score from Claire Gannon, just on the back of the ruck, and was able to get in there. 8 points to 6 now, and all to play for.
All to play for us. Claire Gannon's involved again with a hand pass in the direction of Gabby Couch. The two midfielders for TU Dublin are there as UCC try and get their hands on the ball, and who else would it be but Laura Hayes, the player that gets in the way. Laura Hayes was the captain of UCC last year. She won an Ashburn Cup All-Star in 2021, bringing that experience of third level colleges as well as her inter-county performances as well, and leaves the ball for Cleena O'Leary. Cleena O'Leary, the student nurse in UCC, takes the free, sending it down. They'll want to respond to TU Dublin score with a point, but only as far as Rachel Brennan, and Rachel Brennan will bring the ball up the field for the Dublin side, and down the left in the direction of Roisin McCormick, just overhit for the Antrim full forward. UCC take it back, and Clodagh Carroll drives it down again for UCC, down in towards the attack, and Niamh Keenan favoured to win the race for this ball, but not favoured, guaranteed to win it, as Robin Conway is there as well for UCC. The ball goes out over the line. It's going to be a sideline ball, but we're holding it up because we're going to have another substitution, and it's going to be a change for UCC. We'll confirm the identity of who's going on and off in a moment. Going off is Clodagh Finn. So whether it's tired legs now or just fresh legs coming in, changes are being made. Laura Linan from Shannon Rovers in Tipperary is the player that comes on for UCC, and TU Dublin will restart the action down in the direction of Claire Gannon. Claire Gannon, surrounded by 3 red jerseys, tried to find Kerry Finnegan, but she couldn't get control of the ball, and it's going to be a UCC to restart the action, and it's Orla Kelleher from Limerick that will do that. Plays it down the left, but not too far. Cut out on that occasion by Emma Minogue, who's growing in influence in this game, Killian, it has to be said.
Yeah, she definitely come into it there in the last couple of minutes as well, and maybe now with the fact that Heffernan has gone off, Emer Heffernan has gone off, she's just maybe getting a little bit of space there, but she definitely in the last few minutes, the James Stevens woman had a big year of course with the club as well, but this ball landing at the far end, but the Cork defence doing the needful.
Aoife Healy, another player that'll be in the conversation when player of the match decisions are made later on, winning that ball, as will Rachel McCarthy, who drives it out the field. The 2 TU Dublin players are there, and Claire Gannon is the one. It was left off to her by Emma Minogue, but Gabby Couch waited. Emma calls for the ball. That's of the Minogue clan. Emma Minogue gives the pass in the direction of Claire Gannon, cut out on that occasion by Laura Hayes, but TU Dublin play it along the ground. Who says the ground hurling is dead? Roisin McCormick with the shot at the post. They could do with this, That ball goes to the left and wide. It remains a 2-point ball game. It is delicately poised here in the Ashburn Cup final. UCC holding the advantage in a real arm grip of a game here as Molly Lynch gets ready to restart the action.
Yeah, TUD, just as I said, finding the scores hard to come by, Darren. They really haven't got inside the 20-metre line to even have a shot off a goal, but here maybe a chance might occur here for Kerry Finnegan.
Kerry Finnegan ups the plate low in the direction of Megan Dowdle, cut out there on that occasion by Maeve Ring, leaving it for Aoife Healy, and Aoife Healy will bring the ball up the field in the direction of Laura Hayes. Gets away from Laura. Can Gabby Couch get on that? Players collide left, right and centre trying to get it. Aoife Heffernan in the middle of all that for TU Dublin. She wears the number 7 in the red helmet, but TU Dublin haven't fully brought it yet. Jodie Couch has now. Jodie Couch won an Ashburn All-Star last year. Sent it down towards the corner, down in towards the attack of Sinead Daly. Sinead Daly trying to get away inside, but Rachel McCarthy not making it easy. Pass across, the referee spotted a foul. TU Dublin are going to have a free in out on the left. I don't know, Killian, if we're at the stage where they need it, but they certainly could do with it.
Yeah, just think, Darren, with the whole, the pendulum of this game, I think they need to be keeping the pressure on UCC, because, as I said, the legs might be starting to tighten up a little bit, but I still think TUD's tactic, I'm just not sure about it. Expecting an awful lot there of Sinead Daly and Megan Dowdall, and on occasion maybe McCormack, to be able to, maybe taking on 4 or 5 UCC defenders on their own, because they've withdrawn players as well with their tactic. But McCormack having a shot at this, needs this, I think, to go over. I don't think it has.
No, it hasn't indeed. You can see the umpire running straight away. When you see an umpire running, it's normally a sign that it's gone wide, and that's the case. There remains a 2-point ball game with just over 6 minutes remaining of this final, and the long drive down the field as TU Dublin when does the point come when they have to really make the impact. Gabby Couch is doing everything she can to make an impact, gives it to Roisin McCormack. Roisin McCormack goes past the 45-metre line. Support is there on the right. Roisin gives it off to Kerry Finnegan, but not the cleanest of passes towards the TU Dublin number 12, and Roisin has had to come back to retrieve the ball herself, and is surrounded by 3 UCC players, including Maeve Ring, who gives the ball to Isabel Sheehan. Isabel Sheehan gives it out to the number 22, who's Maura Barrett. She came off the bench yesterday as well in the semi-final, and she's here involved today. Aoife Heffernan sends the ball down as TU Dublin try and create another attack, and if sometimes players are colliding, all desperately trying to do something to get their college over the line with 5.5 minutes to go. Pass down towards the right, down in the direction of Roisin McCormack, but Aoife Healy has control of it, but has she got it into her hand? Eventually she does. Wins the ball. Good intelligent play to give it to Laura Hayes, and Laura Hayes goes down the left hand side of the field, down in towards the attack, sends it down, but it's going to be won by TU Dublin and won by Rachel Brennan, and Rachel Brennan will come in, bring it in towards the centre and give the pass to Christine Shanahan, and Christine Shanahan will send it down the field again. Now TU Dublin realise they have to move the ball quickly, but they have to find the person. Megan Dowdall got the touch first, but Rachel McCarthy is still there, and the Kerry cornerback brings the ball out towards the corner and out in the direction of Maura Barrett, and can she get the clearance for UCC? No, she gives it to Maeve Ring, and Maeve Ring will do that duty and send it down the field and play again as TU Dublin's players try and get around the UCC player with the ball, who is Orla Kelleher. The ball goes out over the line. The linesman says it's going to be a TU Dublin ball, and the clock says 4.5 minutes to go.
Clock says 4.5. I just think, Darren, UCC have got the substitutions right here. They've got fresh legs in on the field of play. Any player that might be suffering, having done the 80 minutes yesterday and whatever, they haven't been afraid to make the switches, and that could be vital here ultimately in seeing this out. 8 points to 6. The game hasn't been pretty. I still think TUD haven't used their opportunities well, I have to say, but credit UCC. Any of the shots really for TUD have been outside 30 metres, and that can be match winning stuff on its own right.
Yeah, and there have been brave substitutions as well, Killeen, it has to be said. Like, brave calls to take off Emer Heffernan and Clodagh Finn, two players that were putting an awful lot into the performance too as well, but maybe just the fatigue is catching up, but they still have the advantage. 4 minutes to go. Are UCC going to end a 20-year wait for their 33rd Ashburn Cup title? We will see as Tina O'Leary takes the sideline, cut the far side of the field, doesn't travel too far because it was blocked down by players from both camps, and Tina O'Leary's back in the middle of that too, with TU Dublin win the ball, and it goes down the field. There's a bit of space here if the side from the capital can get control of possession, and it's just players around the ball, but they just can't seem to pick it up. TU Dublin do have possession outside the 45-metre line. Claire Gannon sending it across for Megan Dowdall. Megan Dowdall, just can she find a way inside Maeve Ring, who stayed very tight with her. She has a bit of space, needs to go for the shot, needs to go for the score, and the umpire picks up the white flag. The ball goes over the bar. There's 3 minutes to go, and it's 8 points to 7.
Yeah, anything can happen now, Daz. It's right in the melting pot with 3 minutes to go, but credit Megan Dowdall there, made that all of her own. A young lady that we know has loads of pocket of talent from Clonkill and Westmeath, and got inside 3 UCC markers there to put that ball over the bar. And now we have a stoppage in play for a UCC player, which momentum wise mightn't do any harm for UCC, but TUD, they're in the melting pot there at 8 points to 7.
Yeah, it looks like Laura Hayes is the player that's down, Killeen, as well, so we're going to have a hold up and play. The last chance you would feel for the respective managements to get instructions onto their players. Laura Hayes is sitting up, which is encouraging, and it'll take an awful lot more than that to get her off the field with this final to play for. UCC 1 point in front of TU Dublin. If you're only joining us here late, we will have extra time if these two teams finish level. Can TU Dublin get that equaliser and force the 20 minutes, or can UCC hold on and win the Ashburn Cup?
We're still at 5 minutes, I reckon, Daz, here at least. There's 2 minutes of normal time. There's been a bit of stoppage, and we had an injury to Rebecca Atkinson. So you could have the guts of 5 to 6 minutes remaining here.
I'd imagine we'd have at least 3 or 4 minutes, you would feel, based on those couple of stops, Killian, as you mentioned there too. But the only man who can tell us that is the man in the middle, and his name is Ray Kelly. Molly Lynch sends the ball down the field, batted down by Niamh Keenahan, kicked along the ground by Kerry Finnegan, but you can't keep it in play. Goes out over the line, and it's going to be a UCC ball, and Cliona O'Leary being told to relax, and that's exactly what UCC wanted to do, to take the tempo off the game now, just like they did when they got their noses in front ahead of DCU during extra time of yesterday's semi-final. The clock continues ticking away. We're heading towards the 59-minute mark, and Cliona O'Leary to restart the action hits the ball, but is blocked down by Jodie Couch, and Jodie sends it down in towards the attack, looking for Megan Dowdall, but the two Cork defenders step up, Maeve Ring and Aoife Healy. How many times have we said that today about the 5 and 6 of UCC? Jodie Couch misses the swing on that occasion after UCC captain Emma Murphy and Maura Barrett, the 12 and 22, come in getting involved. The referee says they came in on top of the ball. He's going to throw this in. Not happy about that, and this throw in is going to take place just outside the UCC 45-metre line. 30 seconds of normal time remaining. And a vital one here, especially for TU Dublin. Kerry Finnegan thought the ball had gone out over the line, but it hadn't, and UCC focusing and keeping it in play. There was even Boots there trying to move the ball along, people willing to stick their legs in where others are throwing their hurls with wild abandon. UCC have the ball, Isabel Sheehan has the ball, and she brings it out the field, sending it down towards the attack, but there's nobody inside to win this ball. But Claire Gannon, she gets it to Niamh Keenahan, an important block, a great block, as Killian said, by Isabel Sheehan for UCC as we go into injury time, and the referee is going to throw the ball in again.
That block alone, they're nearly as good as a score, because that ball launching down the field, sitting on McCormack or Dowdall or whoever to get on the move for TUD, vital block there. Again, you'd have to credit Isabel Sheehan with that.
So Gabby Couch is on the ground there receiving attention. We'll see if we can get any indication of much added time is going to be played. 2.5 minutes, the referee has told one of the Cork players. So 2.5 minutes more.
Minutes should be done and dusted.
So 3 minutes official injury time at least, but it's going to be more than that now after an injury here to Gabby Couch. Hopefully she's okay to get involved. Gabby Couch holds a Dublin record, which she scored 2 goals for them in the Intermediate Championship of 2019. Remember, Dublin won the Premier Junior title in 2018. It was the first time Dublin's second team had won a match at that high of a level, and Gabby Couch is a player that can turn this game around. So 2.5 minutes we've been told from the play restarting, so we're going to be going to about 63 and a half, and the decision goes TU Dublin's way. And now a big moment, they need to get something out of this. Niamh Keenahan with the ball sends it down towards the right, down in the direction of Megan Dowdall. The UCC player goes to the ground. Megan Dowdall keeps the ball in play as Aoife Healy challenges, and play continues on. They were looking for a free, but it goes out for a 45. It's going to be a 45 for TU Dublin, and a chance for Roisin McCormack, Killian, to level this match.
Yeah, UCC official claiming that it's a wide, but Darren, in my eyes, there should have been a free in anyway, because definitely there was a foul committed there on the TUD player. So look, swings and roundabouts there. Cork were looking for the wide, and now's a chance. McCormack, I looked as we're 32 minutes on the clock. He said 2.5 minutes, so we've about a minute remaining. This is a big opportunity now for Roisin McCormack.
Big opportunity for Roisin McCormack, and he did say that. I think about 63 and a half is what we're looking at here. So 90 seconds to go. Roisin McCormack, she puts this over the bar, the sides will be level, and we could be looking at extra time for the second day in a row here in the Ashburn Cup final weekend. But the Antrim star from Lockheed Shamrocks is only thinking about putting this between the posts. An important moment here for TU Dublin. She takes the shot, it looks good, it looks accurate, it's gone over the bar. Roisin McCormack jumps up in the air, the sides are level, it's 8 points apiece.
Yeah, and TUD, they've stuck in it there, Daz, there's no question about it. The level, and considering that the last 3 shots at goal for Roisin McCormack was wide, that took a lot of courage to take on that.
They've got the last 3 scores of the game. It's 8 points apiece. It's their time for a winner. We're reckoning about 30 seconds to go in this game, and there's a scrum, a ruck, whatever you want to call it, in the middle of the fields. But TU Dublin have the ball. Kerry Finnegan has the ball, runs out of space as UCC. Look at the amount of red jerseys. They're back 7 or 8 on your screen at the moment, and the ball is between the 45 and the 65 metre line as Roshi McCormick tries to get it. The referee has blown the full-time whistle. It's all over here, and we are going to go to extra time. And Killian, I think, while TU Dublin will be happy to get the extra 20 minutes, I don't think there could be any complaints in one way. They fought hard to get back in level terms. UCC will be disappointed they didn't take the few chances they had to put this to bed.
Yeah, well, I'm looking back at a wide that they had after 52 minutes. That could have been a factor. You know, the last 2 shots at goal for UCC were wides, Darren, and then the last 10 minutes, I said it before the game, I just thought maybe that 10 minutes, if TUD could stick with UCC, it could be vital towards the end. And, you know, when you consider that they hit 3 wides on the bounce from Roshi McCormick, 45, 52, 54, you know, for her to step up and to be able to have the shot at the goal in that 45 took an awful lot of just the mark of the player. There's no question about that. And with 63 minutes gone on the clock, she put it over the bar for the draw here.
You might have just seen on your screen there Clodagh Carroll, the UCC fullback, getting a yellow card from the referee Ray Kelly. Not quite sure. I'm assuming it was for something that she said, but it's a yellow card for Clodagh Carroll. We're going to take a break for a few minutes and give everyone a chance to catch their breath as we look forward. 20 more minutes of action. The Ashburn Cup is not decided yet. UCC and TU Dublin have finished all square, but we'll be back shortly. The score at the end of the 60 minutes: UCC 8 points, TU Dublin 8 points. Much and welcome back here to Dave Billings Park in UCD in Belfield as we get ready for extra time in the 2023 Ashburn Cup final. It's UCC 8 points, TU Dublin 8 points, and as you can see here, everybody really intrigued how this game is going to work itself out. UCC were leading by 3 points, but TU Dublin getting the last 3 scores. But who is going to get over the line? We'll keep an eye. No doubt there'll be some changes on both teams as they try and manage the workload to get this victory. But the referee Ray Kelly's in the middle. TU Dublin won the toss and opted to play to the left for the 10 minutes. So it's 10 minutes and then straight to penalties. No added periods on top of that. And here we go. And the ball is thrown in. The extra time is underway. And a battle for possession in the middle of the field. But UCC win the ball through Emma Murphy. Emma Murphy lays it off to Isabel Sheehan. Isabel Sheehan to Moira Barrett. Moira Barrett with a long ball down towards that goal, and TU Dublin just need to be careful the way that was dropping down. And Rebecca Atkinson clears it out for the Dublin side, and Roisin McCormick back involved in the action, sending it down towards the right, down towards Megan Dowdall, and Megan Dowdall there, the ball getting away from her on that occasion. UCC trying to clear it, but TU Dublin saying not at the moment, and everything being fought for. Aoife Healy loves to fight, and she wins the ball for UCC and brings it up the fields, and a touchdown there by Laura Hayes. Laura Hayes though loses out to her opposing player as the ball springs around the place there as well. Aoife Heffernan is there to help out Christine Shanahan. Play Abden inside the TU Dublin 45-metre line as UCC look for the first score of this extra period. Orla Kelleher, the ball goes into the hands of the goalkeeper Rebecca Atkinson, and she spots Aoife Heffernan out on the left, and the TU Dublin number 7 goes through the gap and sends the ball down for Sarah Barco, who's back in the field of play. The Kilkenny number 15 for TU Dublin. She was surrounded there by Sarah O'Brien for UCC as well, and you can just feel the tiredness there as well of the players, but they'll keep going till the very final whistle and whatever else comes after that. So the battle in the middle of the field. Claire Gannon gets a little touch there for TU Dublin, leaves it for Jodie Couch. Jodie Couch, the ball blocked down by Cliona O'Leary for UCC. She wears number 8, and another scramble for the ball, another one taken by Sarah O'Brien, and she passes it back to Isabel Sheehan, and Isabel Sheehan tries to send it out towards the left. Orla Kelleher with the ball, the pass forward is just overhit on that occasion for UCC. TU Dublin win the ball back from Niamh Gannon, and Niamh Gannon sending it down the field towards the opposing 45-metre line. Megan Dowdall just struggling to get on that at the moment, and the battle continues on. Kerry Finnegan there as well for the Dublin side in the navy and white. So again, there's been more scrums or rucks in this match than there was in the Aviva Stadium yesterday between Ireland and France. But it's Aoife Healy that wins the ball for UCC. Sends it across the field towards Moira Barrett. The bounce gets away from her, but it might come for Orla Kelleher. The 2 number 10s go to battle. Orla Kelleher down the left for UCC. Sending the ball in towards the goal. Looking for Laura Hayes, who's pushed up towards the inside line. That ball skips away and eventually goes to the left and wide. The first wide of the extra time. And the referee just holding up the play as there's a TU Dublin player on the ground, and we won't be restarting straight away as we look around, and no activity on the sidelines there at the moment. So frantic stuff in the opening 3 minutes of this extra time. And Killian, no scores yet so far, but no lack of commitment from either team.
No, just looking at it there on the sideline, it's everyone giving it their all, but it's asking a lot of the bodies are going through a second set of extra time for UCC. But again, you'd imagine some of these players should be able to stand up. I just think one chance here now, Daz, could be a factor, and if it was a goal, I think that will really settle it.
Yeah, Niamh Gannon was the player that was receiving tension there from TU Dublin as the play restarts there through Rebecca Atkinson, out the field, and it's won by Roisin McCormick. Roisin McCormick goes between the 265-metre lines, sends the ball in towards the attack. This might break highly for Sinead Daly. Sinead Daly scored yesterday, can she score today? Sinead Daly with the shot, puts the ball over the bar. 4 minutes gone, the TU Dublin fans, they clap their hands, they go in front. It's 9 points to 8.
Clap their hands to keep warm as well, Daz, I suppose, in some ways, but that could be a huge score in lots of ways. 9 points 8 now, cracking effort, and we've seen some fine efforts in both games from that side of the field. A great effort there from Sinead.
The first blow of this extra time. How can UCC respond as TU Dublin win the ball again through Niamh Keenan? The far side of the field brings it up and gets away from Roisin McCormack, but it's read there and won back by UCC. And now they send the ball down in the direction of Isabel Sheehan. She wears number 17 on your screen, tries to kick it forward. They play a bit of football like Cork as well, but doesn't get too far. Laura Linan was there as well, number 19 for UCC. She has the ball, gives the pass across for Laura Hayes. Laura Hayes for the equaliser. Good response from UCC. Laura Hayes, exactly the player you want to step up to level the teams. It's 9-0.
Come at the hour, come at the player, and it's a big player in Laura Hayes, just coming off the side. No one tracked her run. I don't know how you can leave someone like Laura Hayes off, and she was just able to get in there and come off the back with a fine score to tighten it up again here.
I think there's a change there. Laura Linan is going off the field to play for UCC, so changes galore happening. We'll try and keep up with them as they come on the field to play, but we're going to restart with TU Dublin, and TU Dublin down the far side of the field. I think it's Karine Blair that's back in the field to play for the Dublin team. We're number 15, but Kerry Finnegan sent a dangerous ball aside. Sinead Daly was there, but it's Megan Dowdall. It's a goal. Megan Dowdall puts the ball in the back of the net, and the first thing she does is turns around to apologise to Sinead Daly for taking her goal off her. But Megan Dowdall puts it in the net, and TU Dublin have their goal.
Yeah, and she got loose. The ball just ran forward. She put the hand up in fairness to her. Sinead was running onto it. Dowdall just changed the direction, and I think, do you know what, Daz? That was important because it tricked the UCC defence a little bit. They were expecting Daly to get on it. Dowdall got on it, got the touch. Nothing a whole lot Molly Lynch could do, and I think, Daz, that could be the game changer.
That is certainly a game changer, but 3 points between them. It's the first time I've known somebody in Camogie apologising to a teammate. I don't think Sinead Daly will mind too much because the ball went into the back of the net, and it's TU Dublin 1-9, UCC 9 points. And 3 points is a massive margin when you're playing extra time, and TU Dublin have the free here. We talked about the fresh legs. Are they starting to tell the next score again is going to be vital?
I think it is, Darren. I think the air has gone out of the balloon a little bit for UCC. I'm just looking around, the heads. It's just hard to go to the well again to drag it. They got a huge performance in the extra time against DCU yesterday, and going to the well again, it is going to be hard. But look, again, with the quality that they have, anything could happen.
UCC have only got one score in the last 25 minutes of action, or thereabouts. Megan Dowd, we're going back with the free. Her hand was being held, and these are the things. I know the tiredness can be kicking in, but these are the things that UCC cannot afford to be doing, because Roisin McCormack now is going to be given a free shot at the posts to put 4 points between these teams. And one thing with TU Dublin, they mightn't have the experience of playing in the top level, the Ashburn Cup level, but they've shown their ability to defend. They don't concede too much, and it's going to be very hard for UCC to get the scores that they need. If Roisin McCormack puts this over the bar, Roisin McCormack puts it wide. I thought the way Molly Lynch was there that she was signalling, well done on your score, let's get on with it, but not to be. We're having another substitution, so Molly Lynch wanted to get on with the action straight away, but she can't because the change is taking place. Christine Shanahan is going off the field to play for TU Dublin.
And I think Clodagh Finn is about to come back in for UCC as well. Darren, I thought I saw her putting back on the gear there, and it looks like, she's
it is Clodagh Finn, yes.
Yeah.
So Clodagh Finn is back on, as Isabel Sheehan going off. She seems to be running now. She's just running into a position. It's actually Orla Kelleher that's going off the field to play.
Yeah.
And Clodagh Finn, no surprise. I would be a bit surprised, Killian, if we see Emer Heffernan before the finish as well. But play continues on the far side of the field, and it remains a 3-point ball game. UCC won't give up. They fought back after conceding goals yesterday to force extra time against DCU, and they have that resilience in the tank. Niamh Keenan has that resilience for TU Dublin to make sure they get out over the line, and the ball goes out over the line, the far side of the field, and it's going to be a sideline cut for TU Dublin. 3 points up, about 90 seconds plus injury time to the change of ends.
Going back to the goal though, Darren, the only time really that the UCC defence had been found wanting, there were I think a bit of sleep, a bit of a gap, and Dowdall just capitalised on it. And a player like Megan Dowdall's talent, if you're feeling a bit of tiredness in the legs, is the last one you want to see. And the goal taken very well.
Isabel Sheehan did well to win the ball there for UCC, and all of a sudden we're back down the other end of the field. player goes to the ground as a two from each side battle for possession, and TU Dublin are just getting those little breaks, winning those little balls. For Heffernan helping it up the fields, and but UCC have it back. There's Clodagh Fenn, as we mentioned, back on the field of play, down towards the attack, down towards Sarah O'Brien, who went to ground a moment ago. She's on her feet now. She has the advantage of the free, and we're going back for the free. The referee blows the whistle, and Robin Conway not happy because she just broken inside there and wanted to keep going, but it's going to be a free for UCC. Looks like Sarah O'Brien is down there, whether it's cramp kicking in at this stage there now. Clean O'Leary takes the free, puts it over the bar, back to a 2-point ball game. UCC don't need to panic yet.
Yeah, don't need to panic yet, because we still have 10 minutes, and you get the point here, Darren. You know, it's well within reach, there's no question about that, and again, you know, you wouldn't deny them getting a goal opportunity, but that's the other thing from, I suppose, a UCC point of view. They haven't had a clear-cut goal chance, similar to TUD throughout the game here, considering that UCC would have put on a high press. I think that's, you know, that high press, which was working well for them, they just didn't seem to be able to take a goal chance. Took their points all right, and that's probably why we find ourselves in this situation. But credit TUD, stuck it out, got it extra time, and now have this 3-point lead, which I imagine will be 2 after this free.
Clean O'Leary taking a free, the most important free for her team for the match so far. The 10 minutes have been played. We might have another minute after this because of the hold up there, but Clean O'Leary takes the free. She needs it. It looks good from my angle. Does it look good from the umpires? It does indeed. The ball goes over the bar. It's a 2-point ball game, 1-9-10.
Yeah, 1-9-10, and I think that'll be vital now just before the break. It just keeps the UCC momentum heads up, Darren, because they've got 2 points now since the goal there.
Aoife Heffernan with possession for TU Dublin, gives it off to Lauren Robinson, and Lauren Robinson down the left, and this is good now as Sinead Daly has the ball. Rachel McCarthy's in very, very tight to her there as well, has to turn back in the direction of Claire Gannon, and Claire Gannon just trying to win the ball, trying to keep it in play. She's managed to achieve both, gives the pass into space, hoping that a teammate can get in that. Sarah Barco has support there, but it's going to go herself. Eventually gives it back to Niamh Keenan, and Niamh Keenan drives it down in towards the attack, down in the direction of Megan Dowdle, and is Megan Dowdle going to prove to be the winner of this Ashburn Cup final? Time will tell. She has the ball outside the 20-metre line. UCC have the bodies back, and the referee Ray Kelly having a good look at this. Roisin McCormick in possession, and the referee blows the half-time whistle, or the half-time of extra time. It's a 2-point ball game, Killian, 1-9 to 10 points. It's still alive, but TU Dublin now have the cards.
Yeah, the goal is the thing, and you always know in extra time, I think if you can get a goal, that could be a turning point here. But you know, and credit to UCC, they have fought back, and they're only 2 down. This, you know, get a goal themselves, and all of a sudden that could ask questions. This next 10 minutes, Daz, is vital, because I'd imagine it's starting to pinch now on TUD as well. Probably a little bit more, obviously, on UCC. It's their second bout of extra time in 24 hours. It definitely has to be hammering at the legs here a little bit. But look, 10 minutes to go. You're still in the hunt. You'll give it everything, I'm sure, to the wire.
It's all about desire, and we're going to take a very, very short break, so don't go away anywhere. We'll be back with the final 10 minutes of action. Will it be the final bit of action? Will we have penalties? Time will tell. But at the moment, TU Dublin are that close from a first ever Ashburn Cup title. Join us again in a couple of minutes. It's TU Dublin 1-9, UCC 10 points. Thank you very much and welcome back here to David Billings Park in UCD, Belfield in Dublin. It's a 2-point ball game, the second period of extra time in the 2023 Electric Ireland Ashburn Cup final about to take place. Can TU Dublin hold out and win a first ever Ashburn Cup title, or can UCC turn this around in the 20-year famine for their 33rd? Or Killian Whelan, dare I say, will we have penalties?
Yeah, I could still, because I still fancy UCC will have a major say in this encounter. There's too many quality players out there, Daz, for it not to happen with 10 minutes to go.
Well, UCC have won the first ball. They're attacking the goal to the left, and straight away Cian O'Leary's hit it down the direction of Clodagh Finn. It's managed to turn Rachel Brennan, but in comes Niamh Keenan with an important block for TU Dublin. And can she retrieve the ball? Indeed she does. And Niamh Keenan, an All-Ireland winner with Loretto Cavan in her school days, sends the ball out the field, but only as far as Cian O'Leary. Cian O'Leary with the crossfield ball looking for Sarah O'Brien. She wears number 13, but it's Aoife Heffernan that has the ball for TU Dublin, looking for support. The support comes from Niamh Gannon, and Niamh Gannon drives it down the field for the Dublin side, but only as far as Moira Barrett from Ballinaccarty in County Cork in the red jersey, but she couldn't control it, and it goes out over the line, and it's going to be a sideline ball for TU Dublin, and a chance for them to try and see can they get back 3 points in front. Claire Gannon running into the space. Cian O'Leary there to read it as well, and the sideline cut's going to go straight down the channel, hoping that it might work out for Sinead Daly, who's in battling for the ball there, but there's a host of red jerseys there desperately fighting for possession. Can they win it? Hard to tell from here as the darkness is on in the sky, but the lights are on and play continues on, and it's UCC and Aoife Healy that brings it up past the 45-metre line, but the ball into space doesn't find a teammate, it finds an opponent, and an opponent being Niamh Gannon, and plenty of time to make the clearance, and Niamh Gannon sends it down the field, and down now for Megan Dowdall. Megan Dowdall that goes forward, gets away from Kareen Blair, just loses control of the ball, but brings it closer to the UCC goal, and Aoife Healy with an important touch there for the Munster side. They keep the ball out, but she needs more important touches, and eventually gets the ball into her hand, sends it down the field, down towards the middle, down towards Laura Hayes, and Laura Hayes has the ball and passes it forward, but UCC just can't afford to be spilling the ball if they want to regain that momentum that might save this final for them. TU Dublin, Niamh Gannon continues the battle for it. A ball goes backwards, now it goes forwards, and forwards for Hannah Davis wearing number 17 for TU Dublin, and they maintain possession through Emma Minogue. Emma Minogue inside the 65-metre line sends it in towards the attack, in towards Megan Dowdall, but staying very tight to her was Clodagh Carroll. And again, both teams, it's just hard to keep up with a Killian there as well. With Emma Minogue wins the ball, lays it over Kerry Finnegan. Can't she get inside, charges in? Always going to be a free out.
Yeah, no question. But she was coming on to the crash ball again, Kerry. And, she got in there. You never know, Darren, just to wrap things up. It came on the darting run. But, of course, that's the rule in camogie. You stand your ground. The player coming forward commits the foul then when they run into you. And, it's a free out here. UCC just haven't been able to get momentum, Daz, and we're now 3 minutes on. Something's got to happen for them, and I think it has to happen in the next couple of minutes.
Well, Kerry Finnegan has got a yellow card for that charge into Aoife Healy there as well, and the momentum, of course, from Kerry Finnegan just bringing her into the player, so no real arguments about that as Molly Lynch restarts the action, and UCC, as Killian said, they could do with a score, bring this back to a 1-point ball game as Claire Gannon tries to win the ball for TU Dublin right in front of us here in the commentary box. Niamh Keenan is there as well, but it's Kareen Blair doing enough to control it, leaving the ball off for Aoife Healy. She needs to offload it. She's won the free. Advantage is given if they don't win this ball, and we're going to go back for a free for the Cork team inside their own 65-metre line.
Now this ball, though, Daz, needs to go down in around the danger spot here. Need to get a clear upper scoring opportunity. I'm not even looking for a goal, looking for a point here for from a UCC point of view. But TUD, it's been scrappy and it's suiting them.
UCC and Cian O'Leary getting ready to take this free. What can they get out of this? A white flag would be nice, a green would even be better, but a blue jersey is not what they wanted, and the ball is batted out, I think, by Rachel Brennan, and Niamh Keenan gets on that as well, looking for support surrounded by two players. She has indeed had a huge weekend, it has to be said, and it worked tirelessly for her team. Claire Gannon tries to keep it in play, the ball hasn't gone dead yet, it still hasn't gone dead. Paula Barrett keeps it, and Niamh Gannon eventually puts it out over the line, and it's going to be a sideline ball right in front of us here, as you can see on your screen, for UCC.
The Gannons are some unit there, Daz, aren't they, along the half-back line? They're just, thou shall not pass, really have really dug in there, especially in the last while. But just, I had to mention Niamh Keenan, and I think she's had a huge game. The last 10 minutes of normal time and all through extra time now, she's really come into it. She's
just heard you talking there. She wins the ball again, Killian, and drives it down the field, and TU Dublin will be happy to keep it down here for the remaining 5 minutes as UCC again desperately look for the ball. Aoife Healy to Cliona O'Leary, the number 8 for Cork, trying to get it away, looking for a teammate, finds one in the middle of the field. Maeve Murphy is that player, and she gives it off to Isabel Sheehan. They've gained the yards, but they need to gain some scores. Isabel Sheehan goes to ground. The referee says it's a free, and it's a free outside the 45-metre line. Claire Gannon did give Ray Kelly a look beforehand, but this is the chance that UCC have been waiting for to bring it back to a 1-point ball game.
I think a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. That free might have been an opportunity. Just looking at, when the hurl was straight across there, Claire Gannon knew, and she thought she might have been getting a yellow card, but I think it was well played by Isabel Sheehan as well, taking it to tight quarter there, and she was going to try and get the foul, and that she did. But it's a big ask here now of Cliona O'Leary, and she's had a reasonably good day on the dead ball, but this is a difficult enough one, Daz, because that bit of breeze is blowing in onto her right shoulder here, and it could affect the trajectory of this ball. UCC need this.
UCC need as a change has happened for TU Dublin there. Number 24, Jennifer Moore, is coming on the field to play, replacing Jodie Couch, who just went down there a moment ago. So Jennifer Moore started the game yesterday in the semi-final. Can she get TU Dublin over the line? But with 4 minutes to go, this is the moment that Cliona O'Leary, as Killian just said, she needs to put this over the bar. She needs to bring this back to a 1-point ball game. And Cliona O'Leary taking the free. It looks accurate. It looks good. The ball has gone over the bar with 3.5 minutes of normal time remaining. It's a 1-point ball game. It's TU Dublin 1-9, UCC 11 points.
Yeah, that's, in fairness, that is a cracking effort under untold pressure, there's no doubt about it, trying to drag your team along here. It's now a 1-point game, 1-9 to 11.
1-9 to 11, but TU Dublin moving it down the other end of the field. This is Roisin McCormick. She took the pass from Emma Minogue, sends it forward, but back again is that Cliona O'Leary back again to help out the defence. She's covered an awful lot of ground in the last while and sends it out, but it's won by Aoife Heffernan. Aoife Heffernan to Sinead Daly. Sinead Daly for TU Dublin, down the left, hoping that Megan Dowdle can get on this. The Maeve Ring stays tight, but Megan Dowdle has the ball in the acute angle, going for the shot. Well, if TU Dublin are going to win this final, that's a score they look back on. Megan Dowdle, a difficult task at any stage of the match, but with 3 minutes to go in the All-Ireland final, a super point.
Yeah, but Megan Dowdle, you have to credit, has really turned up, Daz, in the last 15 minutes of this game. Got a vital point before the end of normal time, and now he's got a goal, a point in extra time. That could be the vital turning.
Here comes UCC again as Avril Cashman moves it forward, but gets closed down and ball comes out the field again, and TU Dublin have the control. UCC, we're getting to the stage they might need a goal, but they need the ball, and Sarah Barkow sends it down towards the attack to Megan Dowdle. Megan Dowdle with the space, can she get the shot? Spots a player running inside. Sinead Daly moving it in closer, can she get the clean shot? Not to be just yet. Molly Lynch gets in the way for UCC and sends it out the field, but Sarah Barkow reads it. Good hook, an important hook there. I think it was by Cliona O'Leary, but it was a hook nonetheless for UCC, and Maeve Ring will send it out the field to play again. Emma Murphy trying to get the touch. Karine Blair is there as well. UCC are running out of time. The captain steps up. She has the ball, drops it, gets it again, gives it to Karine Blair, and Karine Blair on the ground. There's a dog barking here. He's getting excited about what we're seeing in this game, and he can't contain himself. We're struggling to contain ourselves in the commentary box with 90 seconds to go, and UCC trying to get within range. Laura Hayes, they need a score. They need a score. They've got the score.
What a score.
And Laura Hayes puts the ball over the bar And as Killian just said there, what a score.
Absolutely, but it's the big players that step up. Look where she is, turned around in the pocket and does from a tight angle over her right shoulder, over the bar. Phenomenal score.
They've given the ball away. Clona Finn for the equaliser.
Oh my God.
It's level. It's level. And a mistake there with the puck out. And Clona Finn, it's not Christmas, but she'll take the gift. It's level. 1 minute of normal time to go. I think we'll have at least 1 minute of added time, Killian. 2 minutes for someone to win this.
Oh, absolutely. Now it's really in the pot. What a cracking finish to the game we have here. UCC, really a cracking score from Laura Hayes, and then a muck up with a puck out and over the bar from Clona Finn. She had a big game, went off and on, back on, fight and score. Cork now, look at this. All of a sudden, Fuller running.
Sarah O'Brien with the ball. Isabel Sheen gives it to Maria Barrett. Sarah O'Brien now gives it to Emma Murphy. The captain goes for the shot. That ball is going to go to the right and wide.
And look inside. Who was inside? Clona Finn. She was all inside on her own on the 13-metre line. If that had dropped short, anything could have happened.
We've about 10 seconds of normal time remaining. Claire Gannon up against Maura Barrett. Maura Barrett getting the touch. He just failed. UCC are getting the squeeze on this, but can they get the score? We thought they were struggling to get scores just a few moments ago with Sarah O'Brien to Laura Hayes. Laura Hayes pulls it out towards the 45, trying to get the ball into her hands, but TU Dublin do well to win it back. And now Kerry Finnegan, can she do the same to the other side? There was a couple of players on the ground there tangling up off the ball. Play continues on. Kerry Finnegan goes to ground and wins the free.
McCormick again does for a big one here. This is the match winner, you think?
A big one this is going to be, Killian, because it's just inside the 45-metre line out on the right. It's no gimme by any stretch of the imagination, but Roisin McCormick is a player well capable of putting balls like this over the bar. We have played 40 seconds of injury time. I'm not too sure if there's going to be more time after this. This well could be the free to win the Ashburn Cup of 2023. TU Dublin are making a change. Emma Minogue has gone off the field, so we have to wait for the change to take place. Unusual for a team to be making a substitution when they're about to take a big important free. And Roisin McCormick has stepped up for club, for county, for college on numerous occasions. Can she now get the score that could well win TU Dublin the Ashburn Cup for the first time ever on 81 minutes? The TU Dublin fans like it, the umpires like
phenomenal.
it. The ball has gone over the bar and TU Dublin are in front. It's 111 to 13 points. Is there time for the equaliser? The long drive down to Steve Keenan that gets in the way with TU Dublin. It's all over, and TU Dublin have created history for the first time ever. The college formerly known as Dublin IT, who formed their camogie club only back in 2019, and the top college in the country, and Roisin McCormick winner in the end. Killian Whelan, sum up that.
Roisin McCormick, take a bow. What a phenomenal effort, Darren. Like, I would imagine at UCC, if you're committing a foul out on the 45 near the sideline, you'd be thinking, best of luck to you if you put this one. That was a phenomenal effort. With everything that she's after going through, we're in the 81st minute of the game. She had a few wides before the extra time, and then she nailed the one to force the extra time. And then we see a situation where we think they're home and hosed, they got the goal. Credit UCC, making it a game right to the off. And upstairs McCormick again to put that over the bar. Phenomenal effort. When she was needed, she hit two massive scores. Roisin McCormick, take a bow. TUD, phenomenal.
But phenomenal moments even in extra time. We talked about the legs, we talked about the tiredness. The scores making loud on the left. Laura Hayes, the far side of the field. Clona Finn giving the gift there to equalise, and I was convinced we were going to penalties. But as you said there, when you want a big player to step up at a big moment, we have to remember Kerry Finnegan won that free as well. But Roisin McCormick, so much pressure on that free, but she nailed it.
Yeah, she nailed it. As I said, in the big moments you need the big players, and she's had, you know, a phenomenal couple of years with her club and with obviously as well now with Antrim. Here we go again, watching this, you know, never a doubt. She's loving it. The minute it's gone, Roisin is already halfway in the field. She knew that she had put it over the bar. Phenomenal effort, I said, on the big moments she's been able to cope up. But give a nod for Kerry Finnegan, Niamh Keenan, the Gannons. I think they had massive games, especially in the last maybe 10 minutes of normal time and in extra time. They were the ones that drove it on, and you know, credit Finnegan winning that free. But again, McCormick nailing it. Megan Dowdall has to get a shout. She had a big 15 minutes around the end of normal time and during extra time. That goal ultimately was to win them the Ashburn Cup. You'd feel for UCC. The search goes on again, Darren. It's extended out for another year. But again, 2 bouts of extra time. It just was too much, I think, on the legs over 24 hours.
But even as you say that as well there, Killian, is the 9th final UCC have lost since they last won the title in 2003. The presentation is coming up in just a moment. Actually, Killian, I'll get your thoughts on that afterwards, because they're getting ready for the presentation here. Don't go away though. We will have Killian will be getting post-match reaction with both camps at the end, and then myself and Killian will sum up the whole weekend here. But TU Dublin, what a remarkable story. Purcell Cup champions of 2022 are Ashburn Cup champions of 2023, and they'll be up to receive the Ashburn Cup in just a couple of moments. What a finish after extra time. They've won this game in a final scoreline. I think it was 111 to 13 points. I didn't quite write it down. I think that was the score. But stick with us here. Our coverage is not over yet, and we'll hand over for the presentation.
Yeah, I know. I was asking that. Oh, sorry, we're blocking the camera, sorry.
No one look at us like.
And you go home then and she's get out of the way of the camera.
How's the voice go live? Or the right. Getting to do it.
To thank the CCAO committee. They're a volunteer committee of very young people, and they go out of their way every year to run the third level competitions, and I really want to thank them. I thank them for everything they do for the third levels, and we hope them keep going, because third levels should be ran by third level people. So thank you very much to everybody in the CCAO committee. Thank you also to our referees here today all day long, and to Ray, who did the final, and his officials. You did a great job. UCC, it's absolutely heartbreaking. We saw you yesterday and there's no words that can say, but it's heartbreaking. You did your college absolutely huge pride. You did your jersey and you did your county and your club, and you can ask for no more. So really well done to UCC. A big thank you to Electric Ireland who have come on board this year with a sponsorship of the third level competitions. They've done a brilliant job, and we know going forward it's only going to get bigger and better. So a huge thank you to Electric Ireland for everything. Finally, I'm going to ask Pat Fenlon from Electric Ireland to present the player of the match to the number 13, Megan Dowdall. It's some achievement, TUD. You're for the very, very first time to lift the Ashburn Cup. So it's going to give me great pleasure to present the Ashburn Cup to Claire Gannon, the TUD. Sorry. To the captain of Ashburn.
Both of them? Oh. Okay, I'm going to apologise in advance, still a bit shocked, so I hope I don't forget anyone, but I'd also like to start by thanking UCD for their amazing use of their facilities this weekend, to the CCAO and all the volunteers in the background. It takes a lot of work for the competition and for this weekend to go ahead, so just thanks to all the organisers and volunteers for the work that they put in. Also to Ray and his officials today, and to all the referees and officials throughout the weekend. They probably have the most difficult task in trying to please everyone, so they did a great job today and over the weekend, so well done to them. A special thank you to Electric Ireland. They came on as sponsors this year and it's been amazing. The media coverage has been upped and they really showcase this competition, and it's great to see all the posts and all the work they've put in, and look forward to their continued sponsorship for the next few years, hopefully. Now to UCC. You are an unbelievable team. We watched you play DCU yesterday and you had another outstanding performance going to extra time. I can only imagine the bodies were in bits after that match, and then to go out here again and play another 80 minutes is just a credit to yous. Your management, all of the players, just big well done. You've had a brilliant campaign this year, and I'm sure you'll be back here again. Now to our management, so it's small and it won't take me too long. First of all, to Lara and Dara in the background, the work they put in, they get us food, gear, recovery, cover taxis to Westmead, anything we ask for. I know we're a pain at times asking for so much and different kinds of food, but we really appreciate everything you do, so big thanks to the lads. To Ellie and Kira, I'm not even sure what your role is. You just cover everything from selectors to mammies, bringing the food today, Kira. Just brilliant. Your support and encouragement on the sideline is much, much appreciated. So big thank you to you. Of course, I'll have to mention our physio, Kleena, who came on board yesterday, and I'm sure her arms are in bits. Everyone was with her last night, getting the bodies ready for today. You put in some shifts, so thanks, Kleena. Now to Bill and Kev, the two lads who look after everything for us. The time and commitment these two men put in is unbelievable. Bill became a father this year, so we gave him, I think, a few days off training, and Kev took over, and then he was straight back in. They cover every single detail for us. They have all the systems, and they really instilled the belief in us this year that we could go out and do it. A lot of people obviously had probably wrote us off just coming up from Purcell, but they said from the beginning, you know, if we put in the hard work, we'll keep building on the performance. That was Kev's motto, so I think we reached that performance today, Kev. And now to the players. Girls, it has been an honour and privilege to be your captain this year. I mean, there's so many leaders on the team that it was really a simple task. We had a great year, from the nights out to the tough trainings. You know, we really did actually put in hard work this year. The commitment from everyone is unbelievable. You know, everyone has club commitments, county commitments, playing with football, but you showed up each week. We put in the work, and we just worked for each other, and you saw that on the pitch there today. You're an unbelievable bunch, and everyone needs to come back next year so we can go again. And now lastly, I hope I've covered everyone, but just to the supporters who are here today encouraging us, and who came out on the cold winter nights. We really appreciate the support and encouragement, and it drives us on. So a big thank you to all our family and friends and supporters here today. Okay, I think that's enough of me speaking, but well done, girls. We did it. We made history.
Can you give me one more? Come on, girls. No, 3, 2, 1, go!
How are you?
I'll send John. You come in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Man you see on screen is a very happy man. Bill McCormack has been a phenomenal year in lots of ways, coming out winning the Purcell Cup, and now here you are after adding the Ashburn Cup.
It's hard to find words, really. Like, it was this group. They're small, like I said in the programme, they're small in numbers. Like, we're carrying a good few long-term injuries. Orla Gray just coming back from an ACL. We had a few girls there just carrying injuries all year, Jodie Couch, and they just find a way, even though they're small. Like, some days we have training and we might only have 12, and even though like that can be debilitating for a group, these girls just find a way of producing every single session. And I think you saw it today. Like, that was an incredible performance, just to dig deep when things were looking down. It was unbelievable now.
Bill, the fact as well that a lot of the cohort from last year still involved, was that a big factor?
It was. I think Jack alluded to it in a podcast during the week, from Jack from CCO. He said, like, these girls are all used to playing with each other. We've 10 Dublin girls, maybe 6 involved with the Dublin setup. Their style of play, it's very, very hard work, run through the hands, you know, get back, chase back, work through the meters, and we just kind of adopted a similar enough style where we knew we'd play to our strengths, really. Like, because, you know, there's some teams might have better hurling than us, but they won't find us for work. or find us wanting for work. Like.
And that was definitely a big factor, I think, into the closing minutes of normal time, because that probably won you ultimately, because I just think you got level ultimately, obviously, to force the extra time, but it was that character that was being shown then that saw you through.
100%. I think, like, the chips were down. We were looking like we were dead and buried, and they just came back. And then in extra time, it was looking. We got the goal. We popped up, and we just managed to hold on. UCC they threw the kitchen sink and the whole lot at us. It was an incredible match now as a neutral, but not good for the heart if you have a stake involved.
But history, though, for yourself, like, you know, it's a nice one to have, obviously.
Yeah, I just. Speaking of history, just want to mention two lads behind the scenes, Lara and Dara. They do an unbelievable job. Our games development lads there in the office. The things they do for the college push us from strength to strength. They're a big reason why we're here in this final. They're a big reason why we won the Purcell last year. So, you know, the two lads deserve this as much as everybody. Players, the whole lot. Yeah, I think it's just a really tight-knit group. You know, when you're just part of something, it's like... Yeah, this is a good one to be part of.
And I'm just thinking as well, you mentioned the Dublin, but I just think the few that you sprinkled in as well, and I'm thinking obviously Megan had a big factor. Roisin we know from last year as well, but they added just something else as well, don't they?
I think nerves of steel there at the end from Roisin. I think, the Dublin girls are used to playing together, but we have a few unbelievable girls from all over the country, like Cavan, we have Antrim, we have Kilkenny girls there, and of course Megan in player of the match there. She's unbelievable. If you could hit her ball in, there could be 10 players around her and she still managed to find a way of winning it. So they just have each other's backs with regards to working off each other. When they see a girl as isolated, Megan might have been on her own for a few of them balls, but you see a girl straight off her shoulder. I think to a person, they're just on and off the field a great bunch to be part of, a great bunch to work with. Like.
Well, it's been a good few weeks, I believe, for yourself. You have a newborn baby in the family.
That's right,
now
busy
as well.
Enough. Busy enough. 5-week-old there. He's over there. He's taking it all in there. I doubt he's too clued into what's going on. But
well, he might just be about the right size to fit in the Ashburn. But you know,
I don't know. We might try squeeze him in. I don't think he'll be in the pub later celebrating now somehow. But we'll see. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Bill. It's a great achievement. Congratulations.
Thanks a million. Thanks for everything. Thanks.
Now, Bill, you might hand the microphone there to one of the girls who's going to come across to us. Megan or Niamh, whichever you want to join us. The two of you in together anyway. So on camera, Niamh Gannon and Megan Dowdall. Niamh, describe that. It's phenomenal, I'd imagine.
Unbelievable. I actually, I don't think there's words for it. Still, I think we're in shock when that final whistle blew. I mean, we knew it was going to be a close match for it to go to extra time. Just unbelievable. And I just don't think we can believe, like, being in Purcell last year, like, to come up here now in Ashburn, everyone had us wrote off, so we're just delighted, absolutely delighted.
What clicked, do you think, that you felt that you could drive on into the Ashburn this year?
I think the bond within the team. I don't know how Megan came up this year.
Yeah, no, I think the girls work great. Just all over the field was just brilliant all the way through. Every single game, everyone put 100% in full 60 minutes every game. So it was, for this, they just pushed it on. Everyone pushed it on.
And Megan, just for you, you know, I've seen you at club level, I've seen you at county level. You know, coming into a crew like this, then they've won the Purcell. You know, they have their set way. Was it hard to fit in?
No, everyone welcomed me in fairly easily. I think everyone was lovely. I don't think there was any awkwardness now at the start. They were very welcoming.
Well, I think with your ability anyway, you would slot in. Back to you, Niamh. You know, soldiering alongside not only your club mates and your teammates, but you're alongside your sister as well. You know, you had to dig in there just coming up towards the end of normal time, and she was on your shoulder as well on a couple of occasions.
Definitely, yeah, no, it's brilliant obviously getting to play with the club mates, but with Claire as well, obviously my sister, it's very special. But also, you know, we know how to get each other going, and I can shout at her and she'll shout straight back at me, so it's great. And we play obviously so near on the pitch there, but just throughout the whole team, that's what was needed. Like, when in them tight games and going into the extra time, you need to just keep encouraging and keep on each other, and I think we did that very well today.
Megan, just back over to you. Describe the goal, because I just know at one stage Darren said on commentary you nearly apologised to Sinead. I think that you probably had got in there, I think, at the end of it.
It was kind of rolling in between the both of us, so I was kind of like, should I hit it or strike it? So it was kind of just made the decision to just strike a let rip, and thank God, thank God I did. It rolled into the goal.
Well, I actually think that confusion that you were in maybe caused confusion with UCC, because if you look back at it, I think they were thrown by the fact that you hit it. So I think that was a factor.
Yeah, no, I was kind of contemplating whether to pick her or not, and then I seen he was brave for it, so I just pulled.
Well, congratulations on you being player of the match. Niamh, lastly to you, captain now of an Ashburn Cup winning team. There's no one can take that away from you.
It's unbelievable. I'm still, I know I keep saying it, but I'm still in shock. And like I said up there, it was just an honour and privilege to be captain of these girls. They really didn't need a leader because we have so many leaders out there, but I'm delighted that I could captain us to an Ashburn championship.
Well, go off and enjoy it. Congratulations
Thank
to
you very
both of you.
much.
Thanks
Thank
indeed for joining us. So that's TUD giving us their views and opinions here. We're still here in UCD, and thanks indeed for the UCC representatives for joining us. I think we have Emmett, don't we, with us?
Yep.
So Emmett, describe that. You had to go to the well so many times this weekend, and unfortunately just fall short.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Yesterday's game was very tough, very physical. 80 minutes of hurling, came out the other side, licked the wounds, came back. Should have closed the game out in full time, went for injury time, had a couple of dodgy decisions, I'd say, and look, we fall short.
And that, especially when the legs are probably burning at that point, just to see the finish line and then it didn't happen. Was it hard then to motivate for the extra time?
No, we've been there before, and look, the girls wanted it really bad, and we've been there, and look, they don't need motivation. They're a great bunch, and to be in an Ashburn final, to go to extra time, have the confidence they've done it in the semi-final. Yeah, look, it caught up with us, I suppose, but they're a great bunch and didn't need any motivation.
Yeah, but great credit again, you'd have to say, Emmett. Character to get the 2 points within 20 seconds of each other, thinking, we might have this chance here now. It might just be swinging back to us.
Yeah, look, I suppose it's a bit of a blur for me at the moment. I'm still trying to dissect things, but yeah, we had a chances. In fairness, look, they're a very good team, solid team. They put it up to us again, and look, they came out the other side, and it's hard. It's a hard pill to swallow, to be honest.
It's hard, I imagine, and thanks indeed again for joining. The last question to you, a word for your backroom team, your team in general, and the year that's gone.
The lads have been fantastic. So Danny Morrissey's the trainer, Tommy Bowe, Nola Reardon, Orla the physio there was flat out all night today. John Granger, head of sport, or sport below, Morgan Buckley's head of sport. Fantastic guys, great bunch of guys. Our team here with a panel of 28, they're absolutely, most of them are into county. What a squad. I'm absolutely gutted for them, They're, they gave everything on 2 days in a row, and we just fell short. 20 years, still looking, so maybe 21.
All you can do, go again.
Yeah. Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks for joining us here this evening in UCD, and commiserations to him. Darren, when you look at it, and Emmett there talking to us, it's like a death in the family in some ways, isn't it?
Well, Killian, I think the one thing we've realised this weekend is my first experience of the Ashburn Cup. And I have to say, you just realise how much it means to everybody. And just very briefly, we can't ignore the elephant in the room. We know what the stories that happened off the field during the week, but it goes to how much it meant to the team that missed out here as well, UL too, but DCU, SETU, Waterford, UCC, and of course our champions TU Dublin. It's a fantastic competition, and I'm only talking about the Ashburn there, like throwing the Purcell. We saw UCD earlier on with the Father Maher Cup as well. Ulster University Magee, of course, won the first ever Ashleen Murphy Cup. TU Dublin have done a double as well, and a double because they won a double last year and they won the Uwailen as well. It's a massive competition, and it continues to grow strength to strength. You said before the Purcell Cup game earlier on, it was like inter-county matches as well, and it's just great spectacle on the field of play to enjoy, and a massive experience all round. Yeah, and I just think, Darren, as well, it's great that you have players from counties that mightn't be the fashionable ones, let's say, that I know Westmeath have been at senior level, Antrim at senior level, but I'm thinking of Niamh Keenan and Cavan as well. They've all had success that maybe always at senior level success, but they're the ones that are adding that little bit of angel scenario or whatever, or gold dust, if you want to call it, on that sense, over the performance here, because they were three players that definitely stood up that mightn't be, as we said, from the more fashionable counties, let's say. Well, the one great thing about the CCAO competition, of course, everyone's on a level playing field. It doesn't matter what club you're from, what county you're from. Yes, it matters what college you choose to further your education as well. But when you get in the field of play, I was reading an interview with Niamh Keenan recently and just talking about how shocked to the system it was for her to realise the standard of playing at Ashburn as opposed compared to where Cavan are at the moment, Division 2, playing Premier Junior as well. And it's a big step up as well, but she'll bring that back into the Cavan have in setup and what they can do over the course of the year as well. But that's the whole thing as well. We're getting to see players from counties. We're blessed, Killian, in the job we're doing here with Entry at the moment, that we get around to see matches across all the various different levels and all the various divisions as well, and look forward to more of that in 2023. But a lot of viewers wouldn't know a lot about the Need Keenans, for example, which is the standout example that we're taking there at the moment as well. And there's some great camogie talent all over the country, and we've been blessed to see them over the last couple of days.
Well, I think it's been a phenomenal competition in the last couple of years that I've got to see it. It has been. It's great that Electric Ireland are on board with it as well, and obviously we'll promote it. We've had a busy few hours here. I think I'll let you close it out.
Yeah, indeed, Killian, thanks a million for joining us here in the commentary box, and also to Dave, to Owen and to Luke there on behalf of Entry that brought us our coverage here on the Electric Ireland YouTube page. The Electric Ireland third level camogie finals, the camogie competitions in general. We've seen over the course of the last 2 days exactly what it means to everybody that's involved, but the final note goes to TU Dublin right behind us here. Purcell Cup champions last year, competing at the top level, and here they now are All-Ireland champions, and we have two of the players here giving a cheer to wrap it up. We'll have more camogie coverage coming up over the course of the year as the inter-county season gets underway, but with that we leave the final word to TU Dublin. They are the Ashburn Cup champions of 2023, and thank you to everybody for joining us here on our coverage over the last 2 days. With that we say good night from UCD.
Invincible.